on his mind, starting with getting back to the village to check on his people. Highest on his priority list after that was recruitment. He needed to get to Nascent Soul as soon as possible to provide adequate protection for the sect. Then again, number of members wasn't the only criterion. He also needed at least half of his members living on the sect grounds, which he was working on. The last big factor, though, was a big one. He had to keep his average loyalty rating at 6.5 or above. It was a given that a random person he recruited off the street wouldn't be as loyal to him as his current members, meaning the value would likely decrease with each new inductee. Providing something as cool as movies might help win people over, right? Okay, he'd maybe devote some time to the subject when he could. Benton again quick-stepped into the open air, hundreds of feet high, at a distance well on his way toward the village, and started flying. As he'd predicted, it took less than an hour for the familiar orange Vigor Spiritwood walls to come into view. Finally. Though he'd only been gone less than 2 days, it felt like forever, especially as they all must have been grieving over Yedzan's death. He should have been there for them. The plaza was sparsely populated, but he sensed a bunch of people in the wood. He assumed that the ones not actively engaged in harvesting were probably making use of the increased chi to cultivate. He quick-stepped to an empty area and discovered that his educated guess was correct. Word of his arrival spread quickly, and soon Yang Shu and Kang Lin had quickly approached. "Where's Yang Ru?" Benton said. "Escorting his team of beast processors back, Master," Yang Shu said. "They should be here tomorrow." Ah, Yang Ru must have rushed back to investigate the fight, stayed to participate in the trial's pagoda, and then returned to his team to finish his duty. Since Huang Yimun had presumably remained with the others for protection, Yang Ru's actions were acceptable given the expected threat level. To an extent. Maybe he should have gone back immediately, instead of attempting a trial at the pagoda. Benton wasn't going to second-guess the boy to that degree, though. Micromanaging was not good. "How are things?" Benton said. "Is everyone doing okay?" The two looked at each other. "We're all angry, Master," Yang Shu said finally. "We want to punish the people who killed Yedzan." Benton understood that sentiment. He really understood that sentiment. "I take some things as my prerogative as sect leader. That is one of them." Benton described his actions in 6th Flawless Flowing City, killing or destroying the cultivation of 15 more of the Jade Chameleon sect Golden Core members and completely laying waste to their branch sect. 15, Master? 15? Kang Lin said. "And you destroyed their entire grounds? Buildings and everything? There was nothing left?" "Correct," Yang Shu huffed. "Master should have destroyed even more. Yedzan was worth 1,000 of those Golden Core cultivators." Benton understood exactly what she meant, but Kang Lin went white as a sheet, which he also understood. In her world, a single Golden Core cultivator was more valuable than literally any number of chi-gathering cultivators. There was simply no comparison. "I wanted to, Yang Shu, believe me. But my priority had to be your safety and your brother's safety, and the safety of everyone else in the sect and in the village. We're basically at war right now with the Jade Chameleons. Going overboard would have risked the Emperor's faction and the Swift Blizzard sect joining them. In those circumstances, I'm not even sure that the Poison Claw sect could have afforded to remain standing next to us. A measured approach was called for." From Kang Lin's expression, she was having a hard time seeing what he'd described as a measured approach. "Our sect is different, Kang Lin," Benton said. "Yedzan and all these kids, including you, are like my grandchildren. Family. If someone killed your family member, what would you do?" Her tensed posture eased somewhat. "When put like that, Master, I understand. I mean, I liked Ye Zan, too. He was a good person and excellent at his job. It's just that wholesale destruction of an entire sect branch and more than a dozen golden core cultivators isn't the typical response to the loss of a single chi-gathering cultivator. Yes, Master. If it helps, I discussed the matter with your grandfather and Elder Dai before following through with the attack, and they were both present when I did so. That does make me feel better. Kung Lin cupped her hands. Gratitude, Master. Now, why don't you tell me why it's so late in the day and you haven't tried the Trials Pagoda yet? Benton said. Just spit it out, Benton said. I'm not a member of your sect, Master. What was that thing you called me at the end of your sentence there? Kung Lin gritted her teeth. I called you Master. Really? Did you mean it? If anything, she ground her teeth together even harder. I did, Master. She spit out that last word, so Benton decided it was probably time to stop teasing her. You are my disciple. Period. I'll say it again. Our sect is different. You are no less our family than any of these other kids. Okay? Okay, Master. What are you waiting for, then? Benton said. Kung Lin sighed. I guess I'll go to the Trials Pagoda now, then. Kang Len was seriously conflicted. On one hand, she had been taught since birth the ways of sects. One simply did not accept too many gifts from a sect if one wasn't a member. On the other hand, Master was difficult to refuse. Actually, Master was difficult, period, but that was a whole different problem. An ironclad rule of dealing with other sects was that one should comply with the requests of a sect leader unless those requests touched on faith, honor, etc. Master was insisting she use the Trials Pagoda. She would not violate her own honor by complying, and since she was his official disciple, she was not impacting the Poison Claw sect's faith by accepting. Thus, she should just shut up and take the trial. Not to mention that she really, really wanted to do it. Such treasures were a thing of stories. Just seeing the structure from the outside had given her a thrill. To actually use it? Besides, no one outside of her actual family had ever treated her like Master and the people in the Rising Tide sect did. Kang Lin let out a deep breath, letting go of her reservations about using the Trials Pagoda. She immediately felt better. In fact, she felt good, like she could fly to the moon without the use of a sword or a technique. Chapter 186. Move-in Ready. Benton was working on the sect grounds when he received a pop-up notifying him that Kang Lin requested an attempt to improve her lightning shield. He smiled. She, unlike Yang Shu, didn't attempt to try his patience by selecting one of the trials he'd forbidden. After granting his permission, he returned to his labor. Though he'd previously done preliminary work on the sect grounds by placing a lot of the main buildings and housing, that didn't make the area exactly move-in ready. There was no running water or sanitary system or roads. In order to actually get his sect members living out there, he needed to check all those items off his to-do list, which was why he planned to dedicate the whole night to the task. Of course, he could use the villagers as a labor force instead of doing it himself, but they would take weeks or even months just to quarry stone, crush it, transport it to the sect grounds, and place it on the streets. And that was just one step in the process. First, they'd have to dig out a foundation for the streets. Then, they'd need a layer of sand, followed by a layer of gravel. Finally, the top layer would be paving stones. The final product would be much fancier than anything in the village, where they mostly used dirt with some gravel to shore up muddy spots. But the sect grounds should be fancy. It wouldn't do to skimp on the infrastructure. If, for no other reason, Benton didn't want people to traipse mud into his nice buildings. Anyway, his point was that trying to get mortals to do the work would take way, way too long. He did have a second labor force available, one consisting of over 250 members, and those laborers were stronger and had much better stamina than any mortal. That group, however, had much more important things to be doing than basic construction, namely, growing stronger and earning him sect points, which meant that the workload fell to him. So, work he did.
The good thing about techniques, especially when learned to mastery, was that they were highly flexible. Just because he'd purchased one specifically to dig foundations did not mean that he couldn't use it to dig other stuff. It came in really handy to quickly excavate streets about a foot deep and 15 feet wide. He ran the main boulevard from his planned location for the front gate, between his pavilions, past the cafeteria, and to the residential area. There, he laid it out between the rows of houses. Finally, he went back to the central business district and forked it off to the arena. Perfect. The next few hours were spent flying to a nearby river in order to gather sand and rocks. He shuddered to think how difficult that part would have been without his spatial ring. Once he had those 2 layers placed, he just needed something to use as paving stones. The rock itself wasn't an issue, as there were literally mountains of the stuff nearby. He did, however, have to figure out how to slice off thin chunks to serve as the top of his roads. The easiest thing, obviously, would have been to purchase a new technique using earth chi to separate rock slabs exactly the size and thickness he needed. Unfortunately, his cheating ways were on hold since he'd promised himself to only spend more points in an emergency, and he could come up with no spin that justified simplifying his workload of adding pavers on top of his streets as an emergency. Worst case, he could just leave the gravel as the upper layer until he had more time or points to spend. On the other hand, he really did want the task done. And done meant pavers. With all the power at his command, there had to be something he could do. Well, his gravity burst was good for manipulating things. He could use that to move slabs around however he wanted to, so that was a start. He needed something to slice the rock, though. Tonight seemed grossly unsuited for the task, as did increasing temperature. Even if he were able to melt the rock into some kind of lava, he'd have to mold it back into shape, and volcanic rock just wasn't what he pictured for his streets. There was his main attack technique. Void was really good at creating voids. The problem was that he could only deliver it via metal, and it came out as a sphere. But did it have to? The first part, yes. When he'd created the technique, he'd very specifically made it contingent on having something metal deliver the chi to the target. The second part, though, not necessarily. The technique layered 2 types of chi, one variable and the other void, on metal. The shape the expended chi took depended on... He had no idea. System, can I make the shape of chi coming from my technique any shape I want? And if so, will that cost me a modification using points? Host may modify the shape of chi expelled by a mastered technique using willpower and concentration. No sect point expenditure is required. Perfect. That answer was exactly the one he'd both wanted and, frankly, had expected to receive. The response was completely logical, considering everything he knew about chi manipulation. Using chi externally required a technique, but once a cultivator mastered one, it could generally be modified to a reasonable extent to fit the needs of a moment. Otherwise, normal cultivators would be way too limited in their abilities, considering how long it took to learn techniques. Benton quick-stepped a short distance into the forest and found a downed tree to practice on. He tossed one of his metal spheres at the dead wood, charging his attack technique with a single unit of void chi, and, at the moment of impact, tried to shape it into a thin circle about the diameter of the tree. It didn't work, nor did the next, or the next. In fact, it took him almost a dozen tries and 2 more downed trunks before anything other than a sphere of void erupted from the point of impact. He was really glad none of his disciples were watching him, because about 50 attempts were required before he felt proficient with the modified technique. After flying to the mountains and finding an outcrop of rock, though, the technique worked beautifully. He was able to produce 2.5-inch thick slabs of stone in seconds, and, like he'd figured, his gravity technique worked wonderfully to separate the cuts from the rest of the stone. With the hard part figured out, the work went pretty fast, and shortly after nightfall, the roads were finished. And they looked pretty darn good if he did say so himself. In the future, he might create a new construction technique to make them look fancier, but he was fine with them for the moment. He crossed that task off his mental to-do list. Next came plumbing. Metallurgists, especially ones who could cultivate, could do some amazing things. But industrial processes weren't all that advanced on his new planet. A blacksmith could create a pipe, but each was a one-off, meaning they weren't cheap. It was simpler and easier to use bamboo. When treated with an alchemical solution, or a bath, or something, Benton hadn't learned much about the actual process. The thin wood became strong and durable, placing somewhere between PVC and cast iron when compared to the materials used on Earth. He didn't have access to any alchemical resources to strengthen bamboo, though, and Wan Ai had more important things to learn than how to create plumbing pipe. So Benton decided to apply a different method: formations. It was a bit time-consuming, as he had to sketch out an array on each piece of bamboo, but after a few tests, he discovered that it wasn't all that difficult to accomplish. Besides formations providing a method to strengthen wood into pipes, another positive was that the buildings were all internally plumbed, meaning all he had to do was hook up to the domestic water connections going into them and the sanitary connections coming out. Though most of the village buildings didn't have such amenities, they were apparently relatively common for sects and larger cities. Even most of the structures he'd seen in Vermilion incomparable Raintown had them. Though the presence of internal plumbing simplified his job, Benton still had work to do, mainly finding a source of clean water and running it to the buildings, and figuring out what to do with the waste that came out. One might think that, without electricity, both those tasks would be extremely difficult. That was where Qi came in. Dealing with the sanitary disposal was made particularly simple. On Earth, he would have had to use drains to collect all that foul material before pumping it to a waste treatment facility.
Instead, he just used his excavation technique to dig a hole outside each building, ran the waste pipe into the ground, applied a common formation created for the purpose of purifying such matter, and covered the hole back up. Easy peasy. Water was a little more complicated than sanitary, but was still somewhat more straightforward than on Earth. First, Benton needed a pump house. Well, a small structure that served to move water by using qi instead of a pump. Screw it, he decided to still refer to it as a pump house, at least to himself. Anyway, the main features of the structure were 2 arrays. The first acted as the pump, drawing water in one side of a pipe and propelling out the other side. The second purified the water, eliminating microbes, waste materials, dirt, etc. Deciding to become a formations expert really paid dividends for him. Carpentry, unfortunately, wasn't one of his talents, and he wasn't going to violate his emergency use only rule for the purposes of constructing a shelter to hide and protect a couple of arrays. Instead, he threw up a temporary frame of bamboo with fabric walls. To make it look better, he'd hire villagers to construct an actual building. That job could be finished at a later date, though, as it would function just fine as it was. Next, Benton dug a well and ran bamboo pipes from the water source to the pump house,
which was actually fairly easy. The biggest issue was deciding how big to make the pipe. Back on Earth, construction projects hadn't been the primary part of his job, but he'd been involved in reviewing enough architectural and engineering design sets that he understood the basics. He figured that, for the number of buildings he was hooking up, an 8-inch diameter main might be about right to start with. Actually, he really had no idea what size to use.
He didn't think an 8-inch main would possibly be too big. And if it were too small, adding more capacity would be easy, as he could simply create a whole new run. If he completely screwed up, and it didn't work, he could always pull it out and start over. Chi, combined with his other superhuman abilities, made the whole process a whole heck of a lot easier than using a backhoe to dig and lifts to place heavy cast iron pipe. The following step was a much bigger pain in the butt: distributing the water to each of the structures. If he'd only wanted to serve the buildings in the CBD, it would have been fine. But he wanted his sect members to live high on the hog, meaning the houses needed running water as well. All the construction drawings he'd ever seen stepped down the size of pipes based on calculations performed by engineers. He had no idea what those calculations entailed, though, so he just had to wing it, transitioning to smaller diameters when it felt right. Ugh. Benton foresaw a lot of trial and error in his future, because there was no way he was going to magically get it right on the first try. He'd just have to accept that the distribution wouldn't be perfect right from the start, as he didn't have time to mess with it. As long as an occupant could trigger a formation and have water come out of a spigot, he'd be satisfied, even if the flow dried up if too many people did it at once. Making capacity match demand could wait until a later date. As it was, trenching a path leading to every single building, sizing the mains, connecting the pipes, and covering the open channels took pretty much the entire night. When he finished, though, the sect grounds were marginally ready to have people start living there. Benton couldn't wait to get started with the move.
Chapter 187. Fear of Failure. So Tian waited outside all night next to the contribution points shop. Young Shu and young Ru had taken only a few hours each inside the Trials Pagoda. Kang Lin, on the other hand, had entered before sunset and, as of dawn, had not exited. There was no cause for concern. Probably. Master had been in the area working throughout the night installing roads and piping, and he hadn't given the building a second look. If Kang Lin were in any peril, surely he would have appeared anxious at the very least, if not tearing the place apart to get to her. So Zhou Tian merely waited, observed, and cultivated. Finally, mid-morning, Kang Lin came out of the pagoda and walked right past him, which made him feel good. He was hardly even hidden, barely in the shop's shadow, but his hide presence technique did such a good job that even a Foundation establishment cultivator didn't detect him. "Good morning, Kang Lin," he called out from behind her. The girl spun, surprised. "So," she glared at him, "stop doing that." He shrugged. It wasn't like he'd really even been trying. "How did the trial go?" Kang Lin grimaced. "Okay. I passed in the end, getting my shield to large success, but it wasn't easy. I almost gave up many, many times before finally figuring out the trick." As he'd suspected, she'd struggled. And if someone as talented as she was, with spiritual roots more than a full major rank above his barely passed, how was he supposed to complete his trial successfully? "Any advice?" She hesitated for a moment. "Just be persistent. It didn't feel like there was a time limit, or that the pagoda would kick me out. Each time I died, it asked me if I wanted to continue. Just keep saying yes until you figure it out." He nodded. That made sense. If there was a trait all three of the Foundation establishment cultivators shared, It was a certain degree of stubbornness. His determination didn't match theirs, but maybe it would be enough. Maybe. His face must have shown his doubt, because she said, "Hey, you're the smartest one of us. If you can't figure it out, no one has any hope. Trust in yourself. You can do this." Zhou Tian cupped his hands. "Gratitude, Senior Sister." She smiled at him and turned to continue on her way. Since Kang Lin had finished, the trial's pagoda was empty, and he was next up. With no ready excuse to put his task off, he went inside the shop and paid his contribution points to Peng Zhen. Zhou Tian's heart pounded in his chest like one of Shun Wu's hammers hitting an anvil. The stakes just seemed so high. Since Zhou Tian already had hide presence at mastery and his dagger technique at large success, advancing his weapon skill would open up an opportunity for him to study a perception technique. As he was nearing Qi-gathering Minor Realm 7, he didn't have a lot of time to master whatever new skill he learned before reaching Foundation establishment. It was pretty much obtain the new technique now or never. Combined with really wanting a perception technique to enhance his ability to be the sect's head scout, fear of failure was also hitting him hard. Sure, someone had to be the first to exit the pagoda having failed, but he really didn't want it to be him. He'd been accepted as a kind of leader in the sect, but he really didn't feel like he brought nearly as much to the table as some of the others. The twins were much better fighters. All the guards had more experience than him. Wan Ai had figured out how to do the baths for body cultivation and would surely discover even more miraculous things in the future. What special talent did he provide? The ability to stand in an alley and watch people come and go from a building? How would the sect ever survive without that unique skill? He stepped up to the pedestal with the white orb, placed his hand on it, and requested a trial to improve his dagger technique. Seconds later, permission was granted, and everything went black. When light returned, Zhou Tian was in what appeared to be a large cavern. The ceiling glowed in patches, and large stalactites growing down from above blocked portions of that light, creating many shadows. On the other end of the cave were 5 creatures. They were humanoid in size and shape, with large bug eyes and 4 arms each. Zhou Tian couldn't help but wonder if they were real, or if the pagoda had created them. And if they were created, were they based on something real, or had the pagoda made them up? Either way, the creatures were obviously part of the trial, and while it wasn't a given that his objective was to kill the creatures, he needed to be prepared for that eventuality, because it was the most obvious course of action. He drew both of his daggers and settled into a fighting stance. None of them held weapons, but as Zhou Tian watched, a blade formed in the hands of the one closest to him. The creature threw it. He'd had enough practice that he'd gotten pretty good at blocking both melee and ranged weapons with his knives. Senior Sister's arrows were way too fast to even dodge, much less parry, but he regularly deflected ones from other sect archers. The blade launched by the creature was slow in comparison, and Zhou Tian easily knocked it to the ground. With no more projectiles having been sent his way, he took an instant to examine the first one. Ice. It was a shaped chunk of ice with a wickedly sharp edge. He was positive the thing would slice into him as easily as steel would. Interesting. When he looked at the creatures again, all 5 of them were holding blades in each of their 4 hands, meaning he faced 20 total ice shards. Blocking 1 was easy. 2 would be fine. 3 or 4 or 5? Possibly. 20? No way. He found a nearby shadow and disappeared into it. The creatures launched their projectiles in a wide spread, but it was clear they had no idea where he was exactly. Considering that he wasn't stupid enough to stay in one spot, None of the shards came close to hitting in. Hopping quickly from shadow to shadow, he approached the creatures. Fatty Ren was nervous. Sect leader Chao Su expected him to recruit 200 members for the Rising Tide sect, and he expected that task completed quickly. 200 people were a lot of people. Granted, Vermilion Incomparable Rain Town had a population in the thousands, probably less than 20,000, but more than 10. The new town manager was in the process of conducting a census, but those results would take a while. Regardless, Fatty Ren didn't know nearly 200 people. Besides his fellow sect members, all he really came in contact with were the servants and guards at the palace, and those didn't number nearly enough. They did represent a start, though. The guards, at least. Actually, the real start was his 3 sect brothers and his sect sister, who were with him in his cultivation room. He was so thankful he didn't have to complete the task alone. "Brother Song Yongliang, how many guards does the palace have?" Fatty Ren said. 50, senior brother." Wow, that many? Fatty Ren had always thought that having mortals guard him, a Foundation establishment cultivator, was pointless. But whenever he'd voiced any objection, he'd always been told that it was important to keep up appearances. His desire not to rock the boat might be about to pay dividends. "Are they loyal, brother?" Fatty Ren said. "Can we trust them to be good sect members?" The last thing he wanted to do was be the reason his new sect was infiltrated by spies from the sect leader's enemies. "We have no way to test their talent, senior brother. They're most likely all trash. Unless the esteemed sect leader left you a testing device?" "Did you not hear him, brother? He does not care about talent level, only quantity." "He was serious about that, senior brother? Surely not. If we deliver a bunch of trash to him to be inducted, surely we will be punished." Fatty Ren understood why Song Yongliang thought that way. Had either of them even suggested to the Righteous Rain sect leader that anyone with spiritual roots rated below a D- be inducted into the sect, they would have been punished. Severely. "Sect leader Chao Su is unfathomable, brother," Fatty Ren said. "Do you know of anyone else who carries around top heaven-grade soul cultivation methods in his spatial ring, has access to a trials pagoda, and somehow raises the spiritual roots of everyone who joins his sect?" "No, senior brother. He is something unlike anything we've experienced, brother. If he wanted talented recruits, he would have told us to recruit only talented individuals and given us a method to do so. We don't have a way to test, and there are not likely to be 200 citizens of this town who are even at D- and above. Even if there were, it would be almost impossible to find them all in the time frame that sect leader Chao Su demanded. It just feels wrong to induct trash into our new sect, senior brother." For the first time in a long while, Fatty Ren felt anger toward his sect brother. "Do not let the sect leader ever hear you say such a thing. He has given you a chance to continue your challenge of the heavens. You owe him everything. If he wants low-talent recruits, I will not gainsay him. You will not gainsay him. None of us will. Understand?" All 4 of the chi-gathering cultivators immediately kowtowed. He didn't use his authority often, but when he did, they knew to obey immediately, as was expected for a sect member responding to a senior. "For 20 years we've languished," Fatty Ren said, "not advancing and unable to avenge our former sect. Out of nowhere, an opportunity has been dropped into our laps. I intend to embrace that opportunity with all my being. You 4 are advised to do the same." "Yes, senior brother," the 4 said. "Good. Now back to my question. Can we trust the guards?" 34 of them are veterans, who were all investigated and found not to have taken bribes from the old town manager, Song Yongliang said. The remaining veterans failed the investigation and were executed. Their replacements are unproven but could be considered marginally reliable. It was not going to be possible to find 200 recruits who were all perfectly vetted, so marginally reliable, while not great, would have to do. The second source of inductees was provided by the sect leader himself. "What about the orphanage, brother?" Fatty Wren said. "How many recruits will it provide?" "There are 31 children housed there, with 5 adults taking care of them. 13 of the children have not completed growing their spiritual roots, though, so that source yields a total of 23, senior brother." "That's all, brother?" Fatty Wren frowned. He'd been hoping for more. "If we included the families of the adults the sect leader hired, that adds 10 more, senior brother." 83 down, 117 to go. Not even half. "Any other thoughts on who to recruit, brother? I'd prefer not to use the palace servants, but I will if we must." Fatty Wren shook his head. If he recruited all the servants, who would prepare his food and clean the palace? "Brother Su Kai, Brother Dai Wei Men, Sister Sun Jiao and I have made some acquaintances over the years, senior brother. Give us a few moments, and we can come up with a list of those we would consider recruiting." Fatty Wren gave them leave to retreat to another room to discuss. Meanwhile, he called his valet forward. "I am ready for my mid-morning snack." It was a bit early, barely a half hour since breakfast, but hunger gnawed at him. The man cupped his hands, but instead of departing immediately, he hesitated. That wasn't normal. He was usually very prompt, the very essence of efficiency. "Is there a matter that needs my attention?" Fatty Wren said. "This lowly one is not qualified to interject in such matters, my lord." Well used to overly polite speech, Fatty Wren internally translated his servant's message. The man felt he had something to contribute to the conversation he overheard, but was terrified that he'd be punished for speaking up. The situation was quite extraordinary. His servants, as a rule, did not offer opinions. Compared to most citizens in the town, they lived well. The pay was good, and they were neither mistreated nor fired from their positions without a serious reason. Given those circumstances, they were not inclined to do anything to call attention to themselves. Considering that the man had even broached the subject, whatever he had to say must be very important to him. "Speak," Fatty Wren said. The valet hesitated again, which was understandable. He'd only been ordered to voice his opinion. He hadn't been given any assurance that he wouldn't be disciplined for doing so. That lack was not an oversight on Fatty Wren's part. Avoiding punishment was entirely dependent on the content of the message. "My lord, this lowly one and the other palace servants have loyally served for years, some of us decades. This lowly one understands that none of us are worthy of joining my lord's sect. But this lowly one wonders, since my lord is searching for loyal recruits, if sons and daughters of the palace staff might be a possible avenue if extra numbers are needed." That idea was not horrible. Fatty Wren had always treated the servants reasonably well, and he had to assume that, like the guards, they'd all been investigated after the incident with the previous town manager. All who remained were probably quite loyal. It was quite possible, likely even, that their children would have been taught to be loyal as well. "Compile a list. Include ages and what jobs they have if they're old enough." "There are no guarantees that all, or indeed any of them, will be chosen. But the idea isn't bad," Fatty Wren said. "Carry on." It took a while before both lists were ready, a time during which Fatty Wren ate his snack, ordered another one, and ate that one as well. Not only did his chi aspect drive his hunger, but he tended to eat even more when he was stressed. And the thought of failing sect leader Chao Su's orders was stressful indeed. Chapter 188. Explosive growth. Zhou Tian smoothly darted from shadow to shadow, moving ever closer to the four-armed, bug-eyed creatures slinging ice shards at him. The cavern provided plenty of cover in the form of rocks growing both from the floor and the ceiling, and each blocked the glowing light from above, giving him ample options for hiding. He was still 1 against 5, but the environment tilted things in his favor. The question was, though, what did the encounter have to teach him about using his daggers? Short-bladed weapons were ideal for close-in work. He struggled when dueling with trained fighters who used swords or spears. Or bows. He shuddered. Especially a bow wielded by Senior's sister. Those spars had taught him to dart in close and strike fast, which often cost him the match when he was unable to avoid or block attacks. Staying at range, though, only made him lose faster. He doubted the lesson from the trial was one he'd already taken to heart, so there had to be something he was missing. Still, moving closer to attack was the only way he could determine to handle the encounter, so that was what he did. Occasionally, one of the creatures would launch an ice shard, but always in a random direction. Zhou Tian was too good at stealth to be seen or heard by an opponent given the terrain. By the time he'd drawn near and circled around the group, it was apparent from their throws that the creatures had no idea where he was. Next came the hard part, though. He couldn't fight any of them one-on-one because the ranged weapons of the others would kill him almost instantly, as he couldn't block thrown shards while engaging in melee. A quick backstab, followed by darting back into the shadows, was a possibility. But he knew nothing about the creature's physiology. It was entirely possible that, if he buried his blade deeply into one of them, he might not be able to draw it back out in time.
From experience, he judged the problem to be more likely to occur than not. Zhou Tian was not a Foundation establishment cultivator. In addition to not being able to externally manipulate qi, he had not yet been gifted a spatial ring. The 2 daggers were all he had. First lesson learned from the trial: carry more weapons. A backup dagger and some throwing knives would have been great to have. The safest plan of attack was to dart out of shadow, slice one of the creatures with his blade, or blades if the momentum of the attack allowed, and retreat immediately back into the shadows, maintaining situational awareness to block or dodge incoming projectiles at all times. Zhou Tian crept within a few feet of the rearmost of the creatures, its back facing him. With it being behind the others, it was tempting, oh so tempting, to attempt a backstab, counting on the suddenness of his ambush to give him time to extract his blade and get back into cover. But he'd already discarded that idea as risky. Light slices were the order of the day. He stuck to his plan, darting quickly and quietly from shadow and swiping the creatures back with both his daggers. What he had first thought to be black clothing turned out to be fur, and very satisfying twin red slashes opened on the thing's back. Not that he took the time to properly savor his successful strike. No sooner had the cuts been made that he dashed back behind a nearby rock. And that movement was a good thing. He'd barely made it out of sight when a dozen ice shards cracked into the rocks near him. His plan had been sound, and he was thankful he hadn't given in to temptation and abandoned it. Of course, he didn't remain in one place once he'd moved out of the creature's sight. Instead, he was immediately on the move, stealthily relocating before attacking a different creature from a different location. The task of killing all 5 of them was long and, frankly, a bit boring. They had no perception skills capable of locating him, and as long as he employed hit-and-run tactics and avoided getting entangled with any of his targets, they really had no way of stopping him at all. Which, he supposed, was the whole point of the trial. He was a stealth-oriented fighter who employed short-bladed weapons. Going toe-to-toe with someone in a duel was the height of stupidity.
Obviously, there was merit to sparring with other sect members, because one would not always be able to choose their battleground. He needed to be able to hold his own against swords and spears, but a straight-up fight should never be his plan going into a fight, if it could be avoided. It was a good lesson, one he was glad to have learned. Once the last creature had died, a man appeared. "Congratulations," he said. "You have passed the trial." Practically before the echo of the last word had faded, Zhou Qian found himself back in the room with the orb and pedestal. He immediately sank into meditation and consolidated the lessons he'd learned. It didn't take long before he felt something click in his mind. He'd reached mastery with his dagger technique. Zhou Qian grinned. He'd passed his trial on the first try. None of the others had done that. Not Yang Shu, not Yang Ru, and not Kang Lin. What had he been so worried about? Fatty Ren had just finished his second mid-morning snack when his valet returned with a list of sons and daughters of the palace staff. Seeing as there were dozens of servants, from cooks to maids to gardeners to positions he didn't even know the definition of, the list was quite extensive, and as it was arranged by servant, he couldn't help but notice that some of them seemed to have an awful lot of children. Maybe he wasn't working them hard enough, because those workers seemed to have an awful lot of time for other activities, given the number of kids listed. "How many are on this list?" Fatty Ren said. 158, my lord, but that includes some nieces and nephews. Those are marked with an N for the sake of clarity and transparency. I see. Good. I'll take this into consideration, Fatty Ren said, before dismissing the man. Shortly thereafter, his sect brothers and sister returned. Senior brother, Song Yong Liang said, here is the list. That one was much shorter than the one compiled by the servants, so Fatty Ren quickly counted the names himself. 26. Not a paltry number, but less than he'd hoped. You are confident in these people, brother? Fatty Ren said. We would not be willing to stake our lives on most of them, senior brother, but they have all proven to be competent and reliable in the past. None of them were touched by the taint of the previous town manager, and we have always been cautious that people in our circle might use news of our activities to curry favor with the big three. None of the ones on this list ever did anything that aroused our suspicion. That recommendation was good enough for Fatty Ren. He mentally added the 26 names to the previous total of 83 combined from the guards and the orphanage. The new total became 109. Adding in himself and his sect brothers and sister got him to 114. All he needed was 86 more. He handed the list of servants' children to Song Yong Liang. The four of you take a look at this list and choose 86 people from it by whatever criteria you decide. Once you're finished, bring all the guards, the orphans, and their watchers, and your friends to the palace. Using almost half of the servants' children was a bit of a risk, but by that point, Fatty Ren needed more people, regardless of where they came from. Absent using those from the list, he'd probably end up grabbing random passers-by from the street. He'd just have to task his sect brothers and sister, as well as the guards, with keeping an eye on the others. Yes, that would work. As soon as the 200 were all gathered, he'd send a message to sect leader Chao Su, who would surely be very happy that the task had been completed in well under the month time period. Perfect. Fatty Ren's membership in his new sect was getting off to a wonderful start. It was the morning of the 4th day since Jin Li Huan had found the wolf cub spirit beast, and she still hadn't named it. With all that was going on, she doubted anyone, not even Master, would fault her for not doing so. Cultivators from a rival sect had attacked the village. Ye Zan had been killed. Master had dashed off to avenge him. The news had been shocking, and she'd been stuck hiking back from her processing mission and taking care of a filthy spirit beast. Not literally filthy, of course. She bathed the cub daily, in addition to feeding it and giving it a core. After the cub ate its second core on the morning of the third day, it outgrew the cage Senior Brother made for it. Given the beast's intelligence and apparent understanding that harming her would be bad, she'd let it sleep in her tent without the cage rather than asking him, having recently returned to camp from the village to rebuild it. Jin Li Huan had woken up with the creature snuggled up to her, and her cuddling it in turn. She'd immediately pushed it away as soon as she realized what was happening, but she couldn't get the image out of her mind. It was a hateful, evil spirit beast. Its brethren had killed her family. She knew that. She believed that, with all her heart. But taking care of a creature night and day, and having it depend solely on her to meet all its needs, wore on her. She found it more and more difficult to hate it. Maybe she should kill it and get it over with. She'd get to hang on to the hate in her heart, and all it would cost her was her oath to master. Conflicted, she fed the beast its third spirit core, expecting it to grow like normal after consuming it. And it did. First, though, it collapsed, unconscious. Jin Li Huan was elated. Maybe it was going to die, and through no fault of hers. She couldn't imagine a better outcome, no matter the consequences for herself. As they broke camp, their final time, as they were no more than 3/4 of a day's hike from the village, the beast remained unconscious. Looking after it was her responsibility, so she tried to carry it. But it had grown too large. Huang Yimun had to transport the beast. It wasn't until after lunch that it experienced the growth she'd expected. In fact, it exceeded that growth in an explosive manner, expanding to the size of a large dog in seconds. Senior Brother rushed over as the beast woke. "Congratulations," he said, his voice deadpan. "You are now bonded to a rank 2 beast, and unless my spiritual sense deceives me, you've reached the 4th minor realm." Jin Li Huan stared at Senior Brother blankly. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility for the beast to advance in rank. She was, after all, feeding it cores daily. That was how beasts grew. But the part about her reaching minor realm 4... What? How? He'd never said anything about her getting to the 2nd or 3rd realm. She hadn't felt anything different when she tried to cultivate. With her ruined channels, she couldn't have possibly reached so high so fast. Could she? But as unfathomable as such explosive growth being true was for her, it was equally as unfathomable for Senior Brother to be wrong. Master had said that the bond would bring benefits to her, but jumping 3 minor realms in as many days was insane.
Chapter 189. 3 Notifications and a Message. As Benton had been hard at work installing the infrastructure for the sect grounds, he'd ignored his notifications, other than granting permission for Zhou Tian to start his trial. By mid-morning, Benton's tasks were finally complete, and he took a few moments to review the pop-ups. Host's disciple, Kang Lin, has reached Lightning Shield. Large success. Host is awarded 2 sect points. Host has 715 sect points available. Nice. Great job, Kang Lin. On another positive note, he was now firmly above 700 points, mainly due to sect members advancing in body cultivation. The increase wasn't quite high enough to afford much of anything, but it was definitely a step in the right direction. That notification was followed by a similar one. Host's disciple, Zhou Tian, has reached Foundational Dagger Essentials, Mastery. Host is awarded 2 sect points.
Host has 717 sect points available. Awesome, Zotian. That kid was a real go-getter. He'd mastered both his chi gathering techniques, so he'd need a new one. Benton reached out with his spiritual sense and discovered an extra person, one at the 6th minor realm of chi gathering, in Peng Jun's contribution points shop. That had to beat Zotian, probably asking about the new technique at that moment. Definitely a real go-getter. Benton would need to create the technique, of course, so once he was finished reviewing his notifications, he'd quick step on over there. First, though, he pulled up the final one. Host's disciple, Jin Li Huan, has reached Chi Gathering Minor Realm 4. Host is awarded 3 sect points. Host has 720 sect points available. Wow! Go Jin Li Huan! Benton didn't know if he should be proud, happy, or concerned that Lier had jumped from the first minor realm all the way to the 4th in one step. The amount of benefit a cultivator got from a bond depended on a lot of factors, and one of those was compatibility of chi aspect. If he had to guess, he'd have to say that Lier's lack of an aspect counted basically as 100% compatibility. That was lucky for her. At best, Benton had anticipated that the beast advancing to rank 2 would propel her to the 2nd minor realm. Instead, she was keeping pace with it. If that trend continued... On one hand, such a leap could not possibly be good for her foundation. On the other, her channels were so messed up that normal cultivation was never going to be a good path for her. Bonding the wolf cub might just turn out to be one of those auspicious encounters around which legends were formed. He reached out his spiritual sense again, focusing on the returning processing party. They weren't far from the village and should reach it before nightfall. Benton wanted to see how she was doing, and definitely needed to check her cultivation. But there was no emergency. It could wait until she returned. Just as he was about to quick-step to the contribution points shop, he sensed something else. One of his message dragons. Yikes, that thing moved fast, kind of skimming through space by skipping over about half the distance it should have traveled. A few moments later, the origami creature landed in his hand and unfurled. Friend Su, this lowly town lord has been busy. My sect brothers, sect sister, and I have identified 195 additional recruits, and by the time you receive this message, they should all be gathered at the palace. If I don't hear from you by tomorrow, I will conduct the ceremony myself before leaving to find you at the village. Since I don't have any cultivation methods or other resources for them, however, I'm not sure what to have them do in the meantime. Your loyal sect member, Fatty. Ren Benton had given the town lord a month to find the required number of recruits. Instead, he'd done it in a day. The plan had been to discuss logistics, including discussing how to provision the new inductees with cultivation methods and the like, the next time Benton flew to Vermilion Incomparable Raintown. But that idea was out the window. Not that the early completion was a bad thing. Sooner was better. Amazing. Benton hadn't known that Fatty Wren was so proactive. Benton needed to get the new inductees cultivating as soon as possible, which necessitated a trip to town. That day, he reviewed what was on his plate. First came supplying the new technique for Zotian. After that, Benton had wanted to continue his work on the sect building arrays that the Jade Chameleon sect attack had interrupted, as he would prefer that project to be complete before letting his sect members use the facilities. Other than that, he just needed to touch base with Jin Li Huan. Well, the first and last of those tasks could be accomplished even with a quick trip to town. The arrays would just have to wait. He shrugged. That was what night was for, right? It was a good thing he didn't need to sleep much anymore.
Zhou Tian had exchanged pleasantries for a good half-hour with Peng Zhen. The former merchant and current proprietor of the contribution points shop was a really nice guy, but wow, he liked to talk. Then again, he and his family were the only ones actually living on the sect grounds. Maybe he was a bit starved for company that wasn't his wife or kids. That situation would probably change soon. Considering all the work that Master was doing to the grounds and how quickly things were changing, Zhou Tian suspected that it wouldn't be long until the entire sect was living in the new buildings, which was both good and concerning. All the houses were well-made and luxurious. Master had even apparently installed running water in all of them. Such a thing was reserved for cultivators and the extremely wealthy back in 6th Flawless Flowing City. As a former street rat, Zhou Tian would never have believed that he'd live somewhere so nice. Everything had happened so fast and been so extraordinary that he sometimes didn't feel like a real cultivator. Moving into a place that befit his presumed new status would be a good thing. Hopefully, it would help to make him feel like he belonged. On the other hand, he didn't know how to navigate the new living arrangements and his budding relationship with Wan Ai. Currently, they were both living in the same house. In separate bedrooms, of course. But that house was the temporary alchemy pavilion. Others belonging to that pavilion lived there too. As far as Zhou Tian could figure from the layout that Master had created, the pavilions were for work. There was more than enough room in apartments and residences for all current sect members to live. If Zhou Tian suggested that he and Wan Ai live together in one house, she might take that as being too forward, which would create problems for them. If he suggested that he take a single-person dwelling and that she choose her own living situation, she might think he was rejecting her, which would create problems for them. He knew that he should just talk to her about the situation, but the conversation would be awkward. She would hate it. He would hate that she hated it. So, senior brother, Peng Zhen said. You've already accessed the pagoda, so what other service can the contribution points shop provide you today? Zhou Tian still felt more than a little weird when a married father more than twice his age referred to him as senior brother. Sect protocols took some getting used to. At least he didn't have to refer to him as junior brother. Since the man was the head of a pavilion, Master was an entirely appropriate form of address. This one needs a new technique, Master Peng Zhen. A specialized one, I presume, senior brother? That was a good question. As Zhou Tian understood it, Master's philosophy was that, for the most part, using techniques attuned to one's qi element in the qi-gathering realm was not all that advantageous. It was the "for the most part" that caused the issue. Master seemed to want his most talented disciples to all use only attuned techniques. Of course, Zhou Tian did not fit that category. At all. As someone with D-, now D after the recent improvement, roots, he was barely a step up from common trash on the street. The difference between him and gutter trash, however, was his weirdly strong affinity with his qi aspect. Master had been fine with Zhou Tian learning the same dagger technique that literally anyone else in the sect could have learned, regardless of their qi aspect. Master had also insisted on Zhou Tian learning hide presence, which was specifically attuned not just to shadow, but to him personally. He had no idea what Master would choose for a perception technique. Just as Zhou Tian was about to relay that to the shopkeeper, Master appeared behind the counter, right next to him. Benton hid a frown. He'd just appeared out of thin air, and neither Peng Zhen nor Zhou Tian had so much as jumped a little. They weren't even the slightest bit surprised. Bummer. Benton sighed. Everyone was way too used to his quick steps. He needed to find a new, even flashier entrance. Both his disciples cupped their hands. Zhou Tian, congratulations on passing the trial and getting your weapon technique to mastery, Benton said. You're ready for your next technique, correct? Yes, Master. And you want something to enhance your perception, to improve your scouting abilities, right? The boy nodded. Is there any particular sense that you want to improve? Benton said. No, Master. Something like Senior Sister uses would be perfect. Benton could see the wisdom in that choice. If Zhou improved his eyesight, it wouldn't help with invisible enemies. A better ability to sniff out scents might be great for tracking, but it wouldn't assist him in seeing details of an enemy force from a long distance. Not that the opposite choice would be exactly bad. A team of scouts where each member was an expert at detection using one sense would be very effective. Zhou decision very much met the needs of the moment, however. The sect would mainly be using him on solo scouting missions. There was no ready team to send with him, and that state of affairs might continue for quite some time. Very well, Benton said. I seem to recall that you've had some success using shadow to assist in your detection abilities recently? Yes, Master, but only because my opponent used shadow to hide. It would not have helped had another element been in play. I don't wish to limit myself. Good point. Actually, that was a great point. Benton nodded sagely. Understood. I still advise, however, that we go with a specifically attuned technique. I'll make sure that the one I give you has enhanced capabilities against shadow, but will still work as well as young shoes against foes using other aspects. The boy cupped his hands. Gratitude, Master. Benton turned to Peng Zhen. Remind me, what are we charging for qi gathering techniques? 100 for general techniques, 250 for ones attuned to a qi element, and 500 for ones specifically attuned to the cultivator's qi aspect, Master. Zhou, do you think those are fair prices and contribution points? Benton said. Of course, Master. None of the sect members had any real idea of the value of contribution points, so the question had not been a fair one. So far, members like Zhou had run up points like scores on a pinball machine and had little to spend them on. That situation would change, hopefully soon. Well, I don't, Benton said. Both Peng Zhen and Zhou looked at him with surprised expressions. Those definitely work as the standard prices. But you, Zhou, have earned a discount for reaching mastery in both your previous techniques. Well done, my disciple. Truly well done. The boy actually looked like he got a little emotional as he cupped his hands. Peng Zhen, do you concur that 100 points is a sufficient price given Zhou accomplishment? The merchant smiled. Of course, Master. Good. Give me a moment, Benton said. He pulled up the technique creation menu and obviously selected qi gathering for the realm and attunement to Zhou exact qi aspect. He used Yang Shu's perception technique for a template for what he wanted it to do, only adding the enhancement to work with the boy's superior connection to the shadow element. The distribution of attributes proved tricky, as always. Foundation was probably the least important of the three, but it wasn't a throwaway stat. Zhou would be using enhanced senses a lot, as it was foundational to his job. At the same time, most of his true techniques would come later, when he gained the ability to manipulate qi externally. Benton set it to 15. Ease held greater importance for the technique than usual because of the situation. Zhou was closing in on Minor Realm 7, and it would be advantageous if he reached mastery in the new technique before reaching Foundation establishment. Ease controlled how quickly he would learn it. Power was, of course, the most important of the three, as that attribute determined how much Zhou senses would be enhanced. The higher, the better. 50 for power, left 35 for ease. Benton didn't feel like he got the distribution perfect, but then again, he almost never did. It would have to do. He named it Shadow Perception, agreed to the purchase, and tossed the slip to Zhou. Next task? Fly to Vermilion Incomparable Rain Town and induct almost 200 new sect members, not quite doubling the membership. Things were looking up.
That would put him near the halfway mark to qualifying for nascent soul. In terms of sheer quantity of people, at least. It was going to be interesting to see what the large induction did to his average loyalty rating. Chapter 190. Procrastination. Benton soared through the air on his way to Vermilion incomparable Raintown, the wind washing through his hair and scouring away his troubles. He wished, anyway. There was no telling when, not if, the Jade Chameleon sect would retaliate for his actions, or what form that reprisal would take. Part of his reason for destroying the branch sect grounds had been pure vengeance, but the main motive had been to send a message that he and his people were not to be messed with. He'd done it to keep his sect members safe. His greatest fear was that the very act meant to protect them would be what led to their deaths. If a single nascent soul cultivator came after him, he felt good about his chances of defending the sect and the village. But if multiple higher-realmed cultivators attacked, there would be nothing he could do. His only way to truly defend his people was to become stronger, which meant ascending to nascent soul himself. And to do that, he needed 1,000 sect members who viewed him with an average loyalty rating of at least 6.5, and a minimum of half of whom lived in the main sect grounds. With the loss of Yezan and the gain of the wolf cub, Fatty Wren, and the 4 former Righteous Rain Chi-gathering cultivators, the Rising Tide membership sat at 267. After inducting the 195 recruits Fatty Wren found, that number would rise to 462. The next induction of villagers would put the sect at more than half the target. It was tempting, so tempting, to simply recruit the rest of the people immediately. Dragging the rest of the villagers out to the amphitheater and inducting them would be a piece of cake. Everyone was eager to join up. Even considering the recent trouble with the Jade Chameleon sect, the advantages far outweighed the risks for the mortals. The problem was that the sect was not big enough to take in so many people. They didn't have the infrastructure or the personnel to handle the influx. Benton's gut told him that trying to do that in an unorganized manner would hurt the sect in the long run. The question was whether it would save them in the short run, in which case the long-term risk was worth it. Really, the decision came down to the answer to 2 questions. The first was how and when would the Jade Chameleon sect react? If they immediately sent all their nascent souls to the village, he was cooked if he didn't reach that realm first. But everything he and Sue knew about sects told him that the Jade Chameleons would move cautiously. They had been put in a precarious position. The Emperor's faction and the other 2 of the big 3 had to be sniffing at their holdings. One wrong move could cause everyone to pounce. Trying to strike at Benton and failing would prove disastrous for them. They also had no idea of Benton's true strength. He'd proven strong enough to kill a large force of Golden Core cultivators, which was something no one of a similar realm should be able to do. Combined with the inability of anyone to sense him, they should suspect he was at least at nascent soul. No other interpretation of the facts made sense, as his true situation was, to the best of his knowledge, unprecedented. Taking those 2 factors together, it was logical that the Jade Chameleons would not move aggressively any time in the near future. Their best bet was to turn the other factions against him in order to build a coalition. That maneuvering would take time, months at the very least. Of course, cultivators were sometimes known to behave very irrationally, and he was basically risking his entire sect on them pursuing the wisest course. The second question was how the new recruits would affect his average loyalty rating. System, what is my current average loyalty rating? 8.0. That number wasn't bad at all. He hadn't checked it since before the beast tide, and it had actually risen 0.2 points since then. He'd feared that with Yezan's death, it might have fallen. Then again, the combination of coming through the beast tide unscathed, the Trials Pagoda, and the enhanced spiritual roots probably helped a lot. Doing some quick math, Benton would be in the 6.75 range, even if the new recruits he was about to induct had even a very neutral loyalty of 5 towards him. It seemed like the villagers held him in good regard in general, so it was possible that his average loyalty rating would end up being okay if there was an emergency and he had to add a bunch of them at once. That was good to know. In the end, he decided to take a middle course. He'd accelerate recruitment as much as he felt was reasonable, starting with adding 75 villagers every 2 weeks instead of 50 every 4 weeks. Just that increase would bring him near 1,000 sect members in about 14 weeks. By tasking Fatty Wren with adding another 100, he could drop that by an additional 2 weeks. 12 weeks. If Benton could just hold off an attack for 3 months, he'd be unbeatable by anyone on the continent. In the meantime, he'd make it a priority to finish checking all the arrays in the sect buildings and set up enough housing on the grounds for more than 500 people. He'd also monitor his average loyalty rating after each induction to predict where it might end up after adding more people. Finally, he'd make sure that the mayor and the twins were ready to induct villagers at a moment's notice if he needed an emergency boost. The plan wasn't perfect. If he was caught by surprise by multiple nascent souls, he was likely toast. But it gave him the best balance between long-term benefit and short-term safety.
By the time he'd decided on his priorities, he'd reached the outskirts of Vermilion Incomparable Raintown. From there, a quick step took him to Fatty Wren's combination throne room and cultivation chamber. "Friend Sue, you came!" the town lord said. "Of course I did," Benton said, "but I unfortunately can't stay long. Is everyone ready?" Fatty Wren wrung his hands, clearly worried. "I need just 10 minutes, friend Sue. I didn't know what time you'd get here, so I didn't have them gathered up." Benton was in a hurry, but the rush wasn't that severe. He hadn't meant for his question to cause so much anguish. "It's my fault entirely. I should have messaged. Just gather everyone as quickly as you can." 10 minutes turned to 15, which turned to 20, with Fatty Wren sweating the delay the entire time. Benton wasn't really that impatient, however. If timeliness had been that crucial to him, he definitely would have sent a message to have everyone ready. Once he saw the mass of 195 recruits, he decided it was a good thing he'd decided to come. For one thing, doing the induction ceremony himself would hopefully result in more loyalty toward him. The people were probably already somewhat loyal to Fatty Wren, and Benton doubted that transferred to him automatically. He needed to keep his rating up. The main reason his being there was so advantageous, though, was the distribution of cultivation methods. No one else could do that as effectively as he could. If he'd been forced to delegate the chore to Fatty Wren, the only option would have been to give everyone the generic Supreme Foundations of Heaven scripture that allowed anyone with any chi aspect to cultivate it. Not that the method was a bad choice. In fact, all but 5 of the people in the crowd received it, as most everyone was E-ranked and below, with a wide variety of chi aspects. 3, though all in the F range, happened to have a nature aspect. He distributed the Supreme Growth of Heaven scripture to them, as using a method tuned to their element would provide a minor benefit, and, since it had already been created, providing that tiny advantage cost him nothing. The remaining 2 exceptions were relatively young people with decent roots. There was a 20-year-old girl with E plus roots and ice-aspected chi. With the spiritual root enhancement she'd receive upon induction, she'd be elevated to D-, the minimum rank at which he'd devoted a tailored cultivation method for all his previous disciples. He didn't see any reason to change that practice, as the 10-point expenditure was trivial compared to the almost 200 he was about to receive.
The second of the two was the real prize, though. He was a little old for most sects at 26, but B- roots made him a fantastic find. His wind-based chi aspect wasn't anything particularly exciting, but with roots like that, Benton didn't care. With the aid of Fatty Ren's 4 chi-gathering cultivators, jade slips holding the appropriate cultivation methods were quickly distributed to each person. It was at that point that Benton encountered a minor problem. He usually supplied beast cores to each sect member so that they could access the jade slips, but he didn't have nearly 200 cores on him. Fortunately, Fatty Ren had a decent number available, given the recent tide. There wouldn't be enough for each person, but 20 shared among the group meant that they would have decent access to one when they needed to refer to the jade slip. "Greetings, soon-to-be inductees to the Rising Tide sect," Benton said. "You've each been given a jade slip that contains a cultivation method. Tomorrow, Town Lord Fatty Ren and his subordinates will teach you how to access the information on it. Before that, though, you will be presented with a choice." He explained that, as soon as they became members, they'd have the opportunity to improve their spiritual roots. The men and women, except for those associated with the orphanage, looked to Fatty Ren for confirmation. He nodded. Benton continued by explaining that, though the enhancement was a major improvement, it was also very, very painful. "Please understand that, even with the improvement, all but 2 of you would never have been accepted by any other sect," Benton said. "In those sects, you would not have a chance to make it higher than the middle of chi gathering. I will personally guarantee you that, as long as you are diligent, I will utilize all reasonable measures at my disposal to make sure you reach foundation establishment. It is highly likely, though, that the vast majority of you will not reach much higher than the very beginning of that realm. Think carefully if the pain is worth the benefit, given your slim odds of advancing higher. You will not be looked down upon for choosing not to go through that ordeal." His words might as well have fallen on deaf ears. After the induction, every single person in the crowd decided to go through with the improvement. Crazy. They were all crazy. After instructing Fatty Ren how important it was that he and the 4 chi-gathering cultivators make sure that each of the recruits finish at least 1 cycle the next day, Benton left, dreaming of the nearly 200 sect points he'd receive once the recruits completed that task. On the way back to the village, Benton started out thinking about his most important immediate task, completing his examination of the arrays constructed by the Righteous Rain sect in their former buildings. Another thought intruded upon that plan, though. There was something else pressing that he'd been avoiding. The other thing he needed to deal with was Yedzan's funeral. Benton knew that everyone was waiting for him to set the date, but he'd been avoiding thinking about it, much less planning the details. His reaction was strange. Though Yedzan was an important sect member who Benton had been quite fond of, the amount he cared for the guard captain, a relatively brief acquaintance, paled in comparison to the love of a husband for a wife of literal decades. Yet Benton had soldiered on through the planning of Evelyn's memorial service immediately. He'd been sad and quite a mess, actually, but he'd done his duty, making sure that her memory was honored through the ceremony. Yedzan, who'd given his life to save Yang Shu, deserved no less. Benton didn't understand why he was procrastinating so much. Well, maybe he did. When Evelyn died, there was nothing he could have done about it. She received the best medical care they could find, and he'd stayed by her side until the end. Her death was in no way his fault. He couldn't make the same statement about Yedzan, and that was ultimately the reason for the delay. Chapter 191. Another impossibility made expected. As soon as Benton returned to the sect grounds, He decided to send a message to Yang Shu. First, though, he dithered a bit about using a message instead of just quick-stepping to her. Two thoughts convinced him that sending an origami construct was the correct call. One, his time was valuable. In the 10 or 15 minutes it would take him to find her, exchange pleasantries, give her his instructions, and return to the sect grounds, he could complete diagnosing another array or two. Sure, the savings seemed trivial, but small expenditures added up. 2. His disciples needed experience receiving messages. If something more urgent were happening, it would be bad if time were wasted by his sect members not understanding what the paper dragon was. The more his people saw them in use, the better. Decision made, he composed the note. Yang Shu, when your brother and his party return, please bring him, Jin Li Huan, and Zhou Tian to me at the sect grounds. As the core of my sect leadership, it's important that you all understand what happened to Lier and what my plan for her is going forward. Gratitude, Master P. S. If Kung Lin wants to join us, I have no objection. It's sect business, of course, but nothing about it is top secret. Purely her call. There. The note had only taken a few seconds, and sending the message consumed a trivial amount of chi. Much more efficient than tracking someone down. Benton was sure that he would come to be very glad he'd created that technique. It was the next best thing to email. No more rushing around like a chicken with its head cut off when he needed something from someone. Instead, just pause a second to compose a message, fire it off, and wait for the person to come to him. Awesome. That system was much more like how he'd operated on Earth. There was value in occasionally showing up unannounced in a subordinate's office, of course, but it was much more efficient to have them come to him. With that task accomplished, it was time to get to work. The residences had comparatively simple arrays: a small shield, temperature control, alarm wards, and a cabinet designed to keep food in stasis. Even better for his purposes, each house and apartment pretty much utilized those exact 4 formations, and only those 4 formations. Furthermore, whoever had crafted them had seemingly followed a template. There was little variation. Unfortunately, they were all constructed to hook into a sect-wide array to feed them chi. The Rising Tide sect didn't have a sect-wide array, and that wasn't something he wanted to attempt to create on the fly. That project was one that would require quite a bit of planning. Yeah, lots of forethought and planning. Wouldn't want to mess that up, especially as he'd need to also create a sect-wide defensive array that was much more complex and versatile than the one he'd used at the village. He'd leave that for another day. That decision left him with 2 options to deal with the immediate problem. 1. Create an individual chi source to hook into each domicile. That meant that for each house, each single dwelling, and each apartment, he'd have to create a device that accepted spirit coins, converted those coins into chi, and fed it to the formations for that living area. Doing one was simple, the work of 10 minutes. 15 if he got fancy. The problem was that he had no trick for replicating his work. Maybe if he spent enough time, he could figure out some kind of automated factory formation. But creating such a complicated array would take as much time as making the power sources. The second option was more palatable. Create a formation that networked all the residences together and feed it from a single power station. Much easier, much faster.
The only issue was that, instead of the individual or family being responsible for supplying their own power, the source was centralized, meaning he'd probably end up creating all the coins for that purpose. Which wasn't a terrible thing. Making coins was a relatively trivial task for him,
and he could delegate the task of resupplying the source with coins. In fact, that was a good idea. He'd have Peng Zhen create a job to check the power station daily, or weekly, or whatever, and add coins as necessary. Since no special skill or knowledge was required to perform the task, any random sect member could take the assignment to earn some contribution points. The sect needed jobs like that. The second option it was. Benton got started mentally designing the formation, which didn't actually take all that long. The entire purpose of the array was to transmit chi from one point to another in the amount demanded by the receiving end. Formations didn't get much simpler. More of an issue was the medium to hold the formation. He couldn't exactly etch it into the dirt. He basically needed a long, thin strip of something that he could bury in the same trench he used for the water pipes. Something durable. Benton had plenty of treated bamboo left over, so why not? After doing the appropriate engraving, he set up the coin station in the pump house, dug a small trench above the water pipe, and was in the process of laying the conduits when his disciples arrived. "Greetings, Master," Yang Shu said. The others, Yang Ru, Zhou Tian, Kang Lin, and Jin Li Huan, who was holding the wolf cub, repeated her greeting. "Thank you for coming," Benton said. "Let's adjourn to my office for this conversation." He didn't have a real reason for holding the meeting in his office, other than simply wanting to establish the habit of using the correct facilities according to their functions. So he led them to the top floor of the administrative building. Unfortunately, he hadn't touched the arrays in that building yet, so there was no heat or light. It didn't have any furniture either, so they all had to stand. Maybe it would have been best to hold the meeting elsewhere. Oh well. Yang Shu, Kang Lin, Zhou Tian. As you can see, Jin Li Huan has bonded a wolf cub, Benton said. This situation will have a big impact on her cultivation journey and, to an extent, on our sect. I wanted all of you to be aware of what's going on with her, so you understand my wishes on the subject. Yes, Master, they all chorused. First of all, Benton said, Jin Li Huan, please give me your hand. He scanned her cultivation. Qi gathering minor realm 4, and your channels have definitely improved. Benton laughed. What's funny, Master? Lier said. The entire situation. You all remember how I keep saying that this is a cultivation world, and that we should expect that anything can happen? Yes, Master, they chorused. Well, Benton said, this is one of those anythings. It is extremely unusual for a cultivator to bond a spirit beast. It is even more unusual for the cultivator to do so accidentally. It is highly improbable for a cultivator to do so accidentally and to achieve such a compatible bond that she gains 100% of the benefits of the beast's cultivation. It is a sign that the heavens are laughing at us, that the cultivator who happened to achieve this highly improbable feat is someone who loathes spirit beasts with every fiber of her being, and is now tied to one so tightly that her future cultivation journey is inexorably linked to it. Lier looked like she was about to cry. I'm sorry, little one, Benton said. I know this feels like the worst thing that could possibly happen to you. But there are advantages. To be honest, I really didn't think that you'd ever even make Foundation Establishment, no matter how many resources I poured into you. Your channels were that messed up. Even the enhancement of your spiritual roots didn't help you much. Now, with your bond, I expect you to advance to that realm in less than a month. Finding enough materials to get you to Nascent Soul might be a challenge, but there is no reason for you not to reach Golden Core before any of your fellow disciples. All of his disciples looked surprised. No, shocked. They all looked shocked, and none more so than Jin Li Huan. The downside of that quick advancement is that, like I said, you are completely tied to the beast, Benton said. You should still cultivate at least a cycle or two daily to keep your channels clear and open. Trust me, you do not want those to atrophy. And gaining cultivation realms without cultivating at all will do very, very bad things to you. Understand? Jean Li Huan nodded vigorously. Right now, the cub isn't fighting the bond because it is a baby, Benton said. It's depending on you for food and warmth and growth. The bigger and stronger it gets, though, the less it's going to need you. If I didn't already know that you don't particularly care for the beast, I could tell just from the way you're holding it. If you persist in not caring, the cub will pick up on that, and the bond will decay. When it does, your cultivation will revert back to the way it was a few days ago. Same thing if the cub dies, only worse. The girl looked like she had swallowed a fly. I'd lose everything, Master? Everything. What do I do, Master? Jean Li Huan said. Make yourself care about it somehow. Treat that beast like your life depends on it loving you, because, in a very real way, your life does depend on that beast loving you. Yes, Master. In the meantime, keep feeding it rank 1 cores. Zhou Tian looked puzzled. Yes, Benton said, answering the unasked question. Feeding the cub rank 2 cores would make it reach rank 3 faster than feeding it rank 1s, and it will still need a rank 2 to finally advance. I don't want it to go faster, though. The more time Jin Li Huan has before it ranks up, the better. In fact, it might be best to only feed it a core every other day or every 3rd day. It is far more important for her to strengthen the bond than to strengthen the beast. Everyone looked like they understood, so Benton moved on to the next topic. Jin Li Huan, since you have reached the 4th minor realm, you can pick a weapon technique. Do you want to learn the spear, bow, or dagger? What do you suggest, Master? Benton thought about it for a moment. If you were a beast tamer, I'd say go with the bow, as it would be the best choice for supporting your attackers. But you're not. You will presumably be fighting alongside your bonded wolf, though. A bow isn't a bad idea. Neither is a spear. Or, if you want to go the stealth route, the dagger is fine. Really, it's your decision. I'm not a beast tamer, Master? No. In addition to the fact that you'd make a horrible beast tamer, considering your clear dislike for them, you've bonded a beast, which precludes you from taming additional ones. Normal beast tamers use a technique to bind a beast to them. They manipulate their chi to produce a sort of pseudo-bond that allows them control of the creature. Those pseudo-bonds aren't like yours. They're not as strong, for one, and they don't go both ways for another. The downside is the tamers don't get cultivation boosts from their beasts. But the upside is that the number that can be controlled is limited only by the tamer's ability and time. I've heard of beast tamers, Master, but I've never met one, Kang Lin said. There aren't a lot of them around, since high-quality techniques are difficult to find. But beast tamers can really punch above their weight if they can get higher-ranked beasts to fight for them, Benton said. The girl smirked. I bet Master has such a technique. Benton grinned. Mayhap I do. None of them looked at all surprised by his announcement. It was as he feared. He was completely losing his mystique. The impossible had become the expected. Benton cleared his throat. Eventually, I'd like to add a beast pavilion, but there's no reason to create it until we have interested sect members who have reached at least foundation establishment. He turned to Jin Li Huan. That being said, I would prefer that you join the beast pavilion, unless you really feel strongly about a different route. For now, you'll mainly be practicing weapons anyway. and should participate in the martial pavilion as if you were a member.
Yes, Master.
Speaking of which, Benton said, have you decided which weapon technique you want? Chapter 192. Lifeline. Jin Li Huan clung to the wolf pup in her arms like she was drowning, and it was a lifeline. Which, in a way, it was. All her dreams of being a powerful cultivator were within her reach, as long as she kept her bond with the beast. Golden core. She had no real idea what that meant, but the way Master said it made it sound powerful. And he expected her to reach that level before any of the other sect members. She looked around her. Senior brother was staring at her, as was senior sister. They were the two strongest cultivators in the sect, save for Master, of course. And Sister Kang Lin, a fellow disciple, though she was from a different sect. All three were in the Foundation establishment realm and could do things that seemed absolutely extraordinary to Jin Li Huan, running almost faster than she could follow with her eyes, jumping over walls, hitting each other with blows that would have torn her body to pieces, and laughing about it. Even Zhou Tian, who was only at a late stage of qi gathering, was amazing. He could practically turn invisible if a shadow was nearby. She was so much weaker than any of them. According to Master, though, she'd soon be stronger than them, stronger than all of them. Jin Li Huan could hardly believe it. But her future wasn't assured yet. There was a very major condition involved. The bond she'd formed accidentally with the wolf pup had to become a bond in truth. She honestly didn't know if she could partner with a beast. Sure, she'd managed to keep from killing it, but it was just a baby. Even for her, it was difficult to kill a baby. After the initial temptation had passed, anyway. Even if beasts hadn't killed her family, she didn't think she would have been a person who particularly liked animals. Growing up poor hadn't left much room in her heart for anything but the essentials. She and her parents had worked hard. If they were lucky, they were able to eat enough to avoid hunger pangs most of the time. There'd been nothing left over for anything that served no purpose, such as toys or pets. There had been animals around the farm, of course, but Father had made it clear that they were tools, a source of food, not pets. Never a pet. Then she'd gone to the orphanage. Mistress Zhong had barely been able to feed herself and the children. There certainly had been no resources left over for pets. Some of the other children whined about having left behind a dog or a cat. But Jin Li Huan had never understood the point of such creatures. She'd envied those kids, but only because their parents had been wealthy enough to waste money on feeding such useless animals. The wolf pup, though, it had a purpose, an important one. It could give her strength. It could make it so that no one could ever take anything away from her ever again. For such a worthy goal, it might be worth trying to keep the bond with the creature. If only she knew how. Speaking of which, Master said, continuing his conversation, have you decided which weapon technique you want? All the stuff that Master had just told her about the importance of the bond was more than a little overwhelming. She didn't know what to think or what to feel. Wrapping her mind around the crucialness of the bond with the wolf pup was hard enough. Deciding on what weapon she'd be using for the rest of her life on top of that made her mind feel flooded. It was too much. She couldn't admit that to Master, though. She said, trying to stall for time. Okay, there were 3 choices. She could choose one of the 3. The decision couldn't be that hard. Did she want to use a spear like senior brother, a bow like senior sister, or daggers like Zhou Tian? What she really wanted was a sword. When she pictured being a cultivator in her head, she was holding a sword, the proper weapon for killing beasts and enemies. but that wasn't one of the options. A spear gave her reach, which was good because she was on the small side. A bow didn't speak to her at all. She wanted to be close to her enemy, to feel a blade sink into their bodies. Daggers would work for getting her close, but Master had implied that she should only pick that option if she wanted to pursue stealth, which she didn't. For her enemies to fear her, they needed to see her coming. "I guess the spear, Master," she said finally. Benton frowned when Jin Li Huan finally announced her decision. But it wasn't because of her choice. Any of the three options was fine with him. It was how resigned she sounded. Like his youngest choosing between asparagus or Brussels sprouts with dinner. "You don't sound entirely enthused about the spear, Lier," Benton said. "The spear is a fine weapon, Master. Its length will help make up for my small size." "But?" She hunched her shoulders. "It's silly, Master, but I always pictured myself using a sword." Benton almost reflexively refused the request, but he hesitated a moment as he considered. There were two really good reasons to limit his sect members to 3 weapons. One, the older, more experienced sect members could help the younger ones learn their techniques. By Jin Li Huan taking up the spear, there were countless sect members who could help her out by sparring with her and correcting her technique. The only person in the area who had any experience with a sword besides him in his memories of being Su was Pan Jiang, who would surely be happy enough to help teach the girl, but who would be returning to his own sect at some point. 2. Benton had techniques already created for all 3 weapons, meaning anyone who learned them represented pure profit for him. Given how many points he was bringing in, he wasn't nearly as... It would be essentially the same as giving her a technique that was spec'd for any chi aspect. Supplying her with the strong oak sword technique he'd created for Pan Jiang would cost no sect points. It would, in fact, provide Benton with a way to recoup some of what he'd expended. He'd even picked up a few stray swords along the way from slain enemies. One of those would work fine as a starter weapon for the girl. Why not? Cultivating was the act of walking one's own path in defiance of the heavens. Just because choosing a weapon that no one else in the sect used didn't seem like the wisest course to him, didn't mean that it wasn't the best choice for her. Maybe she had fate with the weapon. Benton shook his head. Fate with the weapon? Where the heck had that thought come from? He'd literally just unironically considered that the girl might have fate with a weapon as a serious justification for giving it to her. He hadn't even been living on a cultivation planet for an entire year yet, and he was spouting such nonsense in his head like it was entirely reasonable. "Alrighty then. If you want to use a sword, you can," Benton said. "Know that the path will be more difficult for you, because you won't have as easy access to trainers as you would with any of the other weapons. But I'll give you the same technique that Pan Jiang uses. I bet he can give you some pointers." "He definitely can, Master," Kang Lin said. Jin Li Huan cupped her hands. "I'd really like that, Master." Benton produced the appropriate jade slip and pulled it and a sword from his spatial ring. "Good luck to you, Lier." A genuine smile lit up her face when he handed the items to her. "Gratitude, Master." "I'll let Peng Jun know that you're authorized to draw beast cores from the contribution store for a while. Eventually we'll have to talk about you earning contribution points to pay for them, but the sect will handle the expenses, at least until you hit Foundation establishment, okay?" With the addition of Fatty Wren, the sect had 3 members in that realm, though hopefully the Town Lord would be ascending soon. It was worth a few beast cores to speed another member along, considering the circumstances. Benton would have to think long and hard about how to handle Jin Li Huan moving further than that, though. On one hand, it would be great to have 2 Golden Core cultivators for what was coming. On the other, she was a child. Reaching such a high realm carried responsibilities, especially during a sect war. He was not willing to use her for such purposes. The wolf pup, though. A rank 7 or higher beast fighting for the Rising Tide sect might be able to protect sect members when Benton was otherwise occupied. There was much to be considered. She cupped her hands. Gratitude again, Master. It was time to dismiss the 4 disciples and get back to work on the arrays. But there was one thing he had to do first. The thing he didn't want to do. We need to have a memorial for Ye Zan, Benton said. The older disciples all looked at one another. They'd noticed that he'd been avoiding the subject and were concerned. Benton hated that he'd made them worry. We do, Master, young Shu finally said. I want the whole sect there, and anyone from the village who wants to come. Should we hold it in the arena, Master? Zhou Tian said. No, the amphitheater. And Benton hesitated. He wanted to announce some decisions about the sect at the same time, but wasn't sure it was appropriate for a funeral. Yes, Master? Young Shu said. Benton
He would be happy to know that he was assisting, even in death. Benton didn't know if young Shu was right or not, but her words made him feel a lot better. Fine. It was already getting late in the day, and he had a lot of work left to do to get the building's move-in ready. Let's set it for the day after tomorrow in the mid-morning. I'll supply food afterward. We'll have a celebration of Ye Zan's life after mourning his passing. All those street meals from 6th Flawless Flowing City would be perfect for the occasion. Yes, Master, young Shu said. We'll make sure that everyone knows. Gratitude, disciples. Benton cupped his hands. After a few seconds of silence, young Shu spoke again. Should we find someone to attempt a trial today, Master? No, that slot is spoken for. He should be arriving soon. The older disciples all looked at one another, not sure who Benton was talking about. I'll introduce your new sect brother to you at some point soon. I'll also take over scheduling people for the Trials Pagoda. Or rather, he'd use one of the administrators assigned to him for the purpose. I like the order you established, going by cultivation level. Tell Wan Ai that she will be taking her trial tomorrow. Make sure she understands that it is not a request. From the look on Zhou Tian's face, Benton had been right in thinking that the quiet girl had demurred in taking a turn. He'd make sure Shun Wu took one as well. It's smart to make good use of the resource by having someone use it daily, Benton said. Good job making that happen while I was away. I also like having an easily definable order implemented. We'll keep that in place for the time being, but understand that we'll break that sequence when anyone with a legitimate need makes a request. Yes, Master, they chorused. Good, Benton said. Go back to whatever you were doing. I've got a lot to accomplish still. Chapter 193. Interesting isn't all it's cracked up to be. After dismissing his disciples, Benton spent the next hour hooking up the residences to the main power supply, and once done, he was pretty happy with his accomplishment, getting so many places move-in ready. The area could house over 300 people at full capacity, and he'd randomly tested many formations to make sure they operated as expected. They all worked. Climate control, defensive shield, alarm, food preservation, and both water and sanitary all functioned correctly in every place he'd tried. If someone did happen to move into a place and there was a malfunction, he'd just have to wait until someone notified him of the problem and fix it then. Performing 100% quality control just wasn't efficient. He mentally checked housing off his to-do list for sect move-in. Perfect. His next task was a bit more tedious, but it was also more important. In addition to standard arrays for climate control and shields and the like, all the big structures he was using for his pavilions had complex custom formations
The Rising Tide sect, in contrast, had no spare Foundation establishment cultivators to employ for that purpose, so it was up to him to make everything safe enough for children, young adult chi-gathering cultivators. The exploration wasn't difficult, but it was tedious. Each building had so many rooms, and when walking into one, he never knew if he would encounter only the standard arrays and be able to leave in minutes, or if he'd have to spend hours tracing formations rune by rune. It was a relief, then, when he sensed a very fast-moving Foundation establishment cultivator heading toward the village. In the past, the fact that no other cultivator could sense Benton's location was occasionally an annoyance. Instead of them heading directly to him at the sect grounds, a visitor would go where they sensed the largest concentration of cultivators, and Benton would have to quick-step to them. That bother was relegated to the past with the creation of his message technique. A moment of his time, and a few chi later, and a paper dragon was on its way. I must confess that I find the prospect of finally advancing to be quite exciting. But at the same time, I fear that I will fail the trial. Benton shrugged. Then either you'll wait and try again, or we'll use a pill to get past your bottleneck. Never fear, friend. I fully intend for you to leave here as the Rising Tide sect's first Golden Core member. Well, second if Benton counted himself, which he didn't. Besides, no one needed to know his actual realm. As soon as the words left his mouth, a notification popped up. Host has new quests available. Benton was pretty darn sure that he knew exactly what the content of those quests was, so he could wait until after his conversation with Fatty Wren to check them out. I appreciate your confidence, friend Sue. It has been quite some time since I last held the amount of hope that I do right now. I'm afraid, however, that even were I to reach Golden Core, you won't see me flying anytime soon, since I can't afford a flying sword. Benton laughed. You can have one of mine. He extracted more than a dozen from his spatial ring and let them fall all over the ground. I've managed to pick up far more than I can ever use. Every Golden Core cultivator who tries to kill me ends up contributing another one to my collection. Fatty Wren's eyes went wide. Whether his surprise was at being offered such an expensive treasure, or at the casual mention of killing so many high-realmed cultivators, Benton didn't know. It just made him happy to have people around who weren't so used to him performing impossibilities that they could still be shocked. He stored the swords back in his ring. Choosing one of those is a reward for advancing, though, so you don't get to select it yet. The big man cupped his hands. I understand, friend Sue, and I agree. I want to earn my place. Well, my sect is a little underpowered at the moment, so you'll be earning just about anything you want at that point. Believe me, adding a Golden Core cultivator to our ranks will make me really happy. Glad to be of service, friend Sue. Benton scanned with his spiritual senses and, as he suspected, detected 4 people standing just out of earshot. Great, Benton said. Let's introduce you to several of my disciples, and then we can get you to the Trials Pagoda. Fatty Wren, having obviously sensed the 4 approaching as well, nodded. Benton used his technique to amplify his voice slightly. Come on, you 4! It didn't take them long to sheepishly reach where Benton and Fatty Wren were talking. Greetings, Town Lord Wren, Kung Lin said. The others looked at her, and she shrugged. Apologies, Master, Yang Shu said. I sensed a cultivator approaching, and wanted to make sure everything was okay. Yeah, Benton was positive that ensuring his safety was foremost on her mind, rather than simple curiosity, especially since it hadn't been that long ago when he'd informed all of them that a new sect brother would be arriving soon. It was hard to fault them for being inquisitive, though. The trait, when tempered with caution, was a good one for cultivators to have. Fatty Ren, you know my disciple Kang Lin of the Poison Claw sect, of course.
I do. Greetings, Kang Lin.
These other three are your sect sister, Yang Shu, and your sect brothers, Yang Ru and Zhou Qian, Benton said.
Greetings, sect sister and sect brothers. I hope for our relationship to be both cordial and fruitful.
The three cupped their hands.
Greetings, senior brother.
Your senior brother, in addition to being the lord of Vermilion Incomparable Raintown, is also the leader of the Rising Tide sect branch in that town. Benton cheered inwardly as he saw the faces of his 4 disciples. He did still have the ability to surprise them after all. Hey, Benton continued, since all of you are here, do me a favor. Take your senior brother to the contribution points shop and introduce him to Peng Zhen. Let him know that, as a branch sect leader, anything that Fatty Ren wants should be put on a separate tab that I will reconcile later, including access to the Trials Pagoda. Understood?
Yes, Master,
the 4 chorused. It was good having help. Much easier to have them show Fatty Ren where to go, leaving Benton to get back to work. Fatty Ren? Benton said.
Yes, friend Su.
Come and see me as soon as your trial is over, regardless of the outcome. We have matters to discuss.
Of course, friend Su.
With that, the 5 left, and as soon as they were out of sight, Benton pulled up the quest menu to view his 4 new quests. Recruit First Golden Core Disciple. Prerequisites: none. Reward: 25 shop points. Recruit additional Golden Core Disciple. Quest. Prerequisites: recruit first Golden Core Disciple completed. Reward: 5 shop points. Special. Repeatable. Advance first Golden Core Disciple. Prerequisites: none. Reward: 10 shop points. Advance. Additional Golden Core Disciple Quest. Prerequisites: advance. First, Golden Core Disciple Quest completed. Reward: 2 shop points. Special. Repeatable.
There was something very soothing about having the system, the mysterious entity that controlled his entire destiny, doing exactly what he expected it to do. From the quantity of new quests, to the content, to the rewards, the information displayed matched his expectations. Maybe it was a little bit boring for the system to be so predictable, but sometimes boring was good. What was the old curse? May you live in interesting times? Yep. When his life and the lives of those he cared about were on the line, interesting wasn't all it was cracked up to be. Give him boring any day of the week. With his curiosity about the new quests satisfied, he returned to his work examining arrays. It was going to be a long night. Well, maybe not too long. He'd gone without sleep for a while by that point. Grabbing a couple of hours would be a good idea to keep him sharp. Hopefully soon he'd reach nascent soul and would be able to totally avoid the necessity of rest. As for his current project, he just hoped he could finish it by the end of the next day. He dearly, dearly wished to be able to announce the opening of the sect grounds for use at Yedzan's memorial service the day after that. Benton rubbed his hands together. His sect was really coming together nicely. Moving on to the sect grounds was the next major step. He couldn't wait. Chapter 194. Consumer of all fatty. Ren had never met anyone who seemed so different between one encounter and the next as the sect leader did. One moment, he was literally the friendliest person ever, seeming like a generous grandfather giving wisdom and candies in equal measures to his offspring. The next, he was casually demonstrating the number of golden core cultivators he had killed. Scary. Fatty Ren wanted nothing more than to remain on the sect leader's good side,
going out of the way to remind him of their relationship by constantly calling him Friend Sue. Whether that slight manipulation helped or not remained to be seen. At the moment, all Fatty Wren could do was try his best to advance to Golden Core. The sect leader had emphasized how important it was to him that the sect gain a member at that realm. Fatty Wren shuddered. What would happen if he failed? Word had reached Vermilion Incomparable Raintown about what had happened to the Jade Chameleon sect branch in 6th Flawless Flowing City. There was nothing left. Nothing. All that wealth, the buildings, the formations, treasures, everything. Gone. The message that destruction sent to the sects was imposing. It said, I care not for wealth. I cannot be bought. Cross me, and I will not even leave enough of your bodies behind to be buried. Fatty Wren shuddered again. If he failed, would the same fate await his town? Probably not. Hopefully. But he couldn't be sure. It was with tremendous motivation that he walked into the Trials Pagoda. He could not fail. He would not fail. Another thing about the sect leader that was hard to figure was his expectations for his disciples. Sometimes he seemed to take the greatest of care making sure that his student understood each step in the process. Other times, he seemed to expect the student to figure everything out on their own.
From the outside, it almost appeared as if the sect leader was a forgetful old man who sometimes didn't consider that his student might not know what to do. Fatty Wren, of course, knew differently. Every action had not just one purpose, but multiple. Like what he experienced in the lead-up to the Trials Pagoda. He walked into the contribution points shop, having been told absolutely nothing about the process, having been given no hints at all. When he left the sect leader's presence, Fatty Wren had felt that he would surely fail as he walked into the complete unknown. All 4 of the disciples sent to escort him, however, had all already underwent trials, and were thus able to supply information about the what and the how of the process, from touching the orb on the pedestal to the blue screen that popped up, to giving advice about the actual trial, persistence being the main key. All that stuff the sect leader had said about not caring about the talent level of the recruits was weird, and Fatty Wren naturally held some doubts. What kind of sect was he joining that didn't care about talent? All sects cared about talent. Regardless of what the sect leader could provide, could a sect truly stand if it let just anyone join? Then came the part where his new sect brothers and sister told him about passing their trials. The whole thing was obviously meant to reassure Fatty Wren that the Rising Tide sect members were both capable and reliable. Maybe there was some weird reason to add random people to the sect, but the core members were just as talented as those in any other sect. In having those 4 escort him, the sect leader had both improved Fatty Wren's chances of passing the trial and made him feel much more confident about his new sect. As Fatty Wren entered the Trials Pagoda, that knowledge of what was about to happen calmed his nerves some, but he was still more than a little anxious as he touched the orb.
And he was really glad he'd been warned about the blue box. He had been almost sure that his new sect mates were joking with him about it, but it actually existed. Which wasn't all that crazy, really. An illusion array that projected a screen wasn't hard to create. The somewhat strange thing was that he didn't sense any chi. Once he made his selection of the type of trial, a new screen popped up. Selection to advance cultivation requires approval from sect leader Chao Su. Contacting sect leader Chao Su. Sect leader Chao Su says, Fatty Wren, you obviously have my blessing to attempt this trial. I do have one last bit of information that may or may not prove useful to you, however. Your exact chi aspect is ever-hungry consumer of all. If the trial becomes difficult, meditating on those words might be beneficial. Good luck. Fatty Ren hadn't sensed any chi at all when the screen said it was contacting the sect leader. Neither was any sensed when the message from the sect leader was displayed. Of course, that message could have been built into an illusion array at any time, and illusion was good at hiding chi. If not for young Shu's tale of trying to select a different trial and the sect leader clearly responding through the blue box, something he couldn't have known about in advance, Fatty Ren would have thought it all a trick. Instead, it was simply one more impossibility, and a lesser one at that. For a man who could immediately increase every inductee's spiritual roots upon joining his sect, what was a blue box that operated with no visible chi usage? Fatty Ren was soon transported to a gray room. Beyond the floor he was standing on, some form of rock, everything disappeared into a mist in all directions. A man appeared to the side. "Prepare to defend yourself. 3, 2, 1. A burst of chi shot at Fatty Ren from the front. He triggered his chi shield. The next thing he knew, he woke in a gray void, with a voice telling him that he had died and asking if he wanted to continue. From the tales of his fellow sect members, that result was not beyond his expectations, and he quickly confirmed that he did want to continue. When the next burst of chi was shot at him, he converted a small amount of stored fat into energy and fed it into the shield. It apparently wasn't enough, because he again woke in the gray void. The next time, he converted a lot of stored fat, nearly 10% of his total. The shield held. "Prepare to defend yourself," the man said again. 3, 2, 1. Again, 10% of his stored fat converted into chi was enough to hold off the burst of chi. And again, and again, and again, until he used his last 10% of stored fat to hold off the burst of chi. "Prepare to defend yourself," the man said again. "But I don't have any more fat." 3, 2, 1.
The chi burst came, and Fatty Ren woke in the gray void. Well, that had both worked and it hadn't. He'd at least prolonged his failure. That was something, right? Persistence was the main key, but then again, it wasn't. The true key was to persist until he figured out whatever the trial was trying to teach him. "You have died," the man's disembodied voice said again. "Continue the trial, or quit." "I wish to have a moment to think, please," Fatty Ren said. The man didn't answer, but neither was Fatty Ren transported back to the room. He needed to go back to the beginning. The entire purpose of the trial was to teach him something about his cultivation, so he could get past his bottleneck. Thus, defending himself from that burst of chi was supposed to somehow teach him something about cultivation. What was that something, though? Fighting he could do. Sitting and cultivating was easy for him. Thinking and figuring stuff out, on the other hand, was not his strong point. He learned best by doing, not thinking. Maybe he could figure it out on the fly. "Continue," he said. The next time in the room, all his fat had returned, at least, but he couldn't think of anything to try. He ended up dying when the first chi burst hit him. The time after that, the same thing happened. The third time, desperate to try something, he attempted to dodge the chi burst. That didn't work. The burst followed him and sent him back to the void. In thinking about what he tried, it was obvious that it wouldn't work. Dodging had nothing to do with his cultivation. His cultivation was about eating food. It was then that Fatty Ren remembered the message in the blue box. His cultivation was tied to his chi aspect. Specifically, it was, "ever-hungry consumer of all." It wasn't, "ever-hungry consumer of all food." Of all. Period.
The Righteous Rain sect had only been able to determine his chi element, gluttony.
Though he knew that there existed ways to figure out one's exact chi aspect, those methods weren't common. He'd never had access to such. He'd always simply taken the energy from food and stored it in his body in the form of fat for later use. His sect leaders had taught him that. They had, in fact, been overjoyed by discovering him. Even with his middling C- roots, he was celebrated. Gluttony cultivators were rare, and the ability to store chi for future use allowed them to fight above their realm. Those quick bursts of power came at the expense of years of eating, but most cultivators had no way at all to fight enemies at a higher cultivation realm. He'd always felt that he had a fantastic advantage over most everyone he encountered. If what he was beginning to suspect to be true was in fact correct, he had been way underestimating his advantage. "Continue," Fatty Wren said. He took a deep breath as the man began his countdown. Feeling nervous and a little stupid, he deliberately did not will his shield to activate. The chi burst appeared as a fast-moving, teardrop-shaped ball of light heading toward his stomach at great speed. Despite knowing that the ball of light had killed him multiple times already, he made no move to dodge. As it hit him, he focused on a single thought: consume. And that was exactly what he did. Instead of expending fat to block the chi, he absorbed it into his body. His fat grew. He grew. The implications were huge. While he'd still be weak to actual weapons like swords and arrows hitting him, chi that struck him would only make him stronger. Lightning, fire, maybe even anything made solely of chi. All of it would strengthen him. "Congratulations," the man said. "You have passed the trial." The next thing Fatty Wren knew, he was back in the fancy entrance to the trial's pagoda, standing next to the orb on the pedestal. He immediately sank into meditation. Chapter 195. Gluttonous Sword. Other than sleeping for a couple of hours, Benton worked through the night, making good progress. He felt confident that, with another 8 to 10 hours of labor, he'd have all the building interior arrays completely analyzed and safed off where necessary, assuming he didn't hit any major snags. The final piece, after finishing the work on the inside, would be to hook all the buildings in the central business district, the cafeteria, and the arena to the main power formation. Then, and only then, would the sect grounds be ready for move-in. So there were 10 to 13 hours of labor required, and about 24 hours before the start of the memorial service. Benton nodded. By his calculations, he had a safety factor of close to 100%. Perfect. That was good, too, because finishing the construction wasn't the only task on his plate. He also needed to have a metaphorical sit-down with Fatty Wren to discuss some details of sect management that hadn't yet been addressed. Since Benton had received a notification that he'd completed the Advance First Golden Core Disciple quest, he'd also need to provide the town lord with a cultivation method, and perhaps a technique. Too bad he hadn't been using one of the system's cultivation methods thus far, as that was a minimum of 6 sect points Benton had missed just from last night's advance. Oh well. He'd take the 10 shop points from the quest completion and be happy with it. Besides, any amount of any kind of points paled in comparison to the relief he felt at adding another golden core cultivator to the sect. If the current Fatty Wren had been present at the village during the attack, Ye Zan would probably still be alive. Benton was very happy with the progress of all his sect members. They were all diligent cultivators and hard workers, especially compared to almost anyone back on Earth. Considering that most of them were teenagers, he found them all to be extraordinary. But cultivation was a marathon, not a sprint. With the exception of Jin Li Huan,
who had lucked onto a fast track. All the others were on a much slower path. It would be years before even the very talented twins reached that level, and months before anyone else even joined them in the Foundation establishment realm. Until that time, the safety of the entire sect rested solely on his shoulders. Or it had. Fatty Wren was not nearly at the same level of fighting strength. He hadn't even formed a concept yet. But the addition of a golden core cultivator who used the gluttony element to punch above his considerable weight would give Benton the option of fighting on two fronts if needed. Fatty Wren was a huge strategic asset. No pun intended. Well, that wasn't strictly true. Benton always intended his puns. The big man showed up at the sect a short time later and immediately cupped his hands. "This one reports success, friend Sue." He was grinning from ear to ear. "Congratulations, friend Wren. You have no idea how happy I am that you broke through. Tell me about your trial." "First of all, this one never would have made it without the advice of his diligent and knowledgeable juniors. They told me to persist until I figured out the trick, and that's what I did. I owe my success to them. The sect leader is wise to have had them escort me to the shop." Of course. Truthfully, Benton had just been using the four as a matter of convenience, so he could get back to work. But it hurt no one to think he had intended that outcome from the start. Fatty Wren proceeded to relate the tale of his trial, and Benton praised the big guy enthusiastically. His new capability was worthy of that praise. He'd already been a powerful fighter, and adding in the ability to absorb enemy chi attacks would significantly increase that prowess, making him formidable indeed. The energy stored in his fat was basically supercharged chi, a lesser version of that which was powered by a golden core cultivator's concept. Benton couldn't wait to see how much more powerful that energy stored in his fat would become when Fatty Wren eventually mastered his own concept. Wow, his future was bright. "Okay," Benton said when the tale was over. "The first step is to get you a cultivation method. Do you have any preferences?" "Preferences, friend Sue? I mean, I would not expect you to be able to provide a method tuned to my element, of course. Gluttony is quite rare. I used a very general scripture at Chi Gathering and thought myself quite lucky that the Righteous Rain sect found an appropriate foundation establishment method for me." "Fatty Wren! As if I wouldn't supply you with a proper cultivation method. Who do you think I am?" The man looked genuinely shocked. "Sorry, friend Sue. It's just, don't worry about it. In fact, I like that you're so surprised. My disciples here are no fun at all. They just take everything in stride." It was obvious that the big guy didn't have any idea how to respond to that. Judging from Fatty Wren and Kung Lin, the key seemed to be getting new people in to show off to, and the more the newbies knew about sect stuff, the more impressed they were. Benton grinned. "The kind of preferences I was referring to was stuff like, if you had a chance to rate the importance of 3 aspects of the cultivation method, say, ease of cultivation so that you can advance quickly, the power the method provides, or the chances of it letting you reach nascent soul, which would you say was the most important?" He'd happened on the question mostly by accident, but now that it had been asked, he was really happy with it. One of the 2 worst parts of the process was assigning the values to the attributes. Having the person who would be using the method pick them out was genius. In fact, if you recalled correctly, he'd done the same thing with Kung Lin, and it had turned out pretty well. He'd have to remember to make it a habit. "I don't think a lowly one like me would have a chance at making nascent soul, friend Sue, so that aspect holds little importance for me." Benton didn't respond. Frankly, reaching that high was a crapshoot for most people. He was positive that he could get the twins there, but he honestly had no idea how many resources he would have to spend to do so. Making that promise to anyone else just wasn't reasonable. He'd do what he could for all his sect members, obviously, but a silent determination to help was different than getting their hopes up. Advancing quickly isn't a priority either, friend Sue. Traveling from the start of Golden Core to the peak, if one is lucky enough to reach that far, takes longer than I would have lived total as a mortal. That way of looking at things was good, going back to the fact that cultivation was definitely a marathon, especially at the higher levels. It wasn't unusual for Golden Cores to remain in seclusion for years cultivating. That leaves power, Benton said. That it does. Power. I like that, friend Sue. Based on the big guy's preferences, Benton assigned 10 to Foundation, 15 to Ease, and the other 75 to Power. A few moments later, he handed a jade slip containing the gluttonous consumption cultivation method to Fatty Wren. The big guy immediately dove his consciousness into the slip. Friend Sue, he said after he finished perusing the method, this is too much. Nonsense. I'm counting on you to protect my people when I'm unavailable. If anything, it's not enough. Fatty Wren cupped his hands. Gratitude, sect leader. Benton had not paid much attention to the big guy's techniques previously, but it was time to do so. Name: Fatty Wren. Affiliation: Rising Tide Sect. Age: 35. Cultivation: Golden Core Chi. Available: 102,489. Techniques: Flowing Shield, Mastery. Flowing Steps, Mastery. Righteous Seeker. Tell me about your techniques, Benton said. The sword art is self-explanatory, but what is Seeker of Food? The big guy seemed shaken. Friend Sue knows all my techniques? How? Benton shrugged. One grows older, one acquires abilities. You know how it goes. It was always good to build upon his old monster mystique. Seeker of Food does as it is named, friend Sue. If there is food nearby, I can sense where it is and how much energy it contains. It's not really all that useful, but it was the only technique the Righteous Rain sect could find that was specifically suited for a gluttony element user. Interesting, Benton said. I'm assuming Flowing Steps is your movement technique, and Flowing Shield is, of course, your shield. Yes, friend Sue. Those are the standard techniques the sect gave to members who did not cultivate the water element. Got it. Such a powerful fighter would really benefit from an attack technique specifically attuned to him. But there was a matter to discuss first. How much do you know about the Golden Core realm and concepts? I feel like I know enough, friend Sue. As I neared the peak of Foundation establishment, I got guidance from a knowledgeable cultivator who is part of the Emperor's faction. Ah, I guess being Town Lord comes with some advantages then. Yes, friend Sue. I am not an important part of that faction, but I was raised to nobility in order to take the title. Will the fact that you joined my sect cause issues? Benton hadn't even thought about that possibility and was, frankly, a bit annoyed and concerned that Fatty Wren hadn't brought it up. Not at all, friend Sue. Having been raised from a sect, it is expected that I would want to eventually either rebuild my former one or join another. If my membership causes a conflict, I will simply resign my position as Town Lord. They never invested much into me, so there will be no ill will if I leave. Okay, that made sense. They'd needed someone to lead a dying town, and were willing to elevate that person to minor nobility to fill a hole. Benton could see how Fatty Wren would be considered expendable after 20 years of service in that position. Good, Benton said. Obviously, the most important part of reaching Golden Core is forming your concept, so I expect most of your time to be spent either doing that or cultivating. However, both are long-term pursuits. I wouldn't expect you to actually form your concept for years yet. It is as you say, friend Sue. In the meantime, I could give you a couple of techniques. I think one would really help with your combat potential, and the other would just be a convenience. Do you think you have the bandwidth to take on learning new techniques with everything else you have going on? The term bandwidth clearly confused Fatty Wren for a moment, but he slowly seemed to grok the meaning. A peak foundation establishment cultivator should know a lot more than 4 techniques, friend Sue, especially when only 2 of them are in the proper realm. The only reason I don't know more is that I haven't had access to any. This lowly one would greatly appreciate the chance to learn more. That wasn't the response that Benton had anticipated, but how could he say no to such a passionate request? Very well. He paused for a moment to gather his thoughts. I actually had 3 ideas and planned to ask you to choose between the 2 attack techniques. Instead, I'll tell you all 3, and you can pick the 2 you want. Fatty Wren cupped his hands. Gratitude, friend Sue. First, the convenience technique. As you likely know, it can take a year or more for a golden core cultivator to advance far enough to be able to manipulate chi in a manner suitable for using a flying sword without a specific technique. To shortcut that process, I can simply give you a technique that makes the use of one much easier. You could potentially be flying today. Second, a technique that efficiently channels your stored energy through your sword instead of your fists. Third, a technique that channels your stored energy into a ranged attack. You'll lose power in the process, but it will give you an option that you currently lack. Question, friend Sue. Go ahead. The first does seem convenient, friend Sue, but why spend the time to learn something that I'll pick up eventually as I work on my concept? Exigencies of the moment, my friend, Benton said. I fear that times are about to get interesting, and while I'm hopeful that most fights will center around me, there will be times when I need you to protect your sect mates. The time it takes you to get from the town to the village might matter a lot. Your movement technique exceeded my expectations, but it's not nearly as fast as flying. For the good of the sect, then, I will accept the flying technique, friend Sue, and for my second, I choose the ability to channel energy through my sword. Not the ranged option? It would make you more versatile. I am a simple melee fighter, friend Sue. I'm not sure I could make proper use of such a technique. Understood, Benton said. Staying true to yourself is important for any cultivator, and that truism only becomes more important the higher you advance in realm. He created a generic Flight of the Cultivator technique for 20 sect points that any of his sect members would be able to use in the future. It was a bit of a chi hog, though, so he doubted that anyone save maybe the twins would have a big enough pool to use it before Golden Core. The gluttonous sword technique, costing only 6 sect points, was specifically attuned to Fatty Wren, and the look on the big guy's face when he figured out that fact was priceless. He was also allowed to pick out one of the excess flying swords, ending the distribution of goodies portion of the conversation. The next part wouldn't be as fun, but it was probably more important in the long run. Chapter 196. Debt and Payment. Benton was happy with the techniques he'd given Fatty Wren. The flying sword technique would allow the big guy to travel between Vermilion Incomparable Raintown and the village in well less than an hour, and the weapon technique would make his attacks much stronger. He wouldn't truly be a powerhouse until he developed his concept, but in the interim, he was more than a match for lesser golden cores, and depending on how far away Benton was, might be able to hold off against those higher in minor realm long enough for help to arrive. Are you satisfied with your choice to join the Rising Tide sect? Benton said. Fatty Wren cupped his hands. Very much so, friend Sue. Everything I've been given has been of a quality that the righteous Rain sect couldn't begin to provide, and I don't know if I would have ever broken through my bottleneck without that trial. I owe you and the sect a debt. Good, because you may be called on to pay it. Benton handed him a large stack of spirit coins and another bundle of blank papers primed to be converted into origami message dragons. I'll keep you informed of everything that happens with the Jade Chameleons and any other threats, as well as getting you instructions as soon as possible. Be prepared to either defend the town or come here on a moment's notice. Keep your people ready to move as well. If things devolve into an all-out war, they may need to relocate here fast. Of course, friend Sue. Benton frowned. Now that he'd said that last part out loud, he began to consider the situation. And the more he thought about it, the riskier it seemed to have so many vulnerable people so far away. It would be so much better if all those people joined him here. For one, they'd be safer. It was easier to protect one big group than two smaller ones. Another benefit was that they could integrate into the pavilions a lot easier. Finally, they were much more likely to develop loyalty to him if they actually saw him on a regular basis. But the counter-argument was just as strong. If he wanted more people in the main sect, he could have simply added more villages. He hadn't done that for a reason. The sect main branch simply wasn't established enough to handle huge influxes. They hadn't even moved into the building yet. In a way, leaving the 200 people in the branch sect more or less to their own devices was a jerk move. But it gained him needed sect members without hurting the main sect. His best bet was to continue on as he planned. Accelerate recruitment as much as possible without jeopardizing organization and morale, and simply do his best to make sure the branch sect was safe and did right by its members. Is something the matter, friend Sue? Just thinking, sorry, Benton said, returning his attention to the actual purpose of the conversation. It should take the new recruits around 3 weeks to reach Chi Gathering, Minor Realm 3. Fatty Run looked skeptical. I know what you're thinking, Benton said. Most of the inductees were trashed here. There's no way they can cultivate that fast. As a rebuttal, I have 3 words for you. Top, heaven, grade. It makes that much of a difference, friend Sue? Absolutely. I've been running groups of 50 villagers through the process, and 3 weeks plus or minus a couple of days is exactly what I'm seeing. Understood, friend Sue. I don't want them doing anything other than cultivating 10 hours a day until that point. No practicing with weapons, no exercising, nothing. Cultivating only. Different sects had various ways of intaking new members. Some insisted on intense physical training, like something out of a military boot camp. Others wanted them sparring immediately. The idea wasn't crazy. Straining the body could help make it stronger, which in turn could provide future benefits for those focused on fighting. Considering that Benton planned for at least all his martially inclined members to do body cultivation, such an approach was wholly unnecessary. Yes, friend Sue. Benton quickly purchased 195 chi condensing pills from the shop for 65 shop points and handed them all to the town lord. Give each of them a pill as soon as they've consolidated their advancement to the 3rd minor realm. These are perfect purity pills that are guaranteed to take them to minor realm 4 in the course of less than a day. Fatty Run was less impressed by the pills than with everything else he'd been given. It wasn't uncommon for a major sect to provide such boons to sect members, and he probably didn't realize what perfect purity meant. He didn't strike Benton as the type to have studied much about alchemy. After they reach Minor Realm 4, Benton said, they can start learning a weapon technique, which brings us to a decision point. The big guy tilted his head quizzically. The sect officially uses 2 weapons, the spear and the bow, Benton said.
You and the other experienced sect members in Vermilion Incomparable Raintown all use swords. I've already got one member here who prefers the sword as well, not to mention the fact that I've been known to use one as well. Should I give in and just make it so the sect officially uses 3 weapons? Fatty Run's expression basically said, "You're asking me?" "I really would like your input," Benton said. "You are a branch leader and the highest realmed member other than me." The Righteous Rain sect focused strongly on the water element, friend Sue. Everyone who joined understood that anyone whose aspect was water-based would find better cultivations methods, techniques, and training. Cultivators such as myself obviously still joined, but there was never any effort to make any other element an official focus. Concentration of resources has advantages. The big guy's point was well made.
Having only 2 official weapons increased efficiency, especially when they were recruiting groups of low-ranked people in large lots. Everyone would take either a spear class or an archery class. And even with the small size of the sect, there were enough people at any one level of expertise that it was easy to find fellow sect members in a similar position, no matter how slowly or quickly one advanced. The sword is a fine and noble weapon, friend Sue, but that is no reason to make it an official weapon of the sect. Convenience is not a reason either. I understand and agree, friend Wren. We'll stick with the 2 we have. Benton cupped his hands to the town lord. That does leave us with the problem of teaching your new sect members, though. Should I arrange to have instructors from here travel to town when they're needed? Fatty Wren appeared deep in thought, so Benton gave him a few moments to consider the question. The whole point of the branch sect is for us to be as self-reliant as possible, right, friend Sue? Yes. The better idea, friend Sue, is for me to have Song Yongliang and the other 3 experienced sect members learn the techniques so they can teach the inductees. That was a fantastic plan, much better than anything Benton had come up with. He quickly had the system create 200 jade slips for both the sect's foundational spear technique and the foundational archery technique. Fantastic, Fatty Wren. You have exceeded my expectations. Take these techniques back with you. 400 slips made quite a big pile, so he pulled a table out of his spatial ring to put them on in order to facilitate the big guy transferring all of them to his own ring. Once the town lord had stored all the jade slips away, Benton said, "My preference is to have more spear users than archers, by a ratio of around 2 to 1. But I feel strongly that each person should choose which resonates with them the best. Do not dissuade anyone from picking the bow, but if someone is undecided, you can push them towards the spear if you want. If the balance gets wonky, though, it's not that big of a deal." Understood, friend Sue. When your inductees start hitting small success with their weapon technique, it will be time for the next decision, Benton said. If they want to proceed on a martial path, or they are undecided on a path, they should keep training with the weapon until hitting large success. If someone has a strong desire to enter one of the other pavilions, we're going to have to move them here. It's just not efficient to set up learning for specific professions. Benton hesitated for a moment, thinking. Well, not for the cultivator-specific ones anyway, like formations and alchemy. If you have a blacksmith who wants to continue smithing, I can supply you with appropriate techniques for that, and you can keep the blacksmith in town. The same goes for farmers who want to grow herbs, and for healers, etc. They can all learn at least the basics there, and then we can do exchanges to make sure that everyone is learning the same things. Yes, friend Sue. Great. Take these too, then. Benton had the system create 50 jade slips for hammer time and handed them over. Blacksmiths can choose this instead of the spear or bow. Fatty Wren cupped his hands. The last thing I have for you is a new mission. Start looking out for new recruits. Not nearly as many as last time, but if you find 50 to 100 worthy people, that would be a help. And no rush this time either. Under no circumstances will we add to the branch sect numbers in less than a month. And only then if you think you can handle the extra people.
Yes, friend Sue.
I think that's it for now, Benton said. We're going to have a memorial service for Yedzan tomorrow morning, and it would be good if you were there.
I'll leave it to you whether you want to head back to town and return tomorrow, or if you want to stay. As the big guy left to do whatever it was that he wanted to do, Benton decided to check his status. There had been a lot of changes lately. Just over the last several days, 5 sect members had improved their techniques. 20 sect members had moved up a minor realm in body cultivation, and they'd actually had some advancements in spiritual cultivation. Each of the 16 original guards had moved from Chi-gathering Minor Realm 5 to Minor Realm 6, which was great progress. Even better was the very talented Shunwu had moved from Minor Realm 6 to Minor Realm 7. In a couple of days, the blacksmith would be given a Chi condensation pill to propel him to Minor Realm 8. It was awesome to see another sect member closing in on Foundation establishment, though that advancement was still at least a few months away. At a thought, a pop-up appeared. Sect name, Rising Tide. Sect members, 462. Disciples, 56. Sect points, 878. Shop points, 285. Host cultivation, Golden Core, Minor Realm 9. Chi available, 5,647,745. Host body cultivation, Gold, Minor Realm 9. Host mind cultivation, Higher, Minor Realm 1. Host soul cultivation, Manifestation, Minor Realm 1. Host techniques, Chi gathering. Basic archery. Mastery. Basic spear combat. Mastery. Expert golden core cultivation. Mastery.
General knowledge of mind cultivation. Mastery. General knowledge of soul cultivation. Mastery. Knowledge of beast binding. Mastery. Knowledge of rank 1 formations. Mastery. Knowledge of rank 2 formations. Mastery. Knowledge of rank 3 formations. Mastery. Nascent soul cultivation knowledge. Mastery. Pill basics. Mastery host techniques. Foundation establishment. Absolute speed enhancement. Mastery. Analysis. Mastery. Aura defense. Mastery. Automatic reaction. Variable shield. Mastery. Chain lightning. Mastery. Folded space quick step. Mastery. Extreme area temperature manipulation. Mastery. Foundation excavation. Mastery. Healing. Mastery. Hydroblast. Mastery. Illusion detection and mitigation. Mastery. Illusion. Illumination. Mastery. Layered variable shield breaker with void finisher weapon augmentation. Mastery. Meditation. Mastery. Pause time. Mastery. Perception. Mastery. Power of the heavens. Mastery. Rank 1, formation construction. Mastery. Rank 2, formation construction. Mastery. Rank 3, formation construction. Mastery. Rank 1, formation construction. Acceleration. Mastery. Rank 2, formation. Construction. Acceleration. Mastery. Rank 3, formation construction. Acceleration. Mastery. Rank 1 inscription. Mastery. Rank 2 inscription. Mastery. Rank 3 inscription. Mastery. Seeking speeding arrow. Mastery. Space Dragon Origami Messenger. Mastery. Stealth. Mastery. Variable AOE Gravity Burst. Mastery.
Variable AOE Shield. Mastery. Variable Spirit Coin Manifestation. Mastery. Voice Amplification. Mastery Host Techniques. Golden Core Concepts. Anti-Tribulation. Mastery Earth. Mastery Fire. Mastery Gluttony. Mastery Gravity. Mastery Healing. Mastery Ice. Mastery Illusion. Mastery Light. Mastery Lightning. Mastery Metal. Mastery Momentum. Mastery Poison. Mastery Smell. Mastery Sound. Mastery Soul. Mastery Space. Mastery Temperature. Mastery Time. Mastery Tribulation Lightning. Mastery Void. Mastery Water. Mastery Wood. Mastery. Menus. Cultivation Method. Technique. Quest. Perk. Advancement. Shop. Sect. Chapter 197. A Road Almost Taken. The day passed quickly for Benton. No emergencies arose, so he was able to devote his entire attention to completing his analysis of formations in the rest of the main sect ground buildings. He hit a couple of snags, and it ended up taking the rest of the day and into the night for him to finish. In the meantime, Wan Ai entered the Trials Pagoda and successfully completed advancing her herb technique to mastery, which was fantastic. That would help her alchemy so much. What would help her even more would be learning a beginning technique for pill making. He could easily create one for her that would cram all the information she needed into her brain. As it was, she was making do with learning from manuals that he'd acquired for her, and as far as he knew, she had yet to be able to produce a single pill. Not that her failure was a bad thing. She was still in the Qi gathering realm. When she advanced to Foundation Establishment, he'd give her an actual technique for making pills, and her current experience would really help her learn that one. Really, successes and failures weren't nearly as important at the moment as the process of digging in and learning and trying. A knowledge technique on top of that, though, would speed her even further. The problem was time. His best guess was that she would break through to Foundation Establishment in 200 to 220 days. That was maybe enough time to master another Qi gathering level technique. Maybe. But her dagger technique was also only at small success. In an ideal world, she'd have all her techniques mastered by the time she advanced, giving her a fresh start to work on the new, more important ones he'd be giving her. The likelihood of her reaching mastery with her weapon and a new technique seemed small. The likelihood was that she'd advance with both of them at large success. Was it better for her to move to the next major realm with 2 mastered techniques and purely mundane experience with pill making? Or to have only 1 mastered technique, decent control but not mastery over her weapon, and enhanced but not expert knowledge about pill making? In the end, that was something only she could decide. He used a message to summon her. It didn't take long for her to arrive, and, unsurprisingly, she brought Zhou Qian with her. After they got the standard greetings out of the way, Benton explained her choices to her. "I prefer to learn on my own, Master," she said, as soon as he'd finished speaking. Benton sighed. "I get that. I really do. And I don't want to put any more pressure on you than you probably have put on yourself." He paused. "Alchemy is very important to any sect. It's maybe not quite as important to us because I have resources. Those resources are precious, however. The sooner you and the Alchemy Pavilion can produce high-quality Qi condensing pills and healing pills and all the other miraculous medicines available to us, the better for the sect. I'm not asking what you prefer." He wasn't exactly bleeding shop points, but he devoted a lot of them to accelerating cultivation.
If not for that usage, he could really start to think about other, more wondrous options. She looked chastened, which was not his intent at all. "One-Eye, I am so proud of you," Benton said. "You have taken to cultivating like a fish to water. You learned how to prepare the body cultivation baths much faster than I expected. You have risen to every challenge thrown at you. The sect is lucky to have you." Her subdued look turned to one of uncomfortableness and embarrassment. That girl! It was impossible to recognize her great work without making her face turn beet red. Even worse, there was nothing he could do to make her more at ease.
Anything he could say about it would only make it worse for her. So all he could really do at that point was ignore it and move forward. "First, I need your honest self-assessment," Benton said. "What would be the most helpful for you in the immediate and near-term future? Mastering your dagger technique or improving your knowledge of making pills?" "None of the others can prepare herbs well enough to make pills, Master. I haven't even managed it yet. Bai Xin Yi is the closest, but—" One-Eye shrugged. "It's not like the baths. If the preparation is not done perfectly, the pill fails to form. If any one of a dozen other things isn't done perfectly, the pill fails to form. And the worst part is that I feel like I understand each of the steps, but considering my results, I quite obviously don't know what I'm doing." "It sounds like you're saying you need both." She winced. "If getting me better fast is required, mastering use of the dagger to make the cuts I need is imperative. But there are so many other details that I'm struggling with. I can learn it from books, but it requires much practice, which requires a lot of herb preparation. Everything takes time." "Are you close to reaching large success with the dagger?" "Yes, Master." Assuming she judged her progress accurately, and she was only days away from advancing the technique, it made no sense to use the Trials Pagoda again. It should be much more efficient with techniques that people were stuck on or had progressed to the middle stages. Besides, from her expression and her tone, she obviously did not want the new technique, much less to have her progress artificially accelerated. And normally, that refusal would have been the end of the matter. She was considered an adult in her society and should be free to make her own decisions, even if those choices weren't the ones he would have made. The particular subject they were discussing, however, impacted more than just her. The good of the sect was at stake. To an extent, anyway. It wasn't like the sect would fail or anything due to her decision, but overall, her learning being accelerated would lead to a more effective use of resources. He wondered how far he should go in forcing her to do what he wanted. Spock famously said at the end of Star Trek II that the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. The one. Benton's eyes almost moistened at remembering the scene. It had hit him hard, burning itself into his memory as a really good scene. On the other hand, a movie hitting really strong emotional notes maybe wasn't exactly the best justification for making a particular espoused philosophy a founding principle of his sect. So probably ordering her to take the pill technique was a bridge too far, and another attempt to convince her would be very coercive at that point. She'd likely see it as an order, even if he didn't phrase it in that manner. But maybe he was justified in being a little coercive, given that the situation called for it. One more attempt. He'd drop it if she didn't agree. Of course, if she took the new technique, his conscience was probably going to bug him quite a lot. Ugh. "I'm sure you have good reasons for the way you feel," Benton said. "Perhaps you want to achieve your success on your own merits and feel that a new technique is cheating. Perhaps you feel that you're already getting a lot of attention from your peers, and me giving you a new technique will add to that. Perhaps your reason is something else entirely.
The point is that I believe your reason, whatever it may be, is good and reasonable. My opinion of you is way too high for me to believe anything else." One eye looked like she was about to cry. Zhou Tian looked horrified. Yikes. That last part was a bit manipulative. More than a bit, really. How could any of his disciples say no to any request that followed that particular lead-up? Danger, Will Robinson. Danger.
Maybe coercing an impressionable young lady to take the technique was worse than ordering it directly. "You know what?" he said. "Just forget it. It's not that big of a deal. We can skip the introductory knowledge technique and go straight to one for pill making when you reach foundation establishment." "Master," she said, her voice trembling, "if it's truly important to the sect." Benton almost laughed. The whole situation was feeling way too icky by that point. It was fine to joke around with his sect members, and manipulating enemies with misdirection and by other means was fair game. Whatever he'd been doing to her, however, was pretty much the definition of not okay. "No," he said. "I'm officially taking the offer off the table, and if you try to buy the technique with your contribution points, it will not be available. Go back to practicing." Both the kids cupped their hands. "I do expect you to reach mastery with the dagger before you advance, though," Benton said. "If it doesn't look like you're going to reach that target on your own, you need to use the pagoda again." "Yes, Master." "Zhou Tian," Benton said, "I expect you to keep an eye on that situation." "Yes, Master. I'll help her practice." As soon as they left, Benton felt a huge sense of relief. He'd almost started down a bad road. What was the saying? Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. Something like that. He had to remember that he had almost absolute power over those kids. If he decided to kill one of them, or destroy their cultivation, or anything else, no one would say a word. Maybe forcing one of the sect members to take a technique she didn't want to take, for reasons that he didn't understand, when his way would have benefited the sect, wasn't exactly the moral equivalent of murder. But abusing his power felt like a slippery slope. How far was it between coercing a sect member to take the choice he wanted and slapping them in the face and yelling, "You dare!" He shuddered. Not far enough for his tastes. Chapter 198. Guilt and Regret. With the preparations for move-in complete, Benton moved on to a much less pleasant task, getting ready for Yedzan's memorial service. The first order of business was to determine where the guard captain would be laid to rest. He died a hero, and he deserved a resting place befitting his deeds. To create an appropriate place, Benton would need a new technique. Luckily, the fact that the recruits in Vermilion Incomparable Raintown had taken their first step along their cultivation journey had given him more than enough sect points to propel his total to well over 800, even given the recent outlays. The random thought about point totals focused his attention on his determination. Frankly, that decision process was wrong. While the present circumstances couldn't be called an emergency, providing a proper entombment for the sect's first hero justified any expenditure needed, regardless of point total. It was that important. "System," Benton said. "I want a technique to use my earth chi to shape stone. The technique needs to give me the knowledge and skills necessary to create stone buildings and other structures, and to sculpt statues. Please purchase 2 mastery." The technique would have been a bit more efficient if he bought a concept for stone chi, but with his pool size, using earth instead would be fine. Technique creation confirmed. Host has learned the technique, stone shaping and construction, mastery. Host has 872 sect points available. A flood of knowledge entered Benton's mind, and he momentarily reflected on the fact that he'd normally take great joy in being able to perform magical feats that he'd never envisioned having the capability to do.
His task for the night was too grim to draw any happiness from his new abilities. He threw himself into his work. First, the tomb. In the culture of his current world, the size of the tomb depended on the importance of the person to be entombed. As far as he was concerned, no one was more worthy of a grand palace than Ye Zan, the sect's first hero. Benton sighed. Realistically, though, he was building a sect that would hopefully last for centuries, maybe millennia. The sect would unfortunately have many, many heroes eventually. It wasn't reasonable, or maybe even possible, to build a huge tomb for each of them. Something like a hall of heroes would be much more practical. Yeah, that would work. And Benton really thought that Ye Zan would have approved. Rather than a single structure devoted only to him, it would be something that served the entire sect, a distinction that honored his memory and sacrifice. What Benton envisioned was a nice garden with flowers and hedges and a reflection pool, which suited his Western taste more than the aesthetics of the Eastern world he lived in. He almost jettisoned the idea in favor of something more traditional according to the local culture, but he hesitated. The thought of having something unique appealed to him. The rest of the sect grounds were just like what he'd find anywhere else on the continent. Wouldn't it be neat to have something completely different to draw attention to the resting place of their heroes? Yes. He'd lean into Earth for his design choices to make the area really stand out. The tomb would resemble something that would fit in well at Arlington National Cemetery instead of something he'd see on a tour of an allied sect. And it and the statue would be created from white marble flaked with gold. Considering that white represented death and mourning, and the gold represented riches, he was trying to convey how much he valued the sacrifice of those honored in the garden. Hopefully that purpose would shine through. And he'd create an array for both the statue and the tomb to prevent them from getting dirty, and another one inside the tomb to preserve the contents. With a firm idea in his head, he got to work. The mountains nearby provided plenty of base material, and his new technique gave him the knowledge to get the shapes just right and to adjust the color and composition to achieve just the look he wanted. By morning, the tomb, statue, benches, paths, and basin for the pool were complete. For another 24 sect points, he bought a concept of nature to mastery and created a new technique for himself that allowed him to instagrow and shape plants from either seeds or a remnant of a mature plant. Though the surroundings were all dormant due to it being winter, Benton was able to find enough plant material of the types he wanted to create a beautiful flowering garden bordered by hedges. Arrays added temperature control, which should make the garden a popular spot for contemplation in all seasons, and for plant preservation to keep it beautiful with minimal maintenance. When it was complete, including water being added to the pool from Benton's spatial ring, he sat on one of the benches and took in the garden he had created. He felt that Ye Zan would have liked the area. It definitely wasn't traditional. No considerations were given to feng shui at all. The Western sensibilities and the colors clashed with the rest of the sect, but the garden and tomb were still beautiful. And Benton didn't think that one needed to have experience from Earth to appreciate it. Other than the aesthetics of the main buildings, most things about the Rising Tide sect were different than other sects. The life of a chi-gathering cultivator was valued as highly as most sects considered their nascent soul members. E and F ranks were gladly accepted and treated as respected members. It was good to be different, and honoring their heroes in a way that appealed to him instead of to the native culture celebrated that belief. Benton felt good about his decision. Unfortunately, having completed the task several hours before the scheduled start of the service, left Benton with too much time on his hands, and sitting in the garden, staring at the tomb he'd built, focused his attention on a subject he'd been trying to avoid thinking about. He couldn't help but consider about what he could have done differently. If he'd chased after the cultivator heading toward the village, the man would have been killed long before he had a chance to strike down Yezan. Of course, that action would have given the other Jade Chameleon cultivators the chance to separate and do great damage to the village, killing even more people. Maybe they would have chosen to flee instead, or decided that Benton, being the true threat, should be their sole target. He didn't think so, though. The father was dead set on vengeance, and Benton proving the importance he placed on his people might have prompted the lunatic to destroy the entire village before he could be stopped. If the village's shield had been constructed to repel chi attacks, Yezan would be alive. But that wasn't reasonable. An array that protected against everything was too unfocused to be strong enough to really protect against anything. It would never have held up to the beast tide. To fully protect the sect, Benton would have had to construct 3 different formations, one for beasts, one for chi attacks, and one for cultivators. There had been no time to build such an array. Had he known that 3 golden core cultivators were going to attack, he would have made the time. But he didn't know. Of course, if he hadn't killed that Foundation establishment cultivator in the first place, none of the events that followed would have occurred. But that thought wasn't reasonable either. The man had been intent on his purpose, and Benton wasn't strong enough at that point. He was honestly lucky to have been able to kill him with that spear thrust. There were always things he could have done better, especially considering points management. If he would have known. If he could see the future. System, I'd like to create a technique to know when bad things are going to happen, so that I can prepare for them. Divination techniques are not allowed on this plane of existence. Benton spent a good amount of time trying to work around the prescription, like he had others in the past, but the system was adamant. And no mysterious entity came to his aid. Neither was he able to create a technique to bring back the dead once the soul had departed. Frustrated, he was left to ponder his own failures and inadequacies. And really, mismanagement of sect points and not having the foresight to build enough protection into the village's wall weren't even the things that made him feel the guiltiest. No, that was something else entirely. It was a single thought. How much worse would he have felt if it had been young Shu's body lying in the dirt instead of Yezan? The older one got, the more opportunities one had to deliver eulogies. Benton was a firm believer in the fact that experience made things easier. Eulogies stood in opposition to that principle. No matter how many he gave, he never found himself more comfortable delivering them. The fact that he'd done it before meant that he knew how to structure the speech at least. The morning stretched, and all too soon it was time for the memorial service to begin. As ordered by Benton, the entire sect attended. Most of the villagers did too. He mostly let the other sect members lead the ceremony. The mayor officiated. Huang Yimun, who was apparently Yezan's best friend, told stories of their time together, making the crowd alternately laugh and cry. A few of the other guards spoke too, but none were as impactful as Huang Yimun. Young Shu was the final one slated to give a testimonial. As she ascended the stage, an actual one that woodcrafters had built instead of just a wagon, and stood behind the podium, she showed more nervousness than Benton had ever seen her display. "I would not be here today, except for Yezan," she said, her eyes glistening. "I know he gave himself willingly, and I do not want to diminish his sacrifice. But I can't help but feel that he paid the price that was my burden without me asking him to, without me wanting him to. I was prepared to make that sacrifice myself. Am I glad that he did it? I don't know. My brother appreciates it. He wishes that Yezan had family that we could reward, but he didn't. So there's not much either of us can do." Benton was almost positive that the girl hadn't actually prepared a speech, and was instead simply speaking from the heart. Such an act was brave of her. Her emotions were obviously very raw, her confusion and sadness coming through in every word. "Should I have acted differently that day?" young Shu continued. "If I would have ducked behind the palisade, we might both still be alive."
I thought I was doing right, protecting the sect. But while I was willing to sacrifice myself for that end, I don't know if I would have chosen to sacrifice Yedzan. My thoughts have been jumbled since Yedzan died, and I don't know how to feel about his passing and my surviving. My intention is to move forward and become as powerful as possible in order to protect as many people as possible. Every person I save becomes someone who Yedzan saved. I think you would have liked that. It's all that I can think of to do. There wasn't a dry eye in the place when she stepped down off the stage, turning it over to Benton. He took a few necessary moments to gather himself before ascending the stairs, and he began the eulogy with the easy stuff. Kang Ya-ting had done a lot of investigating before hiring Yedzan for the escort job, so Benton was able to relate tales of the guard captain's childhood and adolescence, growing up in 6th Flawless Flowing City. To that background, Benton added anecdotes about the boy's early adventures and misadventures as a mercenary, and his ambition to be a soldier. His capability and diligence as a guard captain were praised enthusiastically, bringing Benton near the conclusion of his speech. Yedzan was a good man. His greatest ambition was to protect those he cared about and respected. Prior to becoming a member of the Rising Tide sect, the number of people he placed in those categories was few, limited to his fellow guards. His time with us was short, way too short. But I'd like to think that the number of people in those categories grew by enormous bounds during that time. I know that he fit in both those categories for me and for many of you here today. There is nothing that we can do to bring him back, but we can honor his memory. One way we can do that is, as Yang Shu stated, to grow stronger, so we can protect each other. Another is to visit his resting place, the newly built Hall of Heroes. Benton paused for a moment to let that name sink in. Yes, the Hall of Heroes. As the leader of the Rising Tide sect, I officially declare Yedzan to be our first official hero. Somber cheers sounded at the announcement. Outside the hall is the Garden of Reflection, Benton said. A perfect place to sit in quiet contemplation. It is a place for solitude, for consideration, for meditation. All are welcome to visit, mortal and cultivator, sect member and not, but please remember its purpose. Benton was positive that no one in attendance would ever disrespect the garden, and that they would actively enforce the rules if necessary. Good. He wasn't normally one for somberness, but Yedzan deserved that measure of respect. Let's now observe a moment of silence to honor and remember our departed hero, Benton said. Our departed friend. Chapter 199. Spirit, Body, Soul, and Mind. The moment of silence marked the end of Yedzan's memorial service. But with the entire sect present, Benton needed to take a few moments to conduct business, which wasn't exactly an ideal scenario, definitely something he wouldn't have even considered back on Earth. That understanding made the transition from the ceremony to other matters more than a little awkward. How was he supposed to begin, "Since I have you here"? Ugh. The creation of the Hall of Heroes was the last step in making the sect main grounds move-in ready, Benton said finally. That segue wasn't exactly a good one, but at least it somewhat tied what he'd been talking about to what he wanted to bring up in a halfway coherent manner. Obviously, the grounds are by no means finished,
Benton continued. A huge priority is to get a wall built around the entire central area, including the pavilions and residences. The lack of beasts made danger of that sort of attack minimal, but the threat from rival cultivators loomed large. A permanent structure, such as the wall, constructed from a chi-rich material like the orange vigor spirit wood, made it the perfect conduit for formations. Benton was desperate to get that barrier finished and tie multiple defenses into a grand array that would hold off, for a time at least, even a nascent soul cultivator. The minimum crucial installations are complete, however, Benton said. All the pavilions have a building dedicated to that specific purpose, and there is enough residential capacity for over 300 people. My expectation for you is that most sect members move into one of the residences starting within the next several days. Mayor Mo Jian may choose to remain in the village at his discretion, and Lord Fatty Wren, the leader of the new Rising Tide sect branch in Vermilion Incomparable Raintown, will continue to remain in residence there, along with his recruits.
Otherwise, unless you receive direct dispensation from me, you are expected to relocate. Council members should find housing today and explore their pavilion tomorrow. The arrays in the buildings are complex. You will need guidance to understand all the functionality. Please schedule time with me tomorrow so I can provide that guidance. Regarding housing, the tallest apartment building is reserved for Mistress Zhang, the kids currently living in her orphanage, and any other resident she sees fit to allow to live there. All other housing will be assigned upon request based on a priority list. The order of that list goes by membership in the council, highest cultivation realm, longest time in the sect, and highest age. Thus, if two sect members who are not part of the council and who were inducted at the same time and are in the same minor realm want the same dwelling, the oldest one will be given priority. If the two happen to be twins, figure it out. The morning of the day after tomorrow, the housing not assigned to council members will become available for assignment. Tour the residential neighborhood and create a list of dwellings that interest you, ranked in order of preference. Before noon, you need to submit that list to sect administration. My two assistants, Sun Hua and Shu Gang, can be found on the second floor of the administration hall. They will handle assigning housing based on the priority list and the submitted requests. Benton eyed each of the two young ladies. I apologize for not consulting with you first, and will provide you a list of dwellings and a list of sect members sorted numerically in the order I mentioned. I trust the two of you will be able to handle the rest? Truthfully, he'd horribly underutilized the two assistants the mayor had long ago assigned to him. Basically, beyond introducing himself and telling them to cultivate, he hadn't given them much to do at all. Now that everyone was moving onto the main sect grounds, he expected their role to become much more important. Sun Hua immediately cupped her hands, seemingly happy to be addressed. Shu Gang only followed along after noting what Sun Hua had done. Finally, Benton said. I just want to say that I've been very pleased by everyone's diligence and progress so far. Great job, everyone. There are, however, two resources that are currently being underutilized: soul cultivation and mind cultivation. Most people in the crowd stared at him blankly. Every sect has access to spiritual cultivation, and a lot of them practice body cultivation to some degree. Almost no one cultivates the mind, though, and even fewer have access to soul cultivation methods. These two types of cultivation give the Rising Tide sect an advantage that no one else can match, and we're not utilizing them enough. While neither provides the pure physical benefits and power of spiritual and body cultivation, both convey plenty of advantages. Cultivating the soul can make your life more satisfying, increase your ability to use qi,
and protect you from demonic cultivators. Mind cultivation can give you access to mental attacks and let you split your thoughts, which is very beneficial to crafters. Scriptures will be available in the contribution points shop. I highly suggest that everyone choose at least one or the other and begin working it into their schedules. Note that for beginning cultivators, time spent on soul and mind cultivation does not count against your 10-hour maximum per day. Given his experience in the past, making one of his desires so blatantly known should cause everyone to rush to comply. Which meant he had to follow through with his promise to have cultivation methods waiting for them in the contribution points shop.
As soon as he dismissed them, he quick-stepped to his office in the administration pavilion, dropped into a lotus position, and pulled up his cultivation creation menu. He'd already made 2 soul cultivation methods, the one he'd already given to Peng Jun that focused on defense against demonic cultivators, and the one for the former Righteous Rain cultivators to help them heal. The first question was whether or not more methods were needed. Benton mentally reviewed the purpose of each of the 4 soul characteristics given by the system. Inviolability made the soul resistant to outside influence, such as attacks by demonic cultivators and control by goo worms. Size made it easier for a person to lead a more fulfilling life. Strength helped both resist and heal damage, as well as leading to special abilities. Finally, tempering enhanced one's chi pool and physical prowess. He didn't want to spend a lot of points creating a bunch of methods, but picking 1 or 2 more to give his members options was probably a good idea. He'd only invested 50 sect points so far. 2 more methods would devote another 50. 100 sect members reaching the first minor realm would return that many quickly, and everything after that would be pure profit. Yeah, he could definitely afford to invest a few more points to give his sect members more choices. One of the previous methods was heavily weighted to inviolability for defense, and the other to strength for healing. An option for the new methods was to make one that was heavily weighted for each of the other 2 characteristics. The one devoted to size would make people happier, but he didn't anticipate a lot of his sect members making that choice, considering how power-mad the entire cultivation world was. The one focused on tempering, on the other hand, would be a good choice for anyone set on a martial path.
That last one actually sounded like a perfect option for some of his sect members. So he created the martial soul method for soul cultivation, allocating 15 points to inviolability to protect against demonic cultivators, 10 to size, since he wanted his sect members to be happy, 10 to strength, since preventing and recovering from injuries were both important, and 65 to tempering. The method would increase the attributes his sect members most valued, while providing them some defense if they someday happened to encounter a demonic cultivator. Instead of creating the second one to be focused on the remaining characteristic, size, he decided a balanced option would be better, so he allocated 25 in each category and called it balanced. He quickly wrote up a detailed description of what each characteristic did and how the characteristics were distributed in each of the 4 cultivation methods. Luckily, Peng Jun was a reliable fellow who could be counted on to describe the contents of the note in detail before letting any of the sect members make a selection. Next, Benton needed to create 1 or more methods for mind cultivation. Of the 4 types of cultivation, mind was probably the weakest, especially in the beginning. Like soul, it had 5 major realms: higher, inner, myriad, expert, and grandmaster. And a practitioner reaching the peak of the first realm couldn't process information much more quickly or in higher quantities than a mortal. The second level provided some benefits, such as weak mind attacks and the ability to achieve greater focus. But considering that the level of effort was equivalent to that needed to reach foundation establishment, it required a lot of work for a relatively small gain. Myriad and above was where the cultivation type shined. A practitioner's mind attacks became much more powerful. And one gained the ability to split one's focus, a huge benefit for nearly anyone, but something especially valued by alchemists and formation masters. Unfortunately, the likelihood of reaching Myriad was about the same as the likelihood of reaching Golden Core. Small. Which was one reason Benton hadn't pushed for his sect members to learn that type of cultivation. Even taking into account the level of effort required, however, reaching at least Inner could give his people a decent advantage. In a fight between two people of a similar realm, being able to distract one's opponent with a presumably unblockable mind stun could provide a decisive turning point in a battle, even if the distraction caused was quite brief. The real advantage was that, with the extremely high-grade cultivation methods provided by the system, almost all his sect members would be able to advance to Inner. When he'd started recruiting every person he could find into his sect, regardless of talent level, Benton hadn't had any plans other than, "Hey, I need sect members. These people can become sect members." A Foundation establishment cultivator in the mid-minor realms held value. With access to techniques that allowed them to externally manipulate chi, they could learn to create low-level but necessary pills and arrays and weapons, etc. They'd become the worker bees of his sect and, hopefully, experience a nice life featuring good health and a standard of living much higher than most mortals. Considering that most of them started as peasants, the fact that they'd be expected to live around 150 years as a cultivator was much better than the average peasant's expectation of death somewhere in the early 50s. So it was a genuine win-win. They got a genuinely better and longer life. He got lots of sect points. Yay! Now, though, he was considering how to improve their lives as cultivators even more. Power equaled success in a cultivation world, and the plan forming in his mind had the potential to maximize the strength of every single member of his sect. The fact that he would also be on the receiving end of a lot more points was something that didn't really even factor into his decision-making. But it was a nice bit of lagniappe. Normally, talent made a lot of difference in battles between sect members. An A from one sect would beat a similarly realmed C from a rival sect 9 times out of 10. In contrast, Benton expected his sect members to be able to compete versus similarly realmed cultivators from other sects, based solely on the quality of his system-provided cultivation methods and techniques. What would happen when he added body cultivation to that equation, though? Maybe they couldn't jump major realms, but the pure physicality of his sect members would allow them to punch upward several minor realms at least. Add to that soul cultivation that advanced his sect members' chi pools and physical might. And on top of that, add in an ability to launch a mind stun at a critical moment. Benton liked the thought of that. No one in the same major realm would be able to beat one of his members in a fight. And there was no reason that the same shouldn't apply to abilities in crafting. Not only that, but some people had a talent for cultivation. For example, one eye just took to spiritual cultivation like a fish to water, advancing much faster than her spiritual roots would normally suggest she would. By exposing sect members to the 2 additional cultivation types, it was possible that some of them would discover an unrealized talent and advance farther than projected. He couldn't help envisioning a sect where his members advanced realms much slower than other sects, but they advanced spirit, body, soul, and mind simultaneously. It was a vision of the future that he liked. In fact, he liked it so much that he decided he needed to advance his own cultivation in those areas. And with a total of 778 sect points, he was 78 points above the floor he'd decided on, of 700 points. System, what's the maximum level of mind cultivation that I can advance to presently? Host has met the requirements to advance to the peak of Myriad. The answer was exactly what Benton had expected. Myriad corresponded to Golden Core, the peak level he had currently qualified to reach. He quickly also confirmed that he was allowed to advance to the third level of soul as well, the fulfillment realm. If his calculations were correct, it would take him 8 points to reach the peak of higher, 18 to reach the peak of inner, and 36 to get all the way to the peak of myriad. That was a total of 62 points, and he'd need the same amount to reach the peak he could climb in soul, which was more than he had available to spend unless it was an emergency. Benton had a choice to make. Should he max out one or advance both equally? And if he went with one over the other, which should he choose? If he knew he was going to be fighting demonic cultivators soon, soul would be the best choice. If not for Sue's experience with his sect being wiped and what Benton had learned about the downfall of the Righteous Rain sect, the thought of demonic cultivators would not have even entered his mind. Most sects never encountered a single one of their ilk. Benton did have those memories and knew what happened to that sect, however, so he had to consider demonic cultivators a real risk. But he knew of only 2 attacks, one 2 decades prior and one about a year ago. That particular threat wasn't exactly looming on the horizon like his current issues were. Being able to use Mind Stun and split his consciousness into multiple threads seemed like a better use of points for the immediate future, so he chose to advance his mind cultivation fully. That selection left him with 60 sect points, which was close to being enough to get him all the way to the peak he could go in soul cultivation, but not quite.
It was oh so tempting for him to just dip a bit into his nest egg, but he decided that, lacking a real need to do so, he'd only spend down to the 700 mark, meaning he advanced to 7th minor realm of fulfillment. As soon as he triggered the upgrades, he braced himself, and rightfully so. The huge increase of his mind and the lesser one of his soul was intense. When he recovered, his greater processing speed made him remember that he'd completely forgotten to create methods for mind cultivation for his sect members. Doh! The proper thing to do was to dig deep into that area of cultivation, just like he'd done with soul cultivation earlier, and create a selection of methods for his sect members. Floor be damned. Practically speaking, though, he was wiped emotionally from the memorial service and physically from the huge upgrades he'd just experienced. He just didn't have it in him to give the matter the attention it deserved. Instead, Benton went 25 sect points under his floor to create a basic mind cultivation method that balanced all the characteristics. He'd have Peng Jun let the crafters know that more options would be coming in a few days. Good enough. He was confident that the steps he took today would lead to great things for his sect in the future. To reach that future, though, he needed time for his sect members to cultivate 3 different methods as far as they could, a process of many years even for the most talented of them. To give them that time, Benton had to hold off all the threats facing the sect. Not an easy task. Not an easy task at all.
Chapter 200. Information, Risk, and Reward.
Emperor Han Shu was not sure if the information contained in the report he just read represented a good thing or a bad thing for his faction. Peace had existed between his empire and the sects for more than a century, but a single cultivator seeking advantage could change that status at any time. For as long as anyone could remember, 3 sects had ruled the portion of the continent he currently controlled, but they cared not for mortal affairs. His family dynasty had started humbly, his ancestor being the simple mayor of a small village. Over the next several centuries, they slowly and cautiously spread their influence, taking over managing more villages, and then towns, and then cities. They had, of course, given the sects much face, kowtowing to them while gathering resources in secret. The cultivators had appreciated not having to govern lowly mortals while having their wants and needs met. Favors were bought, and the most talented members of the family were sent to the sects to learn. Slowly, political power had turned into actual power. Over even more centuries, the family had acquired enough cultivation methods and techniques that they no longer had to rely on outside help. Now, they stood on equal footing with any of the sects. But only equal, which rankled him more than he liked to admit. If he grew too strong, they would band against him. If he showed weakness, one or more would strike. Cultivators were predatory and merciless. 2 decades ago, the Righteous Rain sect, one of the Big Four, had been destroyed overnight. Han Shu's faction and each of the Big Three tried to take advantage, but the prospect of any 2 enemies combining strength tempered growth. The 4 factions lapsed into stasis. Days ago, that stasis had been upended. A lone cultivator of unknown realm had effected 12 verified kills of Jade Chameleon sect Golden Core cultivators.
Further, rumors on every tongue indicated that the inciting event of that massacre also resulted in deaths of 3 more Golden Core cultivators, including Tung Jian. Even more unbelievably, there were credible reports that 3 additional Golden Core cultivators had their dantians destroyed by tribulation lightning. Obviously, no one, regardless of realm, could control tribulation lightning. But the one known as Chao Su had been able to mimic it to a degree such that Han Shu wasn't sure the distinction mattered. Prior to the massacre, the Jade Chameleon sect had 41 Golden Core cultivators. If the reports were to be believed, they only had 23 left. And their sect branch in 6th Flawless Flowing City had been utterly annihilated. They continued to wield the influence of a major sect simply due to the fact that they still had all 4 of their nascent soul cultivators, but 2 of those were ancient and clearly in decline, each surely having only a century of life left. 2 at the most. And how did a sect replace nascent souls? By having golden cores advance. And the Jade Chameleons had lost nearly half of those, including rising star Tung Jian, who everyone assumed was more likely than not to ascend. Barring a miracle, the Jade Chameleon sect would face a precipitous decline over the next half-millennium. The Big Three had become, for all intents and purposes, the Big Two. The balance of power was still preserved to an extent, however. The Jade Chameleons still held enough power to be a worthy acquisition target. If Han Shu or either of the 2 sects tried to assimilate them, though, the other 2 factions would be forced to band together to stop it. Gaining an advantage out of the situation was the work of centuries, not years, and certainly not months. Offer one of their Golden Core cultivators a good deal to switch. Marry another into the family. The other factions would do the same. But that was okay, as long as Han Shu's faction gained slightly more promising members, or even just a slightly higher quantity, or even better, both. That scenario was what would have happened if all of them did not have to consider the existence of Chao Su. The appearance of a potential new power created a completely different situation. The sect leader of, apparently, a bunch of peasant villagers was quite an enigma. Han Shu would have thought the man a joke, if not for the numerous casual demonstrations of absurd power, handing out heaven-grade scriptures as gifts, using a ridiculous number of chi elements in battle, a chi shield that protected him from 15 Golden Core cultivators at once, and the list continued. His abilities went far beyond the ken of any cultivator in memory. Even legends didn't whisper of some of the things he could do. Was he beatable if enough nascent souls were gathered against him? Or would he dominate them as easily as he had the Golden Cores? Reports stated that he hadn't even bothered to use an aura. 2 factions had already established clear positions. The Poison Claw sect sniffed an opportunity in befriending him, and they were clinging to it like a mortal forced onto the back of a bucking bull.
In contrast, the Jade Chameleons could only regain some semblance of face by utterly destroying the man. That left Han Shu's faction and the Swift Blizzard sect to either choose sides or remain neutral. The Swift Blizzards had signaled clear displeasure with the man, but Han Shu had no idea what was driving that display, or if it revealed true intent, or was some elaborate misdirection. The smart play was for his faction to remain patient. One did not usurp the sects by blasting them away like rock pounding against rock in a cavalcade of dirt and dust. One wore them down over time with the steady beat of wind and wave.
Given the scriptures the man pulled from that storage ring of his, though, if either of the sects gained access to those, they would accelerate quickly in power. Han Shu could not allow that to happen. The easiest way to prevent someone else obtaining the treasure was to make sure he gained access to it instead. Was the proper course continued patience, or was it time to finally make an aggressive play? He didn't yet know. For now, he'd wait and observe.
Dong Qiao shook his head in disbelief. He'd read the reports, of course, but hearing a first-hand account made the fact much clearer.
You're sure this Chao Su wasn't using a device to hide his cultivation?
I'm positive, sect leader. Mao Bia, the leader of the Swift Blizzard sect in 6th Flawless Flowing City, said. My detection device picked out a storage ring, a friendship pin from the Poison Claw sect, and a flying sword. Interestingly enough, the sword was the one previously used by Teng Jian. That fact was interesting. Chao Su was sending quite the message by using that particular piece of battle loot in his attack on the Jade Chameleon branch.
What do you make of him not using an aura during the fight? Dong Qiao said.
Kang Ya Ting is spreading rumors that Chao Su deliberately restrained himself, sect leader.
Doing such a thing made no sense to Dong Qiao.
From an impossible shield to wielding some type of lightning that destroyed cultivation, the man displayed unimaginable power. Why hold back an aura? The only explanation was that he either didn't feel like he needed it, or he didn't have one. But if the latter were true, how come Mao Bia couldn't sense him? If the device he used was powerful enough to hide his cultivation from your senses, it would have been powerful enough to hide itself from your detection device, Dong Qiao said. This lowly one is not as experienced with the use of the device as the sect leader, but wouldn't such a disruption have distorted my ability to detect the other 3 qi sources? Each of them was revealed to me clearly. That point was a good one. I can easily believe the man to be nascent soul, Dong Qiao said. But nihility? It is speculated that only about 1 in 1,000 nascent souls advance that high. Mao Bia shrugged. I can't say one way or the other, sect leader. Kang Ya Ting is convinced, but that is hardly definitive proof.
A nascent soul, especially an ascendant, ancient one, being able to defeat 15 golden cores at once was a mighty feat, but not one that existed outside the realm of possibility. The man was probably simply a very experienced and powerful cultivator of that realm, and if so, a force consisting of several nascent souls would be able to defeat him. If Dong Qiao was wrong, though, those nascent souls would go to their deaths, and losing even one would constitute a disaster even greater than the one experienced by the Jade Chameleons. At the moment, the risk of attacking Chao Su was great, but the risk of not attacking was just as bad. He didn't have enough information. How did he react to your provocation? Dong Qiao said. There was no visible sign of him becoming angry, sect leader. It had been a risky move on Mao Bia's part to test the man in such a way, but so little was known about the mysterious cultivator that every piece of information was crucial. Still, the move was aggressive, perhaps too aggressive. If Chao Su decided that the loss of face due to Mao Bia's insubordinate behavior was too much,
He might destroy the Swift Blizzard branch sect as well. Dong Chao didn't believe the data gained about his behavior was worth the risk. Unless, of course, the maneuver ultimately resulted in no negative consequences. He frowned. And the rumor worked. My spies tell me that Kang Ya Ting believed that I was angry over losing a lover, sect leader. If my actions cause problems, you can blame me acting against the sect's wishes. When Dong Chao didn't respond, she continued. By Chao Su sending the gift that he did, he indicated a willingness to be reasonable. He didn't attack the Jade Chameleons due to a minor insult. My move was the right one. I have provided our mind cultivators access to my memories so that their arts can guide our future interactions. Dong Chao sighed. His junior was not known to be reckless. She had considered the risks and the gains, and the sect appeared to have benefited from it. Very well, he said. No sanction is forthcoming, but I want you to stay far away from that man in the future. Yes, sect leader.
Chapter 201. Plans and Ploys.
Teng Wuying was equal parts pleased and anxious. By benefit of his brother's not-so-untimely death, he was now the sole inheritor of his family's resources. And he was still alive, which would have been a much more difficult feat to pull off had he remained in 6th Flawless Flowing City. On the other hand, he was standing in front of his sect leader, Duan Dandan, who did not look pleased to see him in the least. Not daring to meet her eyes, he cupped his hands. Greetings, sect leader. The reports I'm getting indicate our branch in 6th Flawless Flowing City, the one which you are the appointed leader of, was completely destroyed, the icy-eyed, white-haired woman said. Why are you here? To inform you of a likely incoming attack, sect leader, he said meekly, keeping his face pointed toward the ground. You're a little bit late, aren't you? Her tone was biting. Apologies, sect leader. Your flunky assistant kept me waiting for days. If not for him, you would have received the warning in plenty of time. She pursed her lips. Explain. My dear nephew, Tung Trung, got himself killed while accosting a higher-realmed cultivator. Why would he do such a thing? He was a brute, but he wasn't an idiot. The higher-realmed cultivator did not behave like a higher-realmed cultivator, sect leader. At least, in the eyes of my dear nephew. Or that's what we believe was going through his head at the time. He disobeyed my direct orders to observe only and approached the cultivator. I see. Continue your report. You will provide a written version with details explaining how that conclusion was derived. Of course, sect leader. Teng Wuying triggered a non-qi-based technique he'd developed, causing sweat to appear on his forehead. The sect leader was considered the most intimidating person most people had ever met, and he took great pains to make it appear like he was just as cowed by her. Teng Jian, who was of course my brother and Teng Chun's father, eventually emerged from seclusion for a successful advancement to Golden Core Minor Realm 7, sect leader. It fell on this lowly one to inform him of his son's death. As branch sect leader, I had received a missive from the Poison Claw sect concerning the events leading to Tung Chun's death, explaining that the higher-realmed cultivator was a friend of the Poison Claw sect named Chao Su. This Chao Su was willing to face Tung Jian personally in combat if necessary, but, upon pain of major reprisals, urged that no attempt be made to harm his juniors. The Poison Claw sect further espoused a lukewarm belief that Chao Su was capable of carrying out such a threat. I, of course, likewise conveyed that information to Tung Jian. He did not take it well. If anything, the sect leader's face grew stormier. She was not convinced by his explanation. His task would have been easier had she not known Tung Jian so well. Of course he didn't take it well, you idiot, she yelled. You telling him that would have been like waving a flag in front of a bull.
I was required to tell him, sect leader. He was my older brother. It was his right to be told any information regarding the family that wasn't protected by sect confidentiality. Failing to do so would have made me subject to censure and likely to being kicked out of the family. I could not take that risk. Duan Dandan still frowned, but her expression lightened some. What happened next? Phew, that was the hard part of the conversation. If she bought that, he might actually escape her chambers with his position as a sect elder intact. A demotion would have made his life a bit more troublesome. Against my advice, he summoned 2 of his allies and departed for the village Chao Su was thought to have chosen as his base. As soon as the 3 left, I came straight here, sect leader.
For what happened after that point, I have heard rumors, but you are surely more well-informed than I am. Your dear brother apparently got both himself and his 2 idiot sycophantic friends killed. And because the unmitigated disaster of losing 3 of the sect's golden core cultivators at once wasn't enough for them, they also incited this Chao Su's wrath by killing one of his sect members. Sect members? Sect leader? Yes, he's apparently given top heaven-grade cultivation methods to a bunch of talentless peasants, ostensibly to fight against a beast tide, and called them a sect. It's ridiculous that I'm even aware of the existence of an organization consisting of a couple hundred farmers. But that's what the fate of the Jade Chameleon sect has come to, due to the Teng family. Teng Wuying held back a grimace. That wasn't good. While becoming the inheritor of his family was good, and still having his life was even better, it was suboptimal to have that very same family name be tarnished. Any cultivator would have acted the same, sect leader, he said. Just like you surely cannot leave this Chao Su alone now, due to the loss of face our sect has suffered. Teng Jian could not let the murder of his son go unpunished. There. A subtle message that he was more than prepared to use his connections to question her every decision, if she chose to besmirch his name, should quell her ardor on that subject. Whatever the cause, the end results are devastating, she said, her voice much calmer. We have lost nearly half our golden core cultivators, including your brother, who was the farthest along of any of the current crop. Nearly as bad, we have lost countless spirit coins worth of materials, with the complete destruction of the branch sect. It can't possibly be as bad as the rumors say, sect leader. He'd heard ridiculous stories saying that literally nothing was left. Preposterous.
100 spatial rings combined wouldn't have fit a fraction of the loot available at the sect branch. Chao Su could not have taken everything. I sent eyes I could trust to verify. It is as bad or worse. There is simply nothing left of the buildings or any other part of the grounds. Even the first foot of dirt was removed. Then we must get it back, sect leader. There is no getting it back. It was destroyed, not stolen. Chao Su apparently uses lightning, earth, water, and void in his attacks, among other elements. For the first time in a long time, Teng Wuying was struck dumb. He'd stashed pills and spirit coins in hiding places throughout the sect. If what the sect leader said was true, all those resources were gone. As was his residence in 6th Flawless Flowing City with all the wealth he'd accumulated there. All he had left were his family's resources and a few emergency reserves. She was right when she'd referred to the attack as an unmitigated disaster. Wait, sect leader. You said lightning, earth, water, and void? That assortment of elements was extremely unlikely for any cultivator. Combining 2 separate primary elements with 2 rare and powerful secondary elements was almost unheard of. And you said, among other elements. That implies he used more?
He doubted the sect leader would either lie or receive inaccurate reports, but a cultivator having access to 5 elements was extremely improbable. If not for the evidence of him using so many elements in battle, I would have discounted the next piece of intelligence. Apparently, this peasant sect that he has created has a trials pagoda. Tung Wu Ying smiled, relieved beyond measure. We must acquire this pagoda, sect leader. It is ours by right, given the destruction he has caused. And I shall petition the elders to be given leadership over it. After all, my family has been harmed the most.
The look on her face told him that his suggestion had not been received well, but that was okay. The elders had plenty of power to overrule her when it came to such matters as distributing dominion over sect resources. As long as she okayed the initial attack, he would gain control over it. And she absolutely had no choice but to authorize the attack. The pressure to resolve the huge loss of face was too severe for her to ignore. You will order the attack, won't you, sect leader? After all, it is reported that he didn't employ an aura. Perhaps he hasn't developed one yet. 7 elements, she said. 7. And he might have used more. It was difficult for the observers to detect all the elements used by his shield. He didn't see her point. She was acting like the number of elements made him an unbeatable foe, or at least one that was unfathomable. But he was neither. Sure, such versatility would give Chao Su an advantage, but it was nothing that could not be overcome. And the existence of the Trials Pagoda explained how he'd managed such a feat. The observers are absolutely positive that he employed a concept with 5 of those elements, she said. Some believed that all 7 were powered by a concept, but that assertion could not be confirmed. Tung Wu Ying had to do the math. Golden core cultivators took an average of 25 years to form a concept. Prodigies accomplished the feat in 10 to 15 years. The absolute record from a woman who achieved enlightenment during her meditation was 5 years. But that time period was just to form a concept with 1 chi element. A person not knowledgeable with high-realmed cultivation might think that forming a concept for a second element was easier and thus took less time. That person would be wrong. In fact, forming a concept for a second element didn't take twice as long as the first. It took 4 times as long. Even assuming Chao Su was the most talented cultivator in existence, 5 years for the first, plus 20 years for the second, was the absolute minimum time period to form 2 concepts. The third took even longer, 9 times as long as the first. The fourth took 16 times as long, and the fifth, 25. At a minimum, it had to have taken Chao Su at least 275 years to create 5 concepts. But that time period was based on a crazy assumption of it only taking him 5 years for the first. 10 years was still ridiculously short, but was a much safer bet for a minimum, equating to 550 years required for him to form all those concepts. A golden core cultivator's lifetime was only around 1,000 years. Added to that, all the techniques he would have had to master, and somehow developing a shield that used so many of those concepts. Well, such a feat could only be considered legendary, not something that a normal person could accomplish, even in a millennium. The facts confirmed that not only was Chao Su definitely at least in the nascent soul realm, not that there had been any real doubt, but that he assuredly had developed his aura. I can see from the look on your face that you understand, Duan Dandan said. There are too many oddities about this Chao Su for him to be a simple nascent soul. He is something outside our experience. Whether that means he's reached nihility, or he simply has access to resources greater than all found on this entire continent combined, I do not know. I am, however, almost sure that all 4 of our nascent souls combined could not defeat him.
If he is indeed that powerful, all factions, save for the Poison Claws, will back us, sect leader. He's surely not a match for 12 nascent souls. Tung Wu Ying grinned suddenly. Or 10? She frowned. 10? Ye Zhengsheng and Yan Mingxia both already have 1 foot in the grave, sect leader.
Let them die heroes, sacrificing themselves for the good of the sect. You want me to throw away half our nascent souls on an attack they cannot win? For what purpose? He could almost see her thoughts churning as she paused. If this Chao Su defeats both of them in straight-up combat, the other factions will see his true strength, she said. Between that and their greed for his treasures, they will band together with us. We just have to be ready to seize the spoils.
Yes, sect leader. She frowned again.
There is a problem. The elders will never approve this plan.
Tung Wu Ying met her eyes for the first time during that meeting.
They will if I tell them to.
Chapter 202. Formality and Nervousness.
Sun Hua's heart rose to her throat as she stood outside the door leading to what the sect leader called his office. The mayor's house was large enough to hold a similar room, but he called it a study. She was fairly sure that the sect would use the former term going forward, based on the sect leader's preference, so she made a point to call it that in her mind. Though she'd been assigned to be his assistant nearly a month ago, she'd never actually spent any time alone with him. Besides being introduced to him and being handed a few minor assignments, she'd barely even seen him. But now she'd been summoned via a blue dragon made of paper. She'd have been terrified if the sect's rumor mill hadn't abounded with tales of the origin of the wondrous devices. As she stood there gathering her wits, though, she was aware that the sect leader was inside, expecting her. Hesitating was stupid. Her mother would have called her a fool for making such an important man, her direct employer, wait. Besides, her fear was silly. The sect leader had a great reputation for being kind, so there was no justification for feeling afraid. She sighed. No rationalization, no matter how factual, could calm her nerves. Summoning all her courage, she halted her wandering thoughts and knocked on the door. "Come," the sect leader said. Sun Hua entered the room as she had been taught to do when approaching one of a much higher station. She took small steps so that her feet neither dragged the floor nor made a loud sound when contacting the floor. Moving quickly but quietly was the key. Don't delay. Don't disturb. There was no furniture in the room, only a small cultivation mat on which he sat in the lotus position. As her mother had trained her to do in such a situation, Sun Hua knelt before him and cupped her hands. Assistant greets sect leader. To the best of her knowledge, few people, if any, in the village used that particular formality of referring to oneself by one's position. It was much more common here to use this one or this lowly one. Esteemed mother, however, had been raised outside the village and taught Sun Hua that the other form of address was more proper. She wanted badly to please the sect leader while honoring her mother. A scroll appeared from thin air, but Sun Hua did not gasp. Though she'd not previously been so close to the sect leader when he used his spatial treasure, it was known to all the villagers, and she'd at least seen items being removed from it from a distance, including an entire building. Rumors in the village speculated that all who reached Foundation establishment would be gifted one of the rings. Since all sect members who were diligent were promised all resources within the sect leader's ability to help them reach Foundation establishment, all sect members, including her, should eventually own a ring of their own if that gossip were true. Sun Hua thought the reasoning logical, but couldn't bring herself to believe such a thing could possibly actually happen. The sect leader smiled. This is the priority list that I promised you. Assistant expresses gratitude to sect leader, she said, accepting the scroll.
Why was he giving it to her, though? Just her, she meant. Why had she been summoned without her fellow assistant, Xu Gang? She didn't dare voice her questions, though. "What's bothering you?" he said. "Tell me." Her expression must have betrayed her. Mother would be so disappointed if she ever found out that Xuan Hua hadn't kept her face impassive before the sect leader. An assistant's personal thoughts should never intrude upon their employer. Having been called out, however, Xuan Hua had no option but to respond truthfully. Assistant answers sect leader. Assistant does not understand why the sect leader's other assistant was not summoned as well. To her surprise and consternation, the sect leader chuckled. "You are, without a doubt, the most formal person I've met in the village. I wonder if that's why the mayor chose you." Sun Hua was positive she was chosen for the position due to her qualifications. In addition to being taught proper manners, her mother had instructed Sun Hua in writing, mathematics, bookkeeping, and a myriad of organizational practices from the time she was weaned. There was no one in the village more highly trained to be an assistant for the sect leader. For so many years, she had doubted her mother's instruction. Why learn these things when they have no value in the village? The mayor certainly didn't require her services, and no others could spare the funds to pay for any employees beyond the ones absolutely necessary for their business's survival. And it wasn't like she could leave the village to seek her fortune elsewhere. The beasts prevented that. She had been trapped. The village had not been a good place for her overall. Little food, no resources, no suitable employment opportunities. Worse, there were even limited opportunities for marriage. As the danger from the beasts had grown, more and more men had died to them, leaving many more women seeking husbands than there were men to fill the need. Since she was neither particularly pretty nor outgoing and funny, she was passed over for the girls who were either or both of those things. She tried not to have regrets, but she'd always hoped to have children. Every time her mother, whom she loved deeply, criticized her or pushed her to perfection, Sun Hua thought about how her home would be filled with love and hugs and no expectations that her children must excel at everything they tried. But that was not to be. With the formation of the sect and the massacre of the beasts, the village was starting to see new blood arrive. Opportunities grew. She was a cultivator and had been appointed to be one of the sect leader's assistants. After the mayor had informed her of her new position, she had gone straight to her mother, kowtowed before her, and thanked her for her instruction. Things were looking up for Sun Hua, but she still wished things had turned out differently. If the sect leader had found the village just a few short years earlier, she might have had a chance at finding a husband and having children. As it was, 22 was well past the age for marriage. "Sun Hua?" the sect leader said. "Did I lose you?" Her eyes went wide. Somehow she'd allowed her concentration to drift. In front of the sect leader. Oh no. No. She couldn't believe she'd been so stupid. Sun Hua kowtowed, touching her forehead to the wood floor. "Assistant apologizes to sect leader. Assistant begs for forgiveness." "Whoa," he said. "Relax. Get up. It's not a big deal." She had never been more mortified in her life. If Mother found out, Sun Hua would never hear the end of it. Mother could never find out. Her face burned as she rose back to a kneeling position, and she kept her face pointing to the ground, unable to bear the thought of the sect leader seeing her blush. "Assistant answers, sect leader. Assistant is more highly qualified for the position than anyone in the village. Assistant's recent performance notwithstanding, Assistant will not let sect leader down." She said that as fervently as she could. If the sect leader dismissed her from the position, she'd never, ever get over the shame. He cleared his throat.
Well, this is a bit awkward. I didn't mean to stress you out. And the reason that I called only you into the office is that you seemed to be a bit more on top of things than the other girl did. Do you think she is as qualified as you are?
Oh no. She had not meant to imply anything negative about the other girl. If Shu Gang were dismissed, it would be a bad thing indeed. Sun Hua had to answer the sect leader's question, though, and she couldn't lie. She also had no idea what she could say to prevent him from dismissing Shu Gang. Assistant answers sect leader. Sect leader's other assistant is pleasant and tries hard. This assistant will make sure that sect leader is pleased with the performance of the entire staff.
So they saddled you with a dud, huh? Why?
Sun Hua's eyes went wide. Her answer had the opposite effect of what she had intended, and again, she was forced to answer the question without lying. Assistant answers sect leader. Other assistant is the mayor's niece.
Ah, okay. That makes sense.
Mayor Mo Jian was extremely popular in the village. The sect leader was gaining influence, but the villagers had known the mayor literally their entire lives. If she got his niece dismissed, Sun Hua would be ostracized, and that fate paled in comparison to what her mother would do. Assistant requests to question sect leader.
Go ahead, shoot.
Her heart was pounding. Assistant expresses gratitude to sect leader. Will sect leader dismiss other assistant?
I don't think there's a need for that unless she is a complete liability. Honestly, I wasn't sure that I really required 2 assistants in the first place. I'll relay my instructions to you, and you can delegate as you feel appropriate. Works?
As covertly as possible, she let out a relieved breath. Assistant answers sect leader. Assistant will of course proceed as sect leader directed.
Great. You have the list. Any questions?
Assistant answers sect leader. Assistant has no further questions.
Perfect. One more thing. I get that you're nervous and that you've been trained to be formal, but I really need you to work on being a bit more casual. I don't want you to be uncomfortable, and I won't dismiss you or anything like that, but I'd much prefer you to relax a bit, okay?
Sun Hua started her response before she even thought about what he had said.
Assistant answers. Assistant?
Oops, I think I broke you. Think on what I said for next time, okay? It's not a big deal. I'm not displeased with you at all. I'll go now, so you don't have to figure out how to tell me you're leaving. And with that, he disappeared.
Benton chuckled as he appeared in the formations pavilion.
Had he really just let his assistant drive him out of his own office? The situation was too absurd. It was okay, though. He'd dealt with people like her a lot in his past life. Smart, capable, but timid. She'd been trembling like a leaf in a thunderstorm for most of the meeting. It made him feel bad, even though he'd been as gentle as he possibly could be. Once she got used to dealing with him, he was positive that she would be a true gem. She just needed more time and more interactions with him. He made a mental note to have her accompany him when he was teaching the pavilion heads about the arrays in their buildings. The experience would give her necessary knowledge about the sect and get her more familiar with him and the other important people. Perfect. Of course, she would soon be dealing with all those important council members on her own, as she approved their housing choices. Hopefully those encounters would turn out fine. Benton grimaced as he envisioned Yang Shu meeting with the timid Sun Hua. Surely, it would turn out fine.
Chapter 203. Selection Day.
Zhou Tian had no desire to look at houses. He really had no desire to go with one eye to look at houses. All such an activity would do was bring up very uncomfortable subjects. If she wanted a place with a single bedroom, did that mean she wanted to live by herself, or that they should escalate their relationship? Did she want marriage? Were they ready for marriage? Was he? He felt like he was too young for such a decision, and that opinion was supported by people in Sixth Flawless Flowing City, generally waiting to be wed until they were older. In contrast, marriage at his age was common in the village. On the other hand, what did it say if she didn't want to continue to live in the same house as him? Was their relationship not as secure as he assumed? If she wanted a house with 2 bedrooms, it would perhaps signal that they should continue building on the relationship they had until maybe one day progressing it to another form. The problem was that an unrelated man and woman living together and not being married would invite rumors. At the moment, men and women were thrown together wherever a spare house could be found in the village, so it wasn't much remarked upon. With the plethora of choices available at the sect grounds, however, every choice would be scrutinized. Older villagers especially would look at the two of them in a very unfavorable manner. It would represent a loss of face both for themselves and, because of their high rank, for the rising tide sect. There seemed to be no choice that could be made regarding housing that didn't lead to difficult outcomes. He wished he could delay the decision. Actually, he wished he and One Eye could simply remain in the village until they might be ready to advance their relationship. But Master had ordered that they each had to choose a house that day. So he and One Eye walked through what Master called a neighborhood and looked at the possibilities. There were 3 basic types of dwelling available: small structures clearly designed for a single person, houses with 1 to 5 bedrooms, and what Master referred to as apartments in tall buildings. He and One Eye pretty much had their pick. After all, there were so many places available that it was unlikely they'd just happen to choose one selected by another council member. Feeling like an absolute coward, he let her take the lead as they looked over the options. She led him inside one of the houses. It had a central hall, kitchen with attached dining area, an office, a cultivation room, and 3 bedrooms. As was typical in all the dwellings, there was no furniture. "This one looks nice," she said. "It does," he said in his most non-committal tone. She turned away from him. "I could move into one of the bedrooms, and I'm sure Bai Xinyi would like to take another." The choice surprised Zhou Tian. Wan Ai wasn't one to enjoy the company of others, not even her primary assistant in the alchemy pavilion. He really thought she'd either want to live completely alone or for it to just be the two of them. "Bai Xinyi is a fine choice," he said. "She'd definitely welcome the opportunity to continue living in the same house as you." His statement was absolutely the truth. Bai Xinyi had been personally assigned to be Wan Ai's assistant by the sect leader himself. The girl dedicated herself to that task as fervently as any of Master's disciples did to their own. The statement also contained not a hint about what he thought about the subject. Until he understood more about Wan Ai's desires in choosing the house, he strove for absolute neutrality in both tone and subject. "I think," Wan Ai said, "that if 3 single people were to choose to continue living together in a house just as they had while in the village, it would occasion little comment, even if one of those people were a man and the other 2 women." Oh. That solution wasn't perfect. Some older villagers would still look at them askance, but overall their decision to move in together was much more defensible. It wouldn't result in a severe loss of face, at any rate. There would be no hurry to rush any decision on marriage. Their relationship would have the time and space necessary to grow and prosper. Zhou Tian took her hand. "This house is amazing. You did well in picking it out." Master had created a method of giving streets unique designations, and having each building be denoted by a separate designation, not shared by any other on that street. When asked about the method he used, he went on a mini rant about how it would have been better to use numbers for the houses, but due to some numbers being considered more auspicious than others, he'd had to come up with a different idea, using words no one had ever heard. Either way, the practice of giving each building a distinctive identifier was sure to be useful in a number of ways, starting with the claiming process. Zhou Tian took note of the street name and the other word that referred to his preferred house's location, and they left for the administrative hall to submit their choice.
All the sect's most important people were tasked with choosing a dwelling that day, and once they did, they had to come to Sun Hua for assignment. If she could just make it to nightfall, the next day would be much easier, as her status as the sect leader's assistant put her above, or at least level with, all the other sect members. Until then, though, she had to talk face-to-face with each of the most important members of the sect. Senior sister, senior brother, expert blacksmith Shun Wu, the new guard captain. All were intimidating in their own right, but the real thing that worried her was a conflict arising. What if she had to tell one of them that their choice of house was already taken by someone higher on the priority list? What if they grew angry at her, seeing the refusal as her fault? She was tempted to assign Shi Gang the task, but as awful as the prospect of facing the ire of the sect's most powerful members was, the thought of having their housing selection mishandled was even worse. And Sun Hua absolutely could not trust Xu Gang with such an important undertaking. The other assistant was instead sent off to do important paperwork that Sun Hua was sure would have to be redone. So it was with much trepidation that Sun Hua waited. Her shared office was on the second floor of the 4-story building, but she decided to set up in the first floor's central hall in order for it to be more convenient for her sect brothers and sisters. It wasn't like there was any furniture in the building yet anyway, so one space was as good as any other. The first ones to arrive were Wan Ai and Zhou Tian, and Sun Hua quickly rose from her cultivation mat as soon as they entered. She cupped her hands. "Senior sister, senior brother, how may assistant help you?" Wan Ai was third on the priority list, behind only the twins, and Zhou Tian was sixth. Considering their rank, the two would likely get their first choice of dwelling. But that outcome wasn't assured. Sun Hua hoped that uncertainty would not cause an issue. Zhou Tian stepped forward confidently, holding Wan Ai's hand. "We would like House Gamma on Crooked Mountain Stream Lane. Bai Xinyi will be residing with us." Sun Hua froze. 2 unmarried women were requesting to live with an unmarried man. Mother would be scandalized when she found out, and she would find out. She would also be very displeased that Sun Hua did nothing to prevent the situation from occurring. For her part, she didn't care about the issue one way or the other. If anything, she was happy that Wan Ai had found someone who cared about her. Their eventual children should be talented, which was good for the sect. Even if Sun Hua had been vehemently opposed to the two living together, there was no way she could speak against them. Both were senior to her in the sect. In an attempt to cover her awkward pause, she looked over the scroll the sect leader had provided as she mentally reviewed her instructions from him. He'd just said to assign houses based on the priority list. No restrictions had been given to prevent people from living together, and considering that the two were already housing together in the village, the sect leader likely approved of the situation. With no prohibition from him, and dealing with 2 sect members who outranked her, she felt justified in telling her mother that there was nothing she could have done. "Of course, senior sister and senior brother. With the 2 of you making a request for the same dwelling, the rank of the higher of you on the priority list prevails. Wan Ai is ranked 3rd. Since the 2 ranked higher than her have not yet submitted a choice, I cannot assign that house to you yet." Zhou Tian mulled her words for a moment before turning to Wan Ai. "Do we have to have that particular house,
Or would any with the same general arrangement work? One Eye whispered something to him, but it was said so lightly that Sun Hua's ears couldn't pick out the words.
Any similar house would be fine, Zhao Tian said. Luckily, the scroll the sect leader provided also had drawings showing the location of each dwelling, along with listing its relevant characteristics. He was nothing if not organized.
Very well, senior sister and senior brother, Sun Hua said. Assistant will display the map, and you can choose 2 more houses. You will be guaranteed to get one of the 3. When they left, she let out a relieved sigh. Despite her initial reservations, they had been no trouble at all. The next people to walk in were senior sister Yang Shu and senior brother Yang Ru, followed by Kung Lin. If there was anyone in the sect that Sun Hua looked up to as a hero, it was senior sister. She was so strong and assertive. No one other than the sect leader told her what to do. And she was also powerful and brave. If not for Ye Zan, she would have died attempting to prevent the Golden Core cultivator who attacked the village from hurting anyone else. Sun Hua cupped her hands. Senior sister, senior brother, how may assistant help you? I want House Epsilon on Peaceful Sea Boulevard, Yang Shu said. Of course, senior sister. And you, senior brother? He grunted. Yang Shu rolled her eyes. He means that he also wants House Epsilon on Peaceful Sea Boulevard. Sun Hua froze again. The siblings were both listed as number 1 on the list, and as they were at the same cultivation realm, age was the determining factor in deciding who got priority. But they were twins, the same age. For a situation such as that one, the sect leader had simply said to figure it out. That advice was absolutely no help for her when dealing with 2 of the literal strongest people in the sect. It was a disaster, a complete disaster. Senior sister, senior brother, assistant apologizes profusely. I cannot decide which of you gets the house. The 2 looked at each other and started laughing. Kung Lin joined in. Sun Hua didn't understand what was so funny.
Junior sister, Yang Shu said. The look of panic on your face. We're not fighting over who gets the house. We've decided to live together. Oh. Even as Sun Hua let out a relieved breath, she felt her face burn. To have embarrassed herself so in front of her hero. She recovered the best she could. Since they were at the top of the list, she immediately assigned the house to them, and crossing them off allowed her to assign One Eye and Zhou Tian their first choice as well. By the time the trio left, 2 dwellings were allotted, and 5 sect members' living situation was resolved. And it had only almost caused Sun Hua's heart to explode twice in getting there. She could only hope that the process got easier from there.
Chapter 204. Move-in Day. Huang Yimun was pretty far down the priority list. He had E-spirit roots even after the upgrade, and was only at the 5th minor realm of Qi gathering. Up until very recently, he would never have even believed that him becoming a member of the council was remotely possible. He still couldn't fathom the fact that he'd been appointed guard captain. When senior sister chose him, he'd thought he'd be replaced as soon as the sect leader returned. Instead, he'd confirmed her decision. Huang Yimun was grateful to have the trust of people he respected so much, but if he had his choice, he wouldn't have ever had to accept the position, because that would have meant that Ye Zan would still be alive. His friend would have liked picking out a house just from the sheer weirdness of going from being an orphan on the city streets to being given such a nice place to live as a sect member. The whole experience was surreal. Maybe Ye Zan would have ended up picking a 2-bedroom house so that the 2 of them could room together. Or maybe he would have chosen an even bigger house to cram even more of the guards in. Or maybe he would have taken over one of the smaller apartment buildings for the whole squad. Huang Yimun had no energy or desire to arrange something like that.
With the death of his friend so recent, he desired only solitude. Most people so far had picked places near the front of the neighborhood, closest to the main sect buildings. In contrast, he walked all the way to the back and found a small place meant for a lone cultivator. There wasn't much to the place. A single room included space for preparing food, dining, cultivating, and sleeping. The only other room in the building was a small restroom that had a bathtub. There was also an attached courtyard with room for a small garden. It met his needs. Actually, it exceeded them. Running water.
Some sort of chi-using device that took away waste, so one didn't have to bother with a chamber pot. A device for storing food. All in all, the house was much nicer than anything he would have ever dreamed of back in 6th Flawless Flowing City. He registered his choice with the sect leader's assistant and returned to the administration hall later in the day. The assignments were posted on a board outside. It did not surprise him that he'd gotten his first choice. When Huang Yimun had left the city, he hadn't known when, if ever, he'd return, so he'd carried everything he owned, which wasn't a lot, with him. He'd picked up a few more items since, but all he really had were a few changes of clothes, a handmade cultivation mat of woven straw, a bedroll, his spears, and a few personal effects, such as toiletries and various small items he'd picked up. Having so few possessions made moving easy, and by nightfall, he was living in his new house, wondering if the new start was somehow a betrayal to his absent friend. It had quickly become apparent to Sun Hua that the method she used in letting the council choose their houses would not work for the rest of the sect members. There was no reason, after all, that a process put in place for 16 people should be efficient for close to 250. Instead, she had gone to the mayor and, with his help, arranged for the remaining sect members to come choose their housing in shifts in the order they were listed on the priority list. That method simplified things greatly. Starting early in the morning, a batch of 50 people was allowed to tour the neighborhood. Then, as a group, they went to the administration hall and lined up in the order they were listed. The first person chose from the available housing, and the assignment was made immediately, allowing them to begin moving their personal effects to their new home at their leisure. Meanwhile, the next person in line chose their home, and so forth. By the end of the day, all the people on the list had picked out places to live, and most had already moved in. Sun Hua let out a relieved sigh when the last one left the hall. Her first true test as the sect leader's assistant was complete. She felt she'd performed adequately. Hopefully he agreed. If he didn't, she just hoped he wouldn't remove her from her position, because there would be no way to keep that shame from her mother. Wan Ai was quite proud of herself. She'd noticed that Zhou Tian had tensed up every time anyone brought up the subject of moving to the new sect grounds, and she quickly deduced the reason. Not only had she figured out the problem, but she'd come up with a solution that they both liked. Of course, that meant she had to continue sharing a house with Bai Xinyi. Not that the other girl was a problem or anything. She was overall very quiet and respectful, and was a hard worker. It was just that Wan Ai preferred being alone. Or she had preferred being alone. If she were honest with herself, she now preferred being with Zhou Tian. And if continuing to live with him meant extending an invite to Bai Xinyi, having the extra person around was completely worth it. Honestly, Wan Ai couldn't believe how much she'd changed in such a short time. A matter of months prior, she would have jumped at the chance to move into a house all by herself. Such a thing would have been a dream come true. Instead, she now considered having Zhou Tian constantly nearby a much better outcome. It wasn't even that they ever did anything inappropriate. Well, nothing really inappropriate anyway. She simply felt more at ease when he was with her than when he wasn't.
considering how every other person she'd met in her life made her feel the exact opposite. She thought herself truly fortunate to have found him. After their first night in their new home, in separate bedrooms, of course, the three housemates went to visit the alchemy pavilion for the first time, arriving at the time instructed by the sect leader. The place was amazing. The buildings near it were a bit taller, with it only being 3 stories, but it was still impressive, with its stained wood with blue accents and blue roof tiles. And its location was perfect, right in the middle of the row of pavilions, between the Martial Pavilion and the Formations Pavilion, across from the amphitheater.
And the bathhouse was conveniently located right behind. One Eye couldn't believe that she was basically in charge of the entire building. It was weird enough to be given such a nice house, but a whole building? She thought she might have fallen just a little bit in love with the place at first glance. As he was wont to do, the sect leader appeared out of nowhere. "Ready for the 50-cent tour?" She had no idea what cents were or why a tour required 50 of them, but she was well used to ignoring the sect leader's odd phrases by that point. "Yes, sect leader." He led the 3 of them inside into a large foyer. "When the sect is large enough, you'll probably want to set up some kind of desk down here, manned by a junior pavilion member, who can instruct people where to go and keep out those who walked into the wrong building. For now, we'll just have to be really careful about setting the arrays correctly whenever you're dealing with anything dangerous." The front hall ran the width of the building, but it wasn't very deep. On each side were a door and a stairway. The sect leader led them through one of the doors first. It opened into a large space. "The function of this area is as a classroom. We'll put a lectern at the front and fill it with benches, and you, One Eye, can give lessons to all your pavilion members." She shuddered at the thought. There was no way she would ever get up in front of that many people to speak, unless she was directly ordered to do so by the sect leader. On second thought, probably not even then. Running far away would be a better option. When they returned to the foyer, the sect leader told them that both the doors opened into the large space, so there was no need to go to the other side. Instead, he led them up the stairs. The 3rd floor contains 20 rooms with individual alchemy workstations, while this 2nd floor consists of group labs, the sect leader said, leading them into one. The room held 10 stone slabs, each 3 feet off the ground, on solid stone legs, spaced about the room. "There are 3 rooms just like this one on this floor. A junior alchemist can easily work at each station, while a more senior sect member supervises an entire group." The sect leader led them to one of the workstations. "These are standard throughout the building. You'll note that there is plenty of room to cut and prepare herbs, and that the stone should be tough enough to hold up as a cutting surface." He pointed at a depression in the middle of the station that had a strange tube arching from the tabletop to open above it. The array on the tube provides water. Interestingly enough, it is not tied to the sect's central water supply like most other sources. Instead, it literally creates water. Obviously, that consumes a lot more chi than simply pumping it in, but the water coming out should be absolutely pure. Having access to water without impurities would surely be a huge help in progressing their alchemy. It didn't matter a lot for the body cultivation baths, but the manuals that One Eye read all noted the importance of avoiding introducing any foreign materials into mixtures when they started creating advanced pills. Of course, in order to create advanced pills, she'd first have to do 2 things. First, advance to foundation establishment, which she was working on quite diligently. No problems on that front. The second thing was frustrating her to no end, however. She had to successfully make a simple, mortal-grade pill, which, according to the manual, should have been easy, but she hadn't managed it yet.
The array at the bottom of the sink originally used fire chi to incinerate any wastes disposed down it, but I modified it to use void instead. That way, you can dump anything you want down there and not have to worry about smoke or fumes, or any materials like ash remaining afterward. One eye cupped her hands. Gratitude, sect leader. Like with the pure water, having an absolutely sure way to rid themselves of leftovers from processes was tremendously important for alchemists. To the left of the sink was a small square slab. The sect leader pointed at the square. This is a type of heating plate. The ones on this floor only have 5 settings for the amount of fire chi to be generated. In contrast, the ones on the floor above range from 10 settings all the way to 25. 5 of the rooms have square slabs with no fire chi array at all. Those are for foundation establishment realm and above alchemists, who have a technique to provide their own heat. Interesting. I's understanding, which was perhaps flawed given her failures so far, was that mortal pills didn't typically require fine control of the heat, meaning that the entire second floor was for chi-gathering cultivators to practice. As the alchemist reached foundation establishment and started creating pills that required finer control, they'd move to rooms on the 3rd floor, using the fire arrays until they mastered their techniques for providing heat without it. The entire building was meant for alchemists who were learning the profession. Her conclusion must have shown on her face because he said, "It's going to take a while before you outgrow this building. Once you do, we'll either acquire or build another one." She cupped her hands again. "Gratitude, master." "Okay," he said, leading them to a panel beside the door. "There are several more very important arrays controlled from here. The first is one intended for fume removal. When you activate it, all air would be pulled from the room and subjected to void chi. That's really handy if you have a fire producing a lot of smoke, or if a student has screwed up a mixture and fumes are pouring out. It's not so handy if you want to breathe." She understood that not breathing was dangerous, even for cultivators. "This array provides fresh air quickly back into the room." Unseren the significance. Yes, sect leader. Most of these arrays were already present in the building. I just tweaked them a little. This last one I added. He activated it. A loud wailing sound erupted from the formation. Another touch deactivated it, and the sound ceased. "If there's an emergency and you need help..." "Yes, sect leader." "The final array for the room is this one. When the door is closed and this array is activated, the door cannot be opened from the outside absent a force as powerful as Yang Ru's main attack. If anyone is doing anything even remotely dangerous inside the room, please activate this array to keep untrained people out." "Yes, sect leader." He continued the tour by taking her to the 3rd floor so she could get a sense of the layout, and then by taking her to a room that was only accessible from the outside. That was where spirit coins were fed to keep the arrays for the entire building operational. "At first, you can just draw coins from the contribution points shop," the sect leader said. "Eventually, we'll establish a budget once we see what your normal usage is, and anything over that budget will need to be paid for. You'll probably want to charge your pavilion members for workstation time over a certain amount, but we can figure all that stuff out later." She cupped her hands. "Gratitude, sect leader." There was a lot she needed to learn about how all the arrays worked, but her new building was so cool. It was definitely going to work a lot better for them than the random house they were currently using. She couldn't wait to get started. Maybe with the new fancy equipment, she'd even manage to make one of the simple, mortal-grade pills. Chapter 205. The Martial Pavilion. Yang Shu was practically bouncing up and down as Master escorted her, Kang Lin, and Yang Ru into the Martial Pavilion. Kang Lin had been telling stories about the one at the Poison Claw sect, and if the one Master procured could do half those things, Yang Shu was going to be so happy. From the outside, it was perfect. At 5 stories, it was taller than all the other buildings in the main area, and its blue paint and tiles matched the others perfectly. Best of all was its location, right next to the administration hall. It was the first pavilion any visitor to the sect would see, as it should be, as the most important one. And she was its leader. Well, co-leader. But young Rue didn't count. He didn't really care about telling people what to do. For all practical purposes, she was in charge. According to Kang Lin, no one in most sects got to lead a pavilion until they were at least 50 years old. That was practically ancient, more than 3 times the amount of time young Shu had been alive. And she was already in charge. Of all the buildings, I spent the most time modifying the formations in this one, Master said. I think the 3 of you will like what I've done with the place. That really went without saying. Master really was the best. First of all, though, he continued, remember that the arena is the proper venue for events with a large audience. There are places for sparring inside the martial pavilion, but there is only space for a fairly limited number of spectators. Yes, Master. Before leading them inside, he showed them a room accessed from the outside that was located in the back of the building. Remember the coin slot that Jin Li Wan used to feed the shield during the beast tide? He said. They all nodded. This slot provides the same function for all the formations in the building. For the first several weeks, I want you to have someone keep careful track of how much qi you have to supply to the slot, versus what arrays are in use, for how many people, etc. Yes, Master. With the boring stuff out of the way, he finally showed them the inside of the building. The entire first floor was completely open except for stairways leading up on each end, and there were 4 separate colored areas, consisting of a square within a square that divided the space into quadrants. He led them onto the blue area. Kang Lin, I'm assuming you are familiar with the setup? Yes, Master. This floor is for teaching, demonstrations, and public spars. Spectators stand in the outer, painted area. The fighters compete inside the inner square, and the array prevents any qi or other attacks from reaching the people watching. The outer array can also be tuned to block noise and light from entering or leaving, creating privacy for the fighters inside, allowing only those in the spectator area to see or hear. It's also standard that the array prevents any injuries greater than a bruise and reduces the pain felt to a low number, usually around 25%. Excellent description, Master said, before turning to Yang Shu and her brother. It's important to remember that this shield is not all-powerful. It's currently rated for any attacks to the peak of Foundation establishment. If a golden core cultivator possessing a concept wants to spar, do not depend on the array to protect spectators. Yes, Master, the twins chorused. Good, Master said. This pavilion isn't exactly like the one Kang Lin is used to. One of the modifications that I made is for the injury and pain arrays to be adjustable, instead of just on/off. The pain can be set in 5% increments from 0 to 100, and there are 5 injury damage settings from 0 to 100 in 25% increments. Kang Lin looked impressed.
What? Young Shu said, not understanding what difference the change made. Our sect has arrays like that too, but only for the elite martial artists. Grandfather said that it was too expensive to let the normal sect members use it. Kang Lin turned to Young Shu. Experts prefer not to get used to not feeling pain when they get hit. Young Shu and Young Ru cupped their hands. Gratitude, Master. He smiled briefly before showing them the controls, pointing out which glyph activated which area and how to adjust the ones that were variable. Young Shu paid rapt attention, knowing that she'd want to be able to use the building to its fullest capacity. If we turn the pain to 0 and injuries to 0, we can't hurt each other no matter what we do, right, Master? She said. Correct, assuming that the power of your strikes does not overwhelm the capacity of the array, Master said.
Anything the three of you can throw at it should be fine. Young Shu naturally had to test that, so after setting the arrays and having Master assure her that she did it right, she had young Ru attack her with his full strength. His bull rush, though depowered by the relatively short distance the sparring square allowed, knocked her clear to the opposite side of the array. She'd taken many such hits in fights with her brother, and, even after Master's assurance, had been expecting it to hurt. That was so weird. She rubbed her shoulder where young Ru had made contact before loosening the fabric of her robe to peek at the skin there. That should have left a bruise, but there's not a mark, and I didn't feel a thing. Play around with the settings, Master said. Each has a purpose. There is value in being able to go all out without fear of injuring each other. The other side of that, though, is what Kang Lin pointed out a little while ago. Getting used to the idea that attacks don't hurt can cause the pain to mess you up in a real fight. Yes, Master. The second floor held 20 one-on-one sparring rooms, basically private rooms meant for working on martial arts and techniques with either an instructor or an opponent. The arrays were the same ones used for the inner squares on the first floor, so they didn't spend much time going over those. The third floor was similar to the first, a large open area. Instead of squares dividing it into quadrants, though, the flooring was all one color. What set it apart were the 50 dummies in assorted colors scattered about the area. Master once again let Kang Lin handle the explanation. Combat dummies. You can set them to the cultivation level you want down to the minor realm. She turned to the sect leader. The maximum level is Golden Core Minor Realm 1, Master? Minor Realm 5, he said. No concepts, though. Impressive, Master, Kang Lin said. You certainly believe in giving your sect members good training tools. Absolutely. Though these aren't quite as extraordinary as what I normally provide. These were the dummies used by the Righteous Rain sect. I just enhanced them a little. Kang Lin went on to explain that the dummies were tough, both in attack and defense, and could be programmed to use a variety of techniques and weapons. I'm not sure about the relevance of the colors, though. Chi element type, Master said. I'll get you a list of what color corresponds to what element, but gray is neutral, meaning no element. I thought it would be good to be able to gain experience in what it feels like to go against elements that are strong against you and ones that are weak against you. Kang Lin's jaw dropped. Now that was what I was expecting, young Shu said. I bet the Poison Claw sect doesn't have that feature. Not that I've ever heard of, Kang Lin said. It is a good idea, though. Don't be too impressed, though, Master said. I'm not completely finished. Just like I still need to buy furniture, I want this place to have weapon racks, with all the standard melee weapons available for the combat dummies. I'll also have to tweak their programming as we go, so that they have access to appropriate attack and defense techniques to truly challenge you. Gratitude, Master. The fourth floor was the analogue to the second, consisting of private rooms, each with a single combat dummy. Master pointed out a big difference from the previous floor. While the dummies in the massive room were stationary, the ones in the solo rooms were mobile. There were only 12 of the solo rooms instead of 20, though. 3 of the rooms had been set up for a special purpose by Master. The extra space was dedicated to 2 larger rooms, holding multiple dummies. Group combat training, right, Master? Yang Ru said. Got it in one. You can configure up to 20 enemies and go in as an individual or with a team. Should be great for working on tactics as well as techniques. What about the 3 special rooms, Master? Yang Shu said. Ranged weapon training, featuring a spatial formation to make the room big enough for even you to use for long-range targets, and configurable with either stationary targets or moving combat dummies. She cupped her hands. Gratitude, Master. Yang Shu was very happy. The building met or exceeded all her expectations. She was sure that, with all the resources the Marshall Pavilion provided, she could take her training to new heights. "What about the 5th floor, Master?" "Kang Lin," he said. "Academic areas. A place to sit down and discuss strategies and tactics. Probably a large central hall to gather everyone for lectures or speeches. That kind of thing." "Yep, that was what was there, all right," Master said. Was. "Well," he said, "I did leave some of those areas. It's good to have a place to relax after a workout, discuss your spar with a friend, and have some tea or whatever."
Mainly, though, I added some new functionality. Follow me and check it out. Master was smiling widely as he welcomed them to the top floor. Whatever he did must have been something truly special. It didn't look like much from the outside, though. Just a hallway with doors leading off of it. "There are 5 special combat rooms up here," he said. "1 is for one-on-one sparring. 2 are for solo fighting against combat dummies. 1 is for group sparring. And the final one is for single or group fighting against multiple dummies." On the face of it, his explanation didn't make it sound any different than the rooms on the floors below. Yang Shu was sure that there was some surprise, though, or he wouldn't have been nearly that happy about showing the rooms to them. He led them to the small sparring room first, and had the 2 girls exchange a few punches with injuries and pain set at 0. "The arrays work just like the ones downstairs, right?" Master said. "There's really no difference. We should probably just skip this floor." Yang Shu liked it when Master was being playful. "Master," she said, "what is that big panel, and what do the glyphs next to it do?" "Oh," he said, "I totally forgot about that. Let's see." Master hit a glyph, and suddenly the big panel came to life. A moving image of her and Kang Lin fighting appeared. He touched another glyph, and the images ran in reverse, reverting back to the start of the fight. Another made the images move really slow. "I know that cultivators are good at visualizing a fight and remembering everything that happened," Master said with a grin. "But I thought this might be of some small use." "It's amazing, Master," Yang Shu said. And it was. Contrary to what he had said, her memory wasn't so good that she could remember the smallest of details, and she didn't think any of the others had that ability either. The option of replaying the entire fight over and over again and examining each move in detail would be a huge benefit when it came time to consolidate gains. Yang Ru and Kang Lin likewise expressed their amazement. Eventually, they moved on to the next room, one of the ones set up for solo battle against a single combat dummy. Besides the playback screen, the combat dummies on this floor are much more advanced than the ones on the lower floors. For one thing, they're more adaptable, able to use any chi element the pavilion has available. They're also stronger, faster, and tougher. Their big advantage, though, is that they are programmed to remember previous fights against a particular opponent and use information gained to progress their abilities. So each time you fight one of the dummies on this floor, it's training you, but you're also training it, making it harder to defeat next time. Yang Shu smiled widely. A tough, progressive enemy that would learn her fighting style and improve based on it, so it always gave her a challenge? Perfect. She just knew her skill with her techniques would improve very fast with the advantages her new Marshall Pavilion provided. Chapter 206. A Lighter Heart. The wolf pup followed Jin Li Huan into the Marshall Pavilion. At rank 2, it was the size of a medium dog and continued to grow in size and strength each day after she fed it a rank 1 core. In a way, it disgusted her. Beasts like it had killed her family. She wanted to see it dead, not getting bigger and stronger. But as it grew, so did she. At the current rate, she'd reach Minor Realm 7 in less than a week. Eventually, she'd pass up senior brother and senior sister. If she could find a way to keep tolerating the beast. A big if.
And even if she did gain that strength, it wouldn't truly be hers, gained by her own efforts. It would be borrowed from a beast, from a filthy beast. Her hands trembled, and she tightened them into fists. When she realized what she'd done, though, she forced herself to unclench them. She had made a commitment to herself to try to tolerate the beast, and she was trying, truly. But the last 3 days had brought her no answers. Neither trying nor succeeding was easy. Every time she looked at the wolf, she saw her family being torn to pieces. Hate overwhelmed her heart. She sighed, at a loss at what to do. At least for the whole of the afternoon, she'd have something else to concentrate on, something that would hopefully take her mind temporarily off her problems. Kung Lin had arranged a tutoring session with Pan Jiang. Jin Li Huan had studied the sword technique that Master gave her, and she was making progress. But no one else in the sect used a sword, so none of them could give her one-on-one instruction. She was very grateful to Kung Lin for setting up the meeting with her sect brother. Upon climbing the stairs to the 4th floor with the pup bounding behind her, Jin Li Huan found the Poison Claw sect member waiting for her. "Pardon, esteemed cultivator Pan Jiang. I hope this lowly one was not late." "Not at all, junior cultivator. I came early so I could explore your sect's new martial pavilion. Your sect leader installed some innovations that are quite interesting." Outside cultivators always seemed impressed by Master, and she supposed that he did amazing things. Since he was the only high-realm cultivator she had ever met, though, it all just seemed normal to her. She cupped her hands. "This lowly one is grateful to esteemed cultivator Pan Jiang for taking time for instruction." "Do you know why I'm doing it?" "No, esteemed cultivator Pan Jiang." To the best of Jin Li Huan's knowledge, the boy was an important member of his sect, even higher somehow than Kung Lin, despite his lower cultivation realm. Why he would take the time to teach a lowly member of another sect was unfathomable. "First of all, because I owe your master a debt. I acted like a complete idiot when I met your senior brother, Yang Ru. Your master could have taken my sword, which would have made my father so incredibly upset with me. So upset. Instead, your master gave me the greatest sword technique I've ever seen. I don't know if I can ever truly repay him, but my understanding is that he holds you in great regard." Jin Li Huan frowned. She seriously doubted that Master had any more regard for her than for any other member of the sect, and certainly not as much as senior sister and senior brother. "It's true," Pan Jiang said. "Despite how he obviously considers Yang Shu and Yang Ru his inheritors, you're the only one he refers to by a nickname." Jin Li Huan tilted her head to the side, considering the statement. Master did call her Li and she'd never heard him refer to senior sister or senior brother as Shu or Ru. If such a great man considers you worth his time, how could this lowly one not do the same? Pan Jiang said. In fact, I would prefer it if you dispensed with the honorifics, or if you can't bring yourself to do so, simply call me senior brother. She cupped her hands again.
Yes, senior brother. He grinned. The second reason is because we are siblings in a sense. Okay, now she was really confused. Martial siblings, he said. You're using the sword technique that your master gave me. Apologies, senior brother. No, I think it's great. It's his technique to give, and there are no other students of the sword at the correct stage of development in my sect who use the wood element. Teaching you will be good for advancing my own understanding. He paused. I am curious about your chi aspect, however. Do you use wood as well? No, senior brother. Nature, then. I've heard a lot of the villagers here have attuned that aspect. That should be close enough. No, senior brother.
Sorry, senior brother. But it's something related to wood, right? She felt kind of stuck. Master hadn't said that her not having a chi aspect was a secret, but that seemed like the kind of thing that should be a secret, right? On the other hand, Pan Jiang was going out of his way to train her, and it would be disrespectful to lie to him. No, senior brother. He sighed. My family, and generally my sect, believe it to be an advantage to use a technique attuned to one's chi aspect, even in the chi gathering realm. A lot of cultivators, including your master, would disagree with that belief, thinking that using neutral techniques is a better way to go. I would think that almost everyone would counsel you that using a technique attuned to a chi element that clashes with one's chi aspect is a really bad idea. I understand, senior brother, but I asked only for a sword technique. Master chose this particular one for me. I trust his judgment. Pan Jiang opened his mouth like he was going to object, but instead sighed. True enough, junior sister. The next time I find out your master made a mistake will be the first, so this lowly one will not gainsay him. Let's begin. He led her and the wolf pup to a small room.
The only thing in the space was a wooden mannequin holding a sword. Attack the combat dummy, Pan Jiang said. I've set it to match your speed and to defend only. Start slow and focus on performing your forms perfectly. Jin Li Huan didn't understand how a wood mannequin was going to defend or match her speed, but she supposed it was no different than hitting a tree, which was how she'd been practicing. Feeling a little silly, she stepped up to the figure, carefully arranged her feet and body in the correct stance, and swung. The wood mannequin moved. In fact, it brought its sword up to block hers. Metal contacted with metal. Clang! Wow, that was amazing. She advanced to her next form, and the mannequin matched her. On the next, she sped up, but she wasn't fast enough to overcome her wood opponent. After the end of the 10 basic attacks, each of which had been blocked, she stopped. Pan Jiang shook his head. Junior sister, what did I ask you to do? She thought back. Focus on performing my forms perfectly, senior brother. Do you consider those forms perfect? Not even a little bit. She'd gotten too caught up in trying to get past her opponent's defenses. No, senior brother. Do it again. Senior brother Pan Jiang was a hard taskmaster. After she went through all 10 forms again, this time making sure to perform each as well as she knew how, he made minute corrections on all 10 of them. Then she went through the forms slowly again, and he corrected her again. By the time an hour was finished, she was sweating profusely and could barely lift her sword. She'd learned a lot, though, much more than she would have been able to achieve on her own, even if she'd practiced against a tree for a month. Let's take a break, he said. No, senior brother. I can continue. I swear. He laughed. No, you can't. The next time you lift your sword above your head, it'll pull you down to the floor. And while that would be amusing to watch, it would not be helpful to your progress. What is helpful is taking a little while to cool down and have some tea. She thought about objecting, but if she really wanted to learn, she needed to start listening to people with more experience than her, which wasn't easy. Listening to anyone wasn't easy. She'd even ignored Master when she ate that spirit beast meat, and that act had almost cost her everything. Her stubbornness and self-reliance were both good traits to an extent, but she was beginning to realize that both could also become obstacles as well. When she chose to rely on herself when someone who knew more gave her advice, she was hindered instead of helped. Pan Jiang led her to the 5th floor, where some cultivation mats had been laid out in an open area, and there was a table with a tea set.
I'm given to understand that the sect leader will be acquiring more furniture for all the pavilions soon. Some cushions would make this a nice area. Jin Li Huan nodded. She didn't really care about furniture one way or the other. Instead, she knelt on the mat and meditated on the forms she'd used against the mannequin, locking in what she'd learned. Unfortunately, she didn't feel any solidification of knowledge like the others described when they reached a milestone with the technique. That was okay, though. She'd keep trying until she reached it. When she attempted to get up, though, her legs shook. Let's wait a while longer. Have some tea. Pan Jiang handed her a cup. In a valiant attempt to follow her decision to listen to those who were trying to teach her, she calmly accepted the cup and sipped it, instead of rushing back to the room with the mannequin. Tell me about the wolf pup, junior sister. She frowned. It was running around the space, playing. There's not much to tell, senior brother. Really? According to senior sister Kang Lin, your bond with it is quite extraordinary.
Jin Li Huan blew out a frustrated breath.
For now. I've heard about your unique circumstances, he said. You're not having any luck improving your feelings toward it. No, senior brother. Have you tried asking for help? Master is too busy. I don't want to bother him. Pan Jiang grinned. Of course he is. He's the sect leader. You do realize, though, that you have other resources to draw upon besides him, right? You're probably the youngest person in your sect. There are a lot of people with a lot of experience who might be able to help. I guess, senior brother. You never know when you might be talking to someone who actually listened to a lecture from an actual beast tamer. She looked at him with wide eyes. You, senior brother? Me. In the years since her family had died, Jin Li Huan had closed herself off. Why count on someone else when that someone was just going to let you down by dying? Even asking Master to heal her had been difficult. But that attitude was stupid. If senior sister had a problem with something, she'd go to her brother or Kang Lin for help in an instant. Trying to do everything solo when you had options was idiotic. Senior brother, will you help me with my spirit-beast bond? The question was not an easy one for her to ask, but the effort made her heart feel lighter.
Chapter 207. Empathy and Commonality.
Jin Li Huan swallowed her pride, relying instead on the kindness of a relative stranger. Senior brother, will you help me with my spirit-beast bond? Of course, junior sister, Pan Jiang said. Though I certainly do not claim to be an expert on the subject, it's likely that I know more about a typical sect's beast pavilion than anyone here except for your master. I would be happy to instruct you on the subject. She cupped her hands. Gratitude, senior brother. To begin, it is important to understand that your particular type of beast bond is rare, he said. It's an unusual subset of the rarest type of member of a beast pavilion, beast tamers. Far more common are beast masters. She had heard of neither of those terms, and, despite herself, became a little curious. Beast masters, senior brother? You understand that eating beast meat has advantages for cultivators? She barely held back a grimace as the comment reminded her of her darkest hour, and instead nodded. Most cultivators prefer a diet consisting solely of spirit herbs and beast meat. In a sense, cultivating as they dine, he said. Consuming mortal food is essentially a waste of time. That made sense. For a small sect like yours, he said, it's possible to fill those dietary needs simply by hunting. Jin Li Huan had heard some of the ladies talking while she'd been assigned to process the beasts into their various parts. With all the killing during the tide, they had enough meat to feed everyone in the village one serving a day for years. And through the marvel of spatial storage devices,
all that food would stay fresh long enough to be used. Considering how many nights she and the other orphans, and really a lot of villagers, had gone hungry, having so much meat available was a blessing. She felt proud to have contributed in even a small way. "What if your sect had thousands of members?" he said.
Tens of thousands? There aren't enough beasts in the wild to feed all those people.
Huh. She'd never thought about that. Thus, sects must either devote resources to raising and slaughtering beasts or purchase meat from a sect who does. The cultivators dedicated to such pursuits are called beast masters. They do not bond with beasts. Instead, they use techniques to exert control over entire herds. Her parents had been farmers, having only a few animals to provide additional labor and resources. But the job he described sounded very similar to what various neighbors did with cattle and chickens. Beast tamers are a completely different animal. Pan Jiang chuckled. She stared at him blankly, not understanding what was funny. He shook his head and continued. They are combat cultivators, like those in the martial pavilion. Though they are able to defend themselves with weapons, primarily they use beasts to fight for them. They bond with these beasts, senior brother? In a sense, he said. Your bond with the wolf pup is extremely rare, possessing both extreme benefits and equal dangers. You can grow in power rapidly, advancing with your bonded beast as it consumes resources, but you are tied to it. If it dies, you die. She swallowed hard. No one had put the situation quite so bluntly before. Beast tamers form much lesser bonds. They work in partnership with the creatures, but experience neither the extreme benefits nor the corresponding danger that you do. What am I then, senior brother? Was she some kind of freak? An oddity to be looked down upon? Our sect would simply call you a bonded, he said. Your path corresponds to that of your single beast. Do you know other bonded, senior brother? If there was a name for what she was, the situation must be somewhat common. I know of people like you, he said. I know of even more people who have sought to become what you are and failed. She tilted her head to the side. Imagine you are a powerful cultivator, one who intends on establishing what you hope will be a great family, he said. Your first child is born. You love that child and have great hopes for him or her. But there's a problem. When the child reaches 14 and is tested, the child's spiritual roots are trash. E tier, or even worse, F tier. What do you do? Teach them to cultivate anyway, senior brother, as Master has with me and most of the other sect members. If I love the child, that is the only decision that makes sense. He chuckled. You have not grown up in a sect, and the Rising Tide sect and its leader are not normal. A cultivator with such low roots, even one who is the child of a powerful elder, would be ostracized. Wasting resources on such a person would cause a loss of face. Her face fell. Was having low-tier roots that bad? In that case, there aren't many choices, and none of the ones facing the parent are good. 1. Send the child off with plenty of money to live a normal, mortal life. 2. Seek alchemical remedies, which are often quite expensive, and most of which don't actually work. Or 3. Have the child become a bonded. Ah. How often does this situation of a powerful parent having a low-tiered child arise, senior brother? Often. Very often. Then, there must be many cultivators like me, senior brother. Not at all. She was very confused. You have to understand that the conditions required to become a bonded are difficult to replicate, he said. Or, mainly one of the conditions is difficult to replicate. First, it has to be done when the child has barely begun the cultivation journey, which is easy enough. Second, the beast, likewise, must be a low-rank one, which can be easily found. Simply search out those newly born. The last condition ranges from difficult to impossible. The beast's chi aspect and the child's chi aspect must be extremely similar. It's not nearly enough for the two to simply have the same element. I have met dozens of cultivators who use the wood element, but none of them have come close to matching my exact aspect. For a bonded, that closeness determines if the bond will succeed or fail, and if it succeeds, how much benefit the cultivator will get from it. Imagine an extremely weak bond. The cultivator only receives, say, 1% of the power of the beast. Even if the cultivator spends many resources getting the beast to rank 7, the small percentage would mean the cultivator probably wouldn't even reach the peak of chi gathering. Jin Li Huan hadn't understood how lucky she had been. The fact that she didn't have a chi aspect meant that she matched perfectly with the wolf pups, allowing her to gain the full benefit of the bond. It also meant she'd experience the full danger as well. Your options and potential are limitless, Pan Jiang said. If you suddenly develop a liking for beasts, you could still become a tamer, using the pup and others to fight for you. You'd just have to understand that the rest of your menagerie would not give you benefits like the pup does. She fixed him with a look. Adopting more beasts was not going to happen. Yeah, I didn't think so, he laughed. Since you and the beast are always going to be at relatively the same power level. Relatively the same, senior brother? My understanding from Kong Lin is that the pup is a third of the way through rank 2, but that you're still at the beginning of Qi gathering minor realm 4. It seems as if you catapult 3 minor realms when it ranks up, instead of advancing in lockstep. She hadn't thought about it that way, but she supposed that was exactly what had happened last time. Jin Li Huan cupped her hands. Gratitude for the explanation, senior brother. I get the impression that you want to be a fighter, though, instead of settling into a profession? Yes, senior brother. With your bond, sending the beast to fight for you is just as dangerous as you entering combat, so it makes sense for you to train hard and fight alongside it. Part of her wanted to leave the beast behind when she fought, use it only for increasing her power. But that path would be stupid. The beast would always be as or more powerful than her. Not using it was dumb. Yes, senior brother. Good. I thought I'd have a harder time convincing you of that, he smiled. In the coming days, we can arrange for you to spar, for the pup to spar, and for the two of you to spar together against an opponent. Gratitude, senior brother. Now we come to the crux of the problem. Tamers and bonded treat their beasts as partners. Mutual respect and understanding exist between the two parties. Most of those relationships involve actual affection. Jun Li Huan tensed. She didn't know if she could ever feel anything other than hate for it. At best, she aimed for acting neutral toward it. How do we get from the distrust, distaste, and outright hostility you feel to where you need to be, he said. That was what she wanted to know, because after days of racking her brain, she'd come up with nothing. According to the beast tamer that I spoke to, the keys are empathy and commonality, he said. We'll start with the latter. What do you and the beast have in common? She looked at the creature. Beams of sunlight penetrated an opening, highlighting dust in the air. It pounced around, attacking the motes, playing, being silly. Nothing, senior brother. Nothing at all. Really? I can think of 2 things off the top of my head. She frowned. Please instruct this lowly one, senior brother. He looked like he wanted to reach out and tousle her hair. She was quite glad that he didn't. For one thing, you are both orphans, he said. Not only that, but you were both present when your respective parents were killed. She hadn't considered that the pup was an orphan.
It was true, though.
For another, he continued, you both desire power. That desire is his driving instinct. I think it may be yours as well. Okay, so maybe she and the beast did have a couple of things in common. Realizing that the beast's advancements are a win-win situation is a good start. You get what you want by helping it get what it wants. It's a symbiotic relationship, he said. If, on the other hand, you only see the beast as a path to power for yourself, the bond will not stand the test of time, and you will be left powerless or dead before your time. Master has told me all that, senior brother. It's not that I don't want to like the beast, it's that I can't. Tears wanted to form, but she suppressed them with a force of extreme will. That's where empathy comes in, he said. Put yourself in the beast's paws. She frowned at him again. I'm serious. I want you to meditate. Imagine that you're safe and warm with a cocoon that provides for all your needs. As instructed, she assumed a lotus position and visualized the situation. Suddenly, the cocoon is jostled. You're shaken. The cocoon cools. It no longer provides you sustenance. You're trapped, hungry, and cold. Jin Li Huan shuddered. In her deep meditation, she could feel what he described. The tight confines of the cocoon, the cold, the hunger. This goes on for days, he said. You struggle to escape, but you can't. You don't know where you are or what happened. All you know is that you're going to die slowly, wasting away due to starvation. She felt her heartbeat increase. Her breathing grew labored. Finally, though, as you're on the cusp of succumbing, light appears. The cocoon is cut open. Hands pull you from it. You're face to face with your savior, a cultivator, Jin Li Huan of the Rising Tide sect. Her eyes popped open, and when they found the wolf pup, she saw it in a whole new light.
Chapter 208.
A points sink. As an extrovert, Benton had always liked people, and he'd had a variety of relationships of all types throughout his life on Earth. He'd been married, raised children, spoiled grandchildren, been taught and taught others in turn, mentored protégés, and so on. All in all, he felt he had a pretty good handle on human nature. Sometimes, though, someone managed to truly surprise him. When he'd first met Pan Zhang, Benton had pegged him pretty quickly as a standard, arrogant young master, and every memory he'd gained from Sue agreed with that assessment. By not taking the kid's sword and gifting him a technique, Benton had hoped, at best, to keep the boy from becoming a potential enemy. It wasn't like Benton had held any real animosity toward the kid. Take a young man, raise him in an environment where everyone literally bowed down to him, give him everything he could ever possibly want, and, oh yeah, grant him superpowers. Benton himself would have probably turned out pretty darn arrogant under those circumstances. Benton's kind gestures had done a lot more than he'd expected. The scion had actually turned into someone who was actually a rather decent kid. His actions during the beast tide had proved him to be both capable and dependable. He'd not shirked a single duty, been brave in the face of danger, and listened to those placed in authority over him. Benton couldn't have asked for a better ally. Thus, he had no qualms about putting Lier's sword training in the boy's capable hands. Benton had, however, grown a bit curious about how that would go. After all, questions abounded. Would Lier, not the most patient of kids, remember her manners? She'd been instructed over and over again prior to the session about how important being polite to her trainer was. But, well, it was Lier. The other side of the trainer-trainee relationship was in doubt as well. Pan Zhang had picked up the sword technique quite well, but aptitude in doing something didn't always equate to the ability to teach others that thing. And the boy did have a reputation for being prickly. While Benton didn't think for a second that Pan Zhang would hurt the child, the whole session devolving into a shouting match remained a real possibility. Benton couldn't help but do a bit of eavesdropping when the two of them met. Things had gone well, really well. Pan Jiang was a demanding but fair instructor, exactly what the little girl needed. Benton couldn't have been more pleased. At least, that was what he thought, until he heard Pan Jiang, of all people, the former arrogant young master, espousing the virtues of empathy to the cool, no-nonsense Jin Li Huan. The whole situation blew Benton's mind, and his first thought was that it was a good effort on the boy's part, even though it wasn't likely to produce any results at all. Except that it did. Like the Grinch, Lierre's heart grew 3 sizes that day. By the time she left the Marshall Pavilion, she was showing actual kindness toward the wolf pup. She'd actually petted it a few times. Those occasions had been at Pan Jiang's explicit instruction, but still. Obviously, she still had a long way to go, but she'd taken a step. And while that single step might not seem like much, progress was progress. Unfortunately, Benton didn't have time to devote all his attention to one single disciple. Others needed his guidance, starting with Shunwu. The previous day, Benton had a qi condensing pill sent to the expert blacksmith, and he'd advanced to Qi Gathering Minor Realm 8. It was now time for him to enter the Trials Pagoda, but instead of heading to the contribution points shop, Benton sensed the man entering the administration hall. Soon, there was a knock on Benton's door. "Come," he said. Shunwu entered. "Master."
Sun Wu,
Benton said, giving the blacksmith time to gather himself for whatever he had to say. "Master, I don't think that advancing either of my techniques would make good use of the Trials Pagoda. I'm at least 3 months away from advancing to Foundation Establishment, and I will easily master both by that time." "I see. Speeding my cultivation doesn't seem like a valid use either, Master." "Makes sense. What did you have in mind?" "My aspect, Master. You said it was fiery coal in the middle of a forge, which will be great for controlling temperature, but that's only one aspect of blacksmithing. If I could add a fundamental understanding of metal to my aspect, that change would have the potential to truly transform my abilities, a worthy use of the Trials Pagoda." "What specific change do you want to make?" "Master, the addition that resonates with me is fiery coal in the middle of a forge heating metal." "Good. I like your reasoning. The language is simple and very straightforward. You fully understand how important that resonance is, correct?" "Yes, Master." "Then I approve." Sun Wu looked confused. "Is there something wrong?" Benton said. "From the way young Shu talked, I thought convincing you would be more difficult." Benton chuckled. "Sun Wu, you're 41 years old, married, and a father. Moreover, you're an expert in your profession. Yang Shu, though I love her to death, is a teenager. You came to me with a clear understanding of exactly what you wanted to change your aspect to, and a good reason for doing it. She came to me with a vague thought that it might be nice to change her aspect. Do you see where I'm coming from?" The blacksmith grinned. "I do, Master. It's good to understand your reasoning." They talked for a while longer, as the two of them hadn't had many opportunities to interact one-on-one. Sun Wu gave a very informal report on how the blacksmithing pavilion was coming along. All the blacksmiths really liked the new digs, but the array-powered forges were taking some getting used to. When they learned all the ins and outs, Sun Wu was positive that everything they made would be of even better quality, and he personally couldn't wait until he reached Foundation Establishment in order to take his forging to a whole new level. Between him, Shilong, 2 other competent blacksmiths from the village, and a handful of apprentices at various stages of development, Sun Wu felt that they would eventually be able to be a good source of weapons and shields for the sect. Of course, that competency was a long-term goal. First, they all had to reach high enough levels of cultivation, and learn techniques to externally manipulate qi. That caveat applied to all the pavilions, though, and overall the blacksmith pavilion was probably in the best shape of all the professions. Just like with eavesdropping on Jin Li Huan and Pan Jiang, Benton couldn't afford to spend his entire afternoon talking with Shun Wu. A pop-up made it clear that other duties beckoned. Host's disciple, Fatty Run, has reached Flight of the Cultivator. Small success. Host is awarded 2 sect points. Host has 663 sect points available.
Outfitting the town lord with a cultivation method and 2 techniques had required a relatively large outlay of 56 points, but the big guy had already returned 6 of those, reaching Minor Realm 1 in Golden Core and small success with the Flying Sword technique. Still, considering how long the major realms took to cultivate, it would be a long time before Benton saw a profit. That was okay, though. Fatty Ren brought a lot more value to the sect than just sect points. Just having another Golden Core cultivator in the sect made Benton feel a huge sense of relief. He dismissed Shun Wu and sent a message to Fatty Ren to come to the administration hall. The big guy arrived after a very short time.
Greetings, friend Su.
Congratulations on advancing your technique. I thought it would take you another few days.
Fatty Ren smiled. This lowly one is diligent, friend Su.
That you are, and I bet you're eager to get back to Vermilion Incomparable Raintown.
That I am, friend Su. Ever since the old town manager was replaced, I've been taking a more active role in running things. It feels awkward leaving them on their own like this.
Shoot.
That statement made Benton feel bad about the favor he was about to ask, but he didn't really have a choice.
Could I maybe impose upon your kindness once more? Benton said.
Of course, friend Su. What is it?
Could you stick around for another couple of days?
The big guy's eyebrows went up, clearly asking why such a request was necessary.
You see, Benton said, I kind of forgot to get furniture the last time I was in 6th Flawless Flowing City, and now my sect members are moving into basically empty houses and pavilions. I figure I could quickly run over there and, between tonight and tomorrow morning, get everything I need. If you stay here, I'll feel a lot better about the safety of my sect members while I'm gone.
Fatty Ren's eyes went wide. No, friend Su. That is a horrible idea.
What? Why?
Don't poke the bear, friend Su. You personally going to the city so soon after destroying the Jade Chameleon's sect branch will seem like a deliberate affront to them. Whatever response they have in mind will be hastened. Please consider giving them some face and send someone else. Like me, I can go. Fatty Ren hesitated, considering.
In fact, I'm the perfect person. With the flying sword, I can get there and back quickly, and I'm not yet publicly associated with your sect. If I get in and out relatively quietly, there will be no further loss of face to anyone.
The town lord had apparently picked up some knowledge of sect politics over the years, and Benton found the suggestion to be a good one. You don't mind? Benton said.
Of course not, friend Su. I, a Golden Core cultivator, will fly there on my sword. Neither of those 2 things would be possible without you. Running an errand for you is literally the least I could do to begin repayment of my debt.
There are no debts between friends, Fatty Run, but I'll definitely accept your favor. Truthfully, that works well for me too, as I'd prefer not to be away from the sect right now. With that detail taken care of, Benton had Xuan Hua prepare a list of furniture, weapons, and other items that the sect needed from the city. He also supplied a half-dozen spare spatial rings, just in case, to transport everything back to the village. Finally, he created a stack of 1,000 Qi spirit coins using various elements, which Fatty Run assured him was more than enough to pay to furnish an entire sect much larger than the Rising Tide. Benton felt good about giving Fatty Run the mission. It allowed the town lord to perform a necessary function for the sect, letting the members see his contribution. It gave face to the various factions, keeping the sect a little safer for longer.
And it allowed Benton to remain at the sect grounds, overseeing the little things that kept creeping up and making sure that everyone was safe from a surprise attack. What Benton didn't feel nearly as good about was another pop-up notification that he received. Host's disciple, Sun Wu, requests to use the Trial's Pagoda. Requested trial. Add or modify Qi aspect. Requested modification. Add heating metal to fiery coal in the middle of a forge. Trial for adding or modifying a Qi aspect requires payment of 50 sect points. Allow trial. Y/N.
50 sect points.
50. Benton knew that stupid Trials Pagoda was going to be a point sink. With a frown, he chose yes.
Chapter 209. Dominant Fatty.
Ren balanced awkwardly on the flying sword, his flying sword, as he made his way straight toward 6th Flawless Flowing City, thanking his lucky stars that sect leader Chao Su had sought a consultation for a favor before simply departing to the city on his own. That would have been a disaster. When he had mentioned going there to, of all things, buy furniture, Fatty Ren had nearly choked. For a sect leader to do such a menial task on his own would be a huge loss of face. The new sect, like any sect trying to get started, began on shaky ground. And while it was okay for a leader to be a bit eccentric, it was not all right for him to act like a servant. Sure, fly to the city to destroy something, to deliver vengeance, and while you're there, casually do some shopping. That was fine. It showed strength, like laying waste to an entire sect branch was just another thing to tick off a list. But to go to the city for the sole purpose of shopping? Such a mission was beneath the dignity of a sect leader. Upon hearing the plan, Fatty Ren had had to think fast, which was not one of his strengths. Luckily, the sect leader bought the story about not further upsetting the Jade Chameleon sect by showing his face near the spot of their defeat. The best untruths were the ones that had the benefit of being partially true. That lesson was one of the first ones Fatty Ren had learned in his old sect. Of course, telling the truth was even better, as it left no lie to be found out, but there was no way to give the sect leader the actual reason without sounding insulting. Maybe even without actually being insulting. Things had turned out fine, though, even better than Fatty Ren could have hoped. For one, sending a golden core cultivator, even a newly minted one, to run such an errand showed strength. For another, it allowed him to begin showing his usefulness as a sect member. The resources expended on him, from the cultivation method to the techniques to the flying sword to the opportunity to take the trial, were priceless. So the sooner he could demonstrate his value, the better. He may not be as talented as Chao Su's top disciples, but none of them were golden core. None of them could make the trip so quickly. Honestly, hearing the sect leader's plan to perform such menial tasks himself had shaken Fatty Ren's confidence in his new sect for a moment. But only for a brief moment. Between a Trials Pagoda that could push a cultivator past a bottleneck and top heaven-grade cultivation methods and techniques, he definitely wanted to be a part of whatever Chao Su was building. Still, the complete disregard the sect leader showed to decorum was cause for some concern, and Fatty Ren had to spend quite some time thinking about the reasons behind the move. From the perspective of an old monster like Chao Su, what did it matter if some weak, nascent souls thought you were strange for doing the shopping yourself? True strength was doing what you wanted, when you wanted, and not caring what anyone else thought. An act that for anyone else would demonstrate weakness only showed Chao Su's strength. The problem was that the other sects didn't truly understand yet just how powerful the sect leader was, and until they did,
It would be much better to observe the rules, to play politics. Fatty Run was just going to have to do his best to watch out for any problems that might arise. After all, 20 years of being town lord had taught him some things about dealing with the big three. The other thing that had at first shaken his belief in his new sect was when he'd been asked to recruit less talented people. After consideration, though, he realized that the sect wasn't as different from other sects as he'd believed.
Did the sect leader truly value a peasant with an F talent as highly as one from a noble background with a C or even higher?
No, he didn't. Not at all. There were some sect members with low talent in leadership positions, but Fatty Wren was pretty sure that was just because the sect didn't have enough members with better spiritual roots yet. After all, every sect member who did have good roots was also considered a leader, exactly as he would have expected. In fact, the whole letting E and F roots join the sect made a lot of sense. An established sect already had scores of foundation establishment cultivators doing the majority of the grunt work in each of the pavilions. The Rising Tide sect needed those cultivators as well. For most sects, especially those just starting out, pouring any resources at all into E and F cultivators would be the height of stupidity. The vast majority of those people would only reach mid-chi gathering at best. A tiny percentage would advance to foundation establishment, but the amount of food and pills and training time it would take to have enough people make the attempt would be ruinous compared to the small gains made. None of those conditions applied to Chao Su, though. He had the Trials Pagoda and top heaven-grade cultivation methods and techniques. It would not surprise Fatty Wren if literally every low-talent sect member made it to the middle of foundation establishment and mastered several useful techniques over their lifetime. The sect leader was making logical use of his resources. Fatty Wren was almost positive that the kindly old grandfather persona was all an act to hide that he was a cultivator who was as shrewd as they came. Almost positive wasn't positive, though. Until he had proof, he'd treat all the sect members, especially Chao Su's favorites, like they were the most important elder in a big three sect.
Thinking about Chao Su's methods being taken to their logical conclusion didn't just reassure Fatty Wren that the Rising Tide sect would be just fine. No. It convinced him that the sect would eventually dominate all sects on the continent, maybe even the world. With no limit on the number of foundation establishment cultivators that could be produced, the sect would outproduce everyone, and that wealth would bring talented individuals by the drove. Providing top-tier recruits with top-tier cultivation methods and techniques, and giving them access to the Trials Pagoda to propel them past bottlenecks, meant that every D rank and above was more likely than not to advance to Golden Core. And the more Golden Cores a sect produced, the more nascent souls they ended up with, especially when bottlenecks were no issue. Whether through luck or skill, Fatty Wren had found a really good thing. He just had to work to keep it. Out of sight of the city, and well before he reached the city gates, he descended to the ground, stored his flying sword in his spatial ring, and walked the rest of the way while trying to figure a way around a particularly difficult problem. He had no idea where any shops were, much less ones where he could get the quality merchandise he needed. He sighed. Though he'd been to the city many times, that had been more than 2 decades ago, and even then, he'd only visited other sects. Not for the first time, he wished that the Righteous Rain sect had kept a sect branch in the city. Their main grounds in Vermilion Incomparable Raintown were so near that the elders had decided the expense of a branch wasn't worth the gain. Instead, they'd gone all out in furnishing their main grounds and invited the representatives from the other Big Four sects to visit there. If not for their frugality, many more than 5 sect members would have survived that night.
Such thoughts didn't help with his immediate problem, though, which was how to find stores from which to purchase the long list of items requested by the sect leader. And not only that,
but to find a way to convert spirit coins to silver taels where necessary. Fatty Wren had only the vaguest notion where to begin, and that was a problem, because he had promised to return to the village the next day, which left him with only one solution. Ask Kang Ya Ting of the Poison Claw sect for help. That answer came with its own problem, though. Fatty Wren was once again a representative of a sect, and sect members couldn't ask other sects for help without both losing face and obligating their sect to a debt. The good thing was that acting as the town lord wasn't all that different than representing a sect. Though the Big Three had pledged support for him after the destruction of the Righteous Rain sect, he still had some experience not accepting debt he didn't want to pay, so he knew the best way to avoid it was to make it seem like you were the one doing the other guy a favor. He bypassed the line at the gate and, seeking to attract as little notice as possible, registered himself as a town lord. From there, he went directly to the Poison Claw sect branch and asked for the elder. Given his status as a member of the City Lord's faction, he was quickly granted access. "Greetings, Lord Fatty Wren. Welcome, and congratulations on your advancement to Golden Core." "Gratitude, Elder Kang Ya Ting." The pleasantries lasted for a while, as they each drank a cup of tea. Fatty Wren talked up the elder's granddaughter, not even having to feign praise, as the girl had made a positive impression upon her visit to Vermilion Incomparable Rain Town. Kang Ya Ting, in turn, discussed recent gossip, a lot of which involved the Rising Tide sect. Fatty Wren kept silent about his membership, and eventually the niceties wound down. Finally, the elder politely asked the purpose of the visit. "This one is in the city to complete a mission for my new sect leader, Chao Su, and has come to you as a courtesy so that my movements do not generate further problems for you." Kang Ya Ting didn't appear surprised by the news. "Of course. This one appreciates the information. Best not to be taken by surprise by a move by our ally, the Rising Tide sect." Fatty Wren cupped his hands. "May this one inquire as to the nature of the mission," Kang Ya Ting said. "The destruction of any additional part of the city is not imminent, is it?" Fatty Wren chuckled. "This lowly one is newly ascended to Golden Core and does not possess nearly the power of the unfathomable Chao Su. So, no, nothing as exciting as that. In fact, my mission is quite ordinary. The sect leader sent me to buy furniture and practice weapons suitable for those in the Foundation establishment realm." So far, so good. He'd framed the visit as a courtesy and only mentioned his task after being asked about it specifically. The elder got a speculative look on his face. "When you checked in at the gate, did you do so as the town lord?" "I did." "No mention of your new sect affiliation?" Kang Ya Ting said. "None at all." "And you came straight here?" There were two ways for the Poison Claw sect to play the situation. One, openly declare Fatty Wren's new allegiance and task, letting his status as a Golden Core cultivator convey the strength of the Rising Tide sect. Or two, try to minimize Fatty Wren's presence in the town. From the questions, Kang Ya Ting had apparently decided upon the latter, which was just fine with Fatty Wren, even if he didn't completely understand the reason for the decision. "I did not talk to a single person as I walked through the town," Fatty Wren said. "And I made sure to get off my flying sword well prior to reaching the city wall." Kang Ya Ting smiled slightly. "I was thinking, you're probably tired from your trip, and it would do my juniors well to experience purchasing items necessary for establishing a sect. A mutually beneficial arrangement might be for me to have my people do your shopping for you." Another common feature of sect life was avoiding saying what one actually meant. "If that is what the elder wishes," Fatty Wren said, I take no issue with that plan. Both sides ended up happy, and neither owed a debt to the other. Politics could be complicated, but they served an important purpose. The end result was fantastic for him. While he ate, napped, and cultivated, juniors from the Poison Claw sect took his spirit coins and filled the extra spatial rings he'd borrowed from sect leader Chao Su with purchased items from the list he'd been provided. It was the easiest sect mission he'd ever completed. Not that he'd tell the sect leader that particular detail.
Chapter 210. Psionic Force. Benton's impression of Fatty Wren kept getting revised upward. The first meeting with the big guy wasn't all that great, as he appeared to be lazy, sitting in his palace eating while someone else ran the town he was responsible for into the ground. That opinion worsened as it became apparent how corrupt the town manager was and how downtrodden the residents were. Since that point, though, Fatty Wren had really come through. By all accounts, he'd performed well protecting the town from the beast tide, and had taken a much more active role in administration since then. The care he showed for his Righteous Reign sect mates was a plus as well. Where he really started to shine, though, was in how he handled the tasks set by Benton. Given a month to recruit 200 sect members, Fatty Wren had done it in a day. Then he'd shown up on time for his Trials Pagoda access and easily passed, advancing his cultivation to Golden Core. He'd also taken only a few days to get his flying sword technique to small success, when it usually takes cultivators at least a week of training to reach that milestone. Finally, he'd volunteered to take on an annoying and time-consuming mission to travel to the city and buy furniture and other necessary goods, returning the next day, having made great use of the resources at his disposal. Benton couldn't have been more pleased with either the items bought or with his newest sect member. Diligent, hard-working, capable. That was how he now thought of the town lord. Fatty Wren had practically blushed when told, and, completely embarrassed, had beaten a hasty retreat back to his palace in Vermilion Incomparable Raintown. The next 3 days passed very quickly for Benton. There was much truth to the adage that many tasks make time fly. With his sect members starting to use all the pavilions, the arrays were getting constantly tested, giving him lots of trouble to shoot. Luckily, nothing major went wrong.
Which actually wasn't luck. Benton had meticulously tested any portions likely to suffer catastrophic failure. He hadn't done quite as good a job picking up all the minor issues, though. One of the alchemy vents only pulled about half of the smoke out of the air, and one of the disposals got gummed up because the void chi only reached half the drain. Pain inhibitors in several of the sparring rooms fluctuated randomly in certain locations. The fields in the healing pavilion had to be adjusted as the rapid stitching together of cuts made patients really uncomfortable. One of the forges would not maintain temperature, and Benton had a difficult time tracking down the problem. And the list went on. All in all, though, he had a lot of fun troubleshooting, and even more fun teaching the sect members the ins and outs of the formations. By the end of that third day, everyone was pretty much settled in, and things were running smoothly. Benton also took time to check the progress of the harvesters and the production of the wall. Since the end of the beast tide, the workers had prepared an additional 630 linear feet, bringing the total to 1,370 linear feet. Nice. He was closer than he thought. Depending on the exact configuration, the approximately 5 acres encompassing the main sect grounds required between 1,800 and 2,000 linear feet of wall to fully enclose. At 45 linear feet per day, he should hit the median of 1,900 in another 12 days. Sweet. Once the wall was finished, he could lay in all the formations, ones designed to stop cultivators from entering
and shields that could stop even a nascent soul temporarily. His sect members would finally be safe, or at least as safe as they could be in a cultivation world. That safety was still a couple of weeks out, though, so all he could do at the moment was to prepare himself for battle as best he could.
Of course, another option was to make the wall smaller. He could always expand it later. But he was building a sect. Appearances mattered. People knew that he'd drawn the ire of the Jade Chameleon sect. Not using the entirety of the cleared field would make him look scared, and the sect look weak. Who knew what kind of hit such a thing would cause to morale? More tangibly, what would it do to his loyalty rating? Besides, redoing the formations would be a pain and a half. If he had any inkling that an attack was imminent, none of those reasons would matter. He'd throw the wall up in a heartbeat, morale, loyalty, and formations be damned. But Kang Ya-ting hadn't informed him of any rumblings. Benton's best guess was that he had time. He decided that, for the moment, he'd continue planning for the long term instead of unduly worrying about immediate concerns. With that decision made, he took a moment to review his gains. Shun Wu, in addition to successfully modifying his qi aspect through a trial, also somehow found time to advance to Qi Gathering Minor Realm 8. 29 cultivators, including Peng Han-ying, Pan Xiaolian, and the Harvesters, reached Qi Gathering Minor Realm 6. 49 more, the second group of villagers, advanced to Qi Gathering Minor Realm 5. The fourth group of villagers made it to Qi Gathering Minor Realm 2. All combined, sect members advancing in spiritual cultivation gained him a whopping 130 sect points. Nice. The set of 20 sect members using the body cultivation baths advanced through 2 minor realms, gaining him an additional 40 points. There had been a rush on soul and mind cultivation methods after Benton had extolled their virtues. 159 sect members had reached the first minor realm of the former, and 103 of the latter, gaining Benton 262 points. People only had so much time in a day to devote to an additional cultivation type, though, so they only spent 2 to 5 hours on it, which meant it would take them another 20 to 30 days to hit the second minor realm. Still, with the nearly universal adoption, that was a lot of points to look forward to in a reasonable amount of time. Techniques were coming along slower. Xie Long, the blacksmith apprentice with the B+ spiritual roots, used a trial to advance his forging to large success. Zhong Wen, the mistress of the village orphanage, became the first person to fail a trial when trying to improve her archery technique. Benton gave her another shot the next day, though, and she successfully raised it to large success. For those advancing their techniques without use of the pagoda, Wan Ai reached large success with her dagger, and Zhou Tian advanced to small success with his new shadow perception. Additionally, 11 other sect members experienced increases, resulting in a total of 13 more sect points. All told, the haul over the several days was a whopping 447 points. "Now that's a windfall," he said to no one in particular. He had 378 points to spend on himself before reaching the floor he'd set. For the first time since gaining the system, he had more points to spend than he had things to spend them on. 8 points brought him to the height he was currently allowed by the system in soul cultivation. Fulfillment, minor realm 9. After that, he struggled to figure out what he needed. Concepts were always good, but he already had 23. He was better off just buying them on an as-needed basis. As for the latest version of his Ultimate Juggernaut combat build, he was pretty much set, unless he could think of something else that would help him against nascent soul cultivators. Between aura defense, a movement technique that maxed his speed, being able to basically teleport with quickstep, and many powerful attacks, there wasn't much he could think of that would help. Still, he dropped into meditation to consider the problem, to make sure he'd given the issue the attention it was due. And he was glad he did when a singular thought hit him. Mind stun. System, I should be able to use mind attacks now that I'm at the peak of the myriad realm. How do I do that? Host may purchase a mind technique for each attack type that host wishes to perform. Mind techniques in the myriad realm cost 16 sect points for mastery. Now he was cooking with gas. Sweet. System, I would like to purchase mastery of mind techniques that allow me to do the following. Focus on 2 things at once. Stun an opponent's mind, damage an opponent's mind, use telekinesis, and cause an enemy to be afraid. Creation of techniques confirmed. Host has learned the technique. Dual focus, mastery. Host has learned the technique. Mind stun, mastery. Host has learned the technique. Mind crush, mastery. Host has learned the technique. Telekinetic push, mastery. Host has learned the technique. Inflict fear, mastery. Host has 972 sect points available. Benton almost burst out laughing at the notification. He'd purchased the 5 mind techniques most likely to be of use to him in the myriad realm, and he still had nearly 1,000 points available. The system was going to have to step up its points sync game. Unfortunately, none of the techniques were as strong as an equivalent golden core level attack, but they'd still be of use, especially since mind cultivation was so rare. Most opponents would have little or no defense against him. Even nascent souls would have some vulnerability. Due to that unique applicability and the added versatility, the techniques were a worthy addition to his combat build. Dual focus allowed him to split his mind and concentrate on 2 things simultaneously. When he reached higher realms, he'd be able to split his focus even more. Mind stun was the signature attack for a mind cultivator. It sent a spike of psionic energy, which completely bypassed chi shields, directly to the brain of an opponent, causing a brief disruption to their thoughts. Which didn't sound like much, but when used tactically, it could change the tide of a fight. Mind crush was similar, but the psionic energy sought to damage the opponent's brain physically. The problem was that cultivators' brains tended to be quite resilient, so many strikes would be needed to actually injure one of them. True telekinesis wasn't available until higher realms, but telekinetic push channeled psionic force to create a push or pull on an object. The effect wasn't nearly as strong as doing the same thing with chi, but it had the very large advantage of not being stopped by chi shields. Finally, inflict fear did just what the name suggested. The technique could literally cause an opponent to become afraid. Against a golden core or nascent soul cultivator, it wouldn't exactly terrify them into submission or anything, but the sudden onset of a foreign emotion could be a great distraction in the middle of a fight. Yeah. He was definitely happy he'd thought about adding those techniques to his repertoire. Feeling very pleased with himself, he pulled up his status. Sect name, Rising Tide. Sect members, 462. Disciples, 56. Sect points, 972. Shop points, 285. Host cultivation. Golden core, minor realm. 9 chi available. 5,647,745. Host body cultivation. Gold, minor realm 9. Host mind cultivation. Myriad, minor realm 9. Host soul cultivation. Fulfillment, minor realm 9. Host techniques. Chi gathering. Basic archery. Mastery. Basic spear combat. Mastery. Expert golden core cultivation. Mastery. General knowledge of mind cultivation. Mastery. General knowledge of soul cultivation. Mastery. Knowledge of beast binding. Mastery.
Knowledge of rank 1 formations. Mastery. Knowledge of rank 2 formations. Mastery. Knowledge of rank 3 formations. Mastery. Nascent soul cultivation knowledge. Mastery. Pill basics. Mastery host techniques. Foundation establishment. Absolute speed enhancement. Mastery. Analysis. Mastery. Aura defense. Mastery. Automatic reaction variable shield. Mastery. Chain lightning. Mastery. Folded space quick step. Mastery. Extreme area temperature manipulation. Mastery. Foundation excavation. Mastery. Healing. Mastery. Hydroblast. Mastery. Illusion detection and mitigation. Mastery. Illusion. Illumination. Mastery. Layered variable shield breaker with void. Finisher weapon augmentation. Mastery. Meditation. Mastery. Pause time. Mastery. Perception. Mastery. Power of the heavens. Mastery. Rank 1. Formation construction. Mastery. Rank 2. Formation construction. Mastery. Rank 3. Formation construction. Mastery. Rank 1. Formation construction acceleration. Mastery. Rank 2. Formation. Construction. Acceleration. Mastery. Rank 3. Formation. Construction. Acceleration. Mastery. Rank 1. Inscription. Mastery. Rank 2. Inscription. Mastery. Rank 3. Inscription. Mastery. Seeking speeding arrow. Mastery. Space Dragon origami messenger. Mastery. Stealth. Mastery. Stone shaping and construction. Mastery. Variable AOE gravity burst. Mastery. Variable AOE shield. Mastery. Variable spirit coin manifestation. Mastery. Voice amplification. Mastery host techniques. Golden core concepts. Anti-tribulation. Mastery earth. Mastery fire. Mastery gluttony. Mastery gravity. Mastery healing. Mastery ice. Mastery illusion. Mastery light. Mastery lightning. Mastery metal. Mastery momentum. Mastery poison. Mastery smell. Mastery sound. Mastery soul. Mastery space. Mastery temperature. Mastery time. Mastery tribulation. Lightning. Mastery void. Mastery water. Mastery wood. Mastery. Host mind techniques, myriad. Dual focus. Mastery. Inflict fear. Mastery. Mind crush. Mastery. Mind stun. Mastery. Telekinetic push. Mastery. Menus. Cultivation method, technique, quest, perk, advancement, shop, sect. Chapter 211. A hypothesis. One eye woke with a start. Of course. The answer was so obvious. How could she have missed it? She rose from her bed, quickly donned a sect robe over her sleepwear, rushed to Jotian's door, and knocked softly. In her excitement, she'd almost banged on the door, but her boyfriend, and how weird was it still for her to think of someone using that term, was the lightest sleeper she'd ever even heard of. Her simply opening her bedroom had likely woken him. "One eye," he called. "What is it?" Even though her excitement made her want to scream, she kept her voice low. After all, her assistant, Bai Xinyi, was still asleep in the third bedroom. "I think I finally figured it out," Wan Ai said. "I'm going to the pavilion. Do you want to come?" "Absolutely," he said. "Give me just a moment." She grinned, still amazed at the simple truth
that he wanted to be with her just as much as she wanted to be with him. If she did end up succeeding, she naturally wanted him there to experience the moment with her, and he wouldn't think of passing up that opportunity. There were things that came with being husband and wife that seemed so awkward and scary to her, and those activities were part of the reason she was more than content to wait to take the next logical step in their relationship and get engaged. But maybe those things wouldn't be quite as awkward and scary as she imagined. Maybe it was time to start thinking about a wedding. First, though, there was something much more urgent to attend to. As soon as Zhou Tian exited his room, she grabbed his hand and practically dragged him from the house. By the time they reached the alchemy pavilion, they were practically running. As the leader of the pavilion, she'd commandeered one of the solo labs on the top floor as her personal space. No one but she, Zhou Tian, and sometimes Bai Xinyi ever entered it.
To one eye, having such a private place to work was pretty much the only advantage of being in charge. "What did you figure out?" Zhou Tian said. Since she was now at the peak of qi gathering and in the fourth minor realm of bronze body cultivation, her physical conditioning was orders of magnitude better than it had been even a couple of months prior. Even with the run and rapid ascension of several flights of stairs, she wasn't so much as breathing hard. "I keep reading the alchemy manuals and following the instructions to the letter, right?" she said. "Of course. You are quite meticulous in your preparations." "Exactly, I am. But I kept doubting myself, thinking that I must be doing something wrong. The process is simple. Cut up some mundane herbs that have no qi in them, put them in a cauldron, add a little fire qi, and poof, you've got a mortal-grade vitamin pill. It's simple, literally the easiest pill a novice alchemist can possibly make. As long as one has a source of fire qi and a decent cauldron, a mortal could do it. There's no way I'm messing up that badly." Zhou Tian nodded, clearly having to bite his tongue to keep from screaming that he'd been saying that all along. She cupped her hands. "I am sorry that I did not listen to you." He returned the gesture. "Gratitude." They grinned at each other. "I was thinking, before I went to bed, that Zhou Tian is a smart guy, probably the smartest guy I know. What if he's right, and me doubting myself is just because I lack confidence?" She fixed him with a glare. "No, don't say anything. I know my faults." I wasn't going to say a word. She cleared her throat. "Anyway, that's what was on my mind as I drifted off to sleep. And as soon as I woke up, a thought struck me. If my inability to create a pill from the herbs isn't due to anything I'm doing wrong, there must be another problem." That's a completely logical conclusion. Master gave us those manuals that he purchased from the Poison Claw sect.
What are the chances that they gave him those to deliberately mislead him? Zhou Tian didn't even take an instant to think about it, instead answering immediately. Almost none. They had every reason to not do anything to make him angry, and beginning alchemy methods aren't exactly a secret. I bet we could find books from a dozen different sources on the subject. It would be easy for him to determine that the sect gave him bad information. Such an act wouldn't be sabotage, it would be pure aggression, which would make no sense. I didn't think so either, meaning that a third option is the most likely. There's something wrong with the herbs. He looked at her quizzically. "Think about it," she said. "These are mortal herbs grown locally, not something Master picked up at a store somewhere. Has anyone with any real expertise ever examined them? Your reasoning is sound, but I don't understand what could possibly be so wrong with them. These are common herbs, grown and used throughout the world. Why would the ones here in the village be any different? Weren't you telling me about a strange phenomenon where more people than would be statistically probable born here in the village have a nature aspect?" "Yes," he said. No one knows why. The suspicion is that it has something to do with either the mountain or the orange vigor spirit wood, but we don't know for sure. Master could surely figure it out, but he hasn't deemed it important enough to investigate. What if these herbs have a nature aspect? They're mortal grade. They don't have chi, meaning no aspect. She shrugged. Senior brother, senior sister, and Kang Lin have all seen these herbs, both cut and growing. If they contained chi, they would have noticed. She shrugged again. He sighed. Master keeps saying that anything can and will happen, so we should expect the unexpected.
Right. So if they do have a nature aspect, adding fire chi, which is antithetical to nature, it would turn the materials in the cauldron into a gooey mess, which, as it turns out, is exactly what is happening. Okay, so why are we here? What's your plan? She honestly hadn't thought that far in advance. Upon waking up and a probable cause to the issue hitting her, she'd simply wanted to go to her lab, where she would… Do what exactly? I don't know, she said. Well, it sounds like we need two things. Someone with the expertise to examine the herbs to prove your theory, and, assuming it checks out, a way to add a different type of chi to the materials, or something like that. Yeah, I think so. She paused. That means we need Master. Yeah, he's definitely the only one who can do a proper analysis of the herbs, and definitely the easiest choice for an alternate chi source as well. Master was so important. His time was too valuable to spend helping her figure out her problems. Maybe we don't need to bother him, she said. I'm still months away from Foundation establishment. We can go to Vermilion Incomparable Raintown, right? One Eye. No, I'm serious. They surely sell these herbs there, and those shouldn't be tainted with chi. I bet Peng Jun can tell us exactly where to buy them. If I can make a pill with those herbs, we'll know for certain that the ones grown here are the problem. He looked at her with an expression that was fond and exasperated at the same time. Or we can simply ask for Master's help. Think of it this way. We have to either ask him to assist us, or we have to ask for permission to make the journey. Which would you prefer? She used her best pouty face. It almost never failed. Pick, he said. One or the other. Almost never and never were two different things. Fine, she said. We'll go to him in the morning and ask for his assistance. Why wait? I'm sure he's up. We can just call for him, and I bet he'll appear.
Her jaw dropped. Call? Like yelling out his name?
Yeah. You think he's listening to us? It was Zhou Tian's turn to shrug. To our conversation right now? Doubtful. He'd probably not want to invade our privacy like that. But I'm sure he heard us running from the house to here and then up the stairs. We weren't quiet, and I'm sure it piqued his interest. I bet he's listening closely enough that he can respond if something happens that requires him. That answer was much better than what ran through her mind when Zhou Tian mentioned his plan. For a moment, she thought that Master literally listened to every word they said, which would have been so embarrassing. We cannot do that, she said. What do you mean? We can't summon him like he's our servant or something, she said. He's the sect leader. We must go to him in his office and make a formal request for his assistance. Why do you think that? He's the sect leader. Yes, Zhou Tian said. And if he were any other sect leader, I would agree with you wholeheartedly. But he's not. If we go to him, he'll just ask why we didn't just call for him. I guarantee it. Wan Ai was a simple village girl, an orphan.
Her only knowledge of sects before Master arrived in the village was from stories she read and tales people like Guang Yin told. Sect leaders were powerful, influential people, more important than the richest merchants or even royalty. She had to admit, though, that their particular sect leader didn't seem to be one to stand on ceremony.
Fine, but you can call for him, not me.
Zhou Tian grinned. Master! And just like that, the sect leader appeared in the room.
Chapter 212. A True Alchemist. Benton's attention had been drawn to two people running from the residential neighborhood to the central business district by the noise their churning legs and hard footfalls made. He flared his spiritual sense and determined that the two were Zhou Tian and Wan Ai. Obviously, their actions made Benton curious, but the fact that he could use his enhanced hearing to literally spy on anyone in the sect grounds made him very worried about too much surveillance. It had been a long time since he read 1984, but the book had made a big impression on him. He did not want to become Big Brother. He grinned. He'd already been Senior Brother. Besides, eavesdropping was just plain rude. Therefore, besides noting that they ended up in Wan Ai's lab, he left them to their own devices. Until he heard Zhou Tian raise his voice and call, "Master!" Sweet. That was an invitation if Benton had ever heard one. He quick-stepped into the lab. "Hello, my disciples. What's up?" Zhou Tian made Wan Ai explain the situation. The girl had a suspicion about why she had been unable to form a pill that should have been really easy for her to do, but she needed his help to confirm her hypothesis. "Sure," Benton said. "I'll analyze one of the herbs now." With a thought, he pulled up a notification. Object: turmeric. Chi rank: none. Grade: mortal. Use: herb that adds color, spice, and vitamins to meals. Value: minimal. Other: herb has grown in an environment that exposed it to nature chi. Though the herb does not contain chi, it has taken on some of the properties of the element.
Well, that description confirmed what Wan Ai suspected. He told her exactly that.
"Great," Zhou Tian said. "What do we do now?" Benton remained silent to let the kids work it out for themselves. "The heating device infuses the cauldron with fire chi, which works against the nature properties in the herb," Wan Ai said. "As we previously discussed, we need to infuse a different type of chi into the cauldron, one that works with the element." "Yeah," Zhou Tian said. "I understand that. But how?" They both turned to Benton. He shook his head. "You tell me what you want done, and I'll tell you if it's possible." Wan Ai looked to Zhou Tian, clearly imploring him to take the lead, but he too shook his head. She sighed. "Master, can you modify the array to use a different type of chi?" "I can. What type would you like?" She bit her lip, thinking. "Not nature. That might overwhelm the herb and cause the pill either to fail or to be too potent for mortal use. We need something complementary. Wood, maybe. It's similar to nature, but it might be too similar. Wind is complementary to wood, and therefore probably to nature as well. But something completely neutral, like water, might be best." "You'd like to try wood, wind, and water, then?" Benton said. "Yes, Master, if it's not too much trouble." Modifying the current heating array to use multiple chi types would be problematic, but that problem didn't mean he couldn't come up with an easy solution to do what she wanted. Easier would be to simply start from scratch. After all, the formation was really quite simple. It drew chi from a source and converted that chi to heat. All he had to do was take a correctly sized piece of orange vigor spirit wood, engrave an array into it, and place a correctly aspected spirit coin onto a corner to serve as the source.
Of course, the placement of the coin on top instead of in a slot would look terrible, something not at all fitting for something created by a formations expert.
Which meant he really needed the coin slot. Benton wasn't skilled enough with detailed woodworking to create the slot on such a small device and make it look integral to the piece, and he had neither the desire nor the inclination to learn a woodworking technique. After all, he did not plan on creating many devices like the one for One Eye. Besides, he was the sect leader, and it wasn't his job. Such detail work should be done by the woodworking pavilion. Giving them the opportunity to work with his array plate in such a manner would give them contribution points and valuable experience. "I can have the device for you no later than this afternoon," Benton said. One Eye didn't say anything. She didn't even pout, but her expression was crestfallen. He hadn't seen a face like that one since the time he'd had to tell one of his granddaughters that her hamster had died. Ugh, that was a horrible memory. Why he and Evelyn had agreed to babysit the critter in the first place was a mystery. The thing was over 2.5 years old and constantly at the vet's office, clearly on its last legs. Whether it was the stress of being transported to a new house or simply the change of scenery, he didn't know. But it had died while the family was on a cruise, having left the grandparents to watch it. He shook his head. "Do you have to have it now?" Benton said. "Of course not, Master." Her words said one thing, but her face said the opposite. "Look, I can make you something that you can use this morning, but it will be only a temporary solution, okay? I'll get you the real thing later." Her eyes lit up, and she cupped her hands. "Gratitude, Master." He would have thought that, after being alive for so many years, disappointing youngsters would get easier. Instead, the opposite was true. Benton removed a portion of an orange vigor spirit wood tree from his ring and used various techniques to slice off a rectangular portion about the size and thickness of the one currently being used as a heating device. After a few minutes of engraving, the array was in place, and he channeled a minute amount of his own chi into it as a test. The heating plate worked just fine. "Here, don't forget. I'm going to want this back." Destroying the janky-looking contraption before anyone else saw it was a priority. Anyone seeing it would think a rank amateur built it, ruining his carefully crafted reputation. Besides, his disciples deserved to use only the best. "Of course, Master." He quickly conjured up 2 1,000 chi coins for each of the 3 elements she requested. "I'll give you a supply of coins with the permanent device to get you started, but you'll have to resupply from the contribution points shop. That will get expensive after a while, so you might want to use the regular fire heating plate whenever you can." "Yes, Master." One Eye exchanged a glance with Zhou Tian after she said that, though. "What is it?" Benton said. "It's just that all the members of the alchemy pavilion will need to make these pills as practice, Master," she said. "I'm worried about the added expense of needing individual spirit coins." Okay, valid point. He had to assume that all the plants grown near the village would have the same issue, and she was right that practicing making those pills while in the chi gathering stage was quite important. She was also right that the coins would make the process more expensive. Benton could already predict that making spirit coins would become one of his daily tasks. The main power supply needed 10,000 chi coins to operate, and there were already a lot of uses for the smaller coins. He really didn't want to create a demand for more of them. "I'll be traveling between here and Vermilion Incomparable Rain Town quite extensively," Benton said. "And even if I don't go there, I'm sure that Fatty Wren or others will come here. We'll purchase common herbs from there. Anything else?" She grimaced. "No, Master." He sighed. "Just tell me." "I've been having my assistant, Bai Xin Yi, learn from the manuals just like I have, instead of teaching her, so that we can compare notes," she said. That approach was a reasonable one. That way, if One Eye made an error in understanding something she read, it was possible for her assistant to catch the mistake.
It's just that experimenting with different chi types should be a great learning experience, Master, she said. If Bai Xinyi had the same opportunity that I had regarding using the device with the spirit coins, it wasn't like it was much more difficult to make 2 devices than it was to make 1. Fine, Benton said. 2 devices coming up. Anything else? No, Master. Gratitude, Master.
One Eye let out a huge breath in relief when Master left. That conversation had been so stressful. She couldn't believe she'd been so shameless as to ask him for so many boons. But each had been necessary, and none of it had been for herself. It would not have been fair for her pavilion members to have to pay for spirit coins at the contribution points shop just to practice making mortal-grade pills that had almost no value. And she would have felt horrible if she made a mistake in learning how to do something and taught it wrong to everyone who came after her. Bai Xinyi's work was incredibly important to make sure that didn't happen. You did fantastically, Zotian said. I'm proud of you. Master is proud of you as well. He was annoyed with me, if anything. I don't know if I can ever face him again. Nonsense, he said. Trust me. I know people, and I've spent much time with Master. I guarantee you that he's proud of you. You really think so? I do. I swear. One Eye relaxed some at her boyfriend's firm assertion. He really was better at reading people than anyone she had ever met, and he wouldn't lie to her about something like that. Okay, she said. I believe you. Now, let me get to work. She first chopped up enough herbs for 3 pills, keeping only the portions known to have the highest quantity of vitamins, and getting rid of other portions and any that appeared wilted or had other defects. As soon as she finished, one of the batches went right into her cauldron, which she quickly transferred to the top of her new heating plate. For the first experiment, she wanted to try the most neutral aspect, so she placed a water chi spirit coin on top of the plate. From that point, there wasn't much that she could do other than observe with her eyes. Real alchemists would use their spiritual sense to monitor the flow of qi and adjust the heat as needed. Since she was still in the qi-gathering realm, she couldn't do that.
Theoretically, she didn't need to, though. As long as she followed the instructions in the manual closely enough, a pill should form, which was why she was so incredibly frustrated that weeks of work hadn't produced a single one. She tensed as she watched the mixture slowly heat, and when the point neared where it normally turned into a gooey mess, she clasped her hands together. But that point passed, and the mess didn't appear. In fact, the mixture began to combine like it was supposed to, with the cauldron funneling the qi from the heating plate in such a way that a shell began to form. Soon, that shell completed into a perfect oval that contained the contents of the mixture. She'd done it. She'd created a pill. In a way, Wan Ai could now consider herself to be a true alchemist, albeit a novice one. Cutting herbs and throwing them in water for a bath was one thing. Creating a pill was the real test of her profession. And she'd done it. She'd finally done it. Before she even realized what she was doing, her arms were around Zhou Qian, and their lips found each other. Wan Ai really hoped that Master wasn't listening.
Chapter 213. A Big Change. After Benton left the Alchemy Pavilion, he spent most of the rest of the day working on designs for his grand formation that would protect the sect from all enemies. Obviously, those plans couldn't be implemented for another almost 2 weeks when the wall was completed and installed, but he wanted to be ready for when he could start creating the sect's main defense. Inscribing an array that created a shield to protect against one threat, be it a beast or chi or a cultivator or whatever, was relatively simple for an expert with the knowledge the system had granted him. Protecting against two threats, however, didn't mean simply creating two separate arrays. It was almost impossible to get two shields to overlap without interfering with each other. Well, it was possible to separate the shields by enough physical distance to avoid such interference, but any visitors with any degree of expertise would think him a complete amateur if he solved the conflict between the shields in that manner. Real formations experts combined all the functions of a shield into a single array. But it wasn't a point of pride and a desire to maintain his reputation of being an unfathomable expert that made him want to do it the proper way. Well, it wasn't just a point of pride and desire to maintain his image. The correct method provided distinct advantages in both efficiency and strength. A well-made formation that incorporated multiple shield types used chi more efficiently for a couple of reasons. 1. Each shield consumed a small amount of chi in order to check for a potential attack. Multiple shields meant multiple detection pulses. Of course, eliminating that duplication resulted in only a minor increase in efficiency. The second reason was much more important. A single large conduit served all the shields at once. If he were creating formations the easy way, say he wanted one shield to protect against beasts and another to protect against chi, he'd need two conduits. To feed 10,000 chi per second into each shield, he'd need to be able to supply that rate to each conduit, meaning he'd need to supply a total of 20,000 chi per second. Obviously, in that case, only one of the shields would be attacked at a time, as the other shield would let through the force it wasn't protecting against, but both conduits still had to continuously circulate 10,000 chi per second. And no conduit was 100% efficient. Each of them would lose a tiny amount every second, so having two conduits lost twice as much chi as having one. When you started layering 4 or 5 or 10 or 20 different shields, that loss grew to be significant. Consuming less chi was important, of course, but honestly, Benton could supply an awful lot of spirit coins that cost him no more than a bit of his time and the use of his chi pool. Much more important to him was the increase in strength using a single formation provided. All materials, even a high-quality one like Orange Vigor Spirit Wood, had a maximum amount of chi that could flow through channels inscribed in them at once. If he were to create multiple shield arrays, the maximum chi flow for each, assuming he kept them all equal, was the maximum flow rate for the material divided by the number of arrays. In contrast, a multi-shield formation's maximum flow rate equaled the maximum flow rate the material could accommodate. There was a minor downside to that, of course, in that if an attack of one type overwhelmed the array, attacks of all types would then be able to penetrate. That downside was balanced against it being much easier to overpower one array out of many. In Benton's mind, the correct way was clearly superior. There were other considerations as well.
A cultivator seeing an amateur formation protecting a sect would have a lower opinion of the sect, which would potentially impact relations negatively with that cultivator in multiple ways. Conversely, a cultivator seeing a well-designed and executed array created by a formations expert might just decide not to attack due to the sheer intimidation factor. Another huge factor in Benton's decision was that he planned on creating automated chi turrets. The goal would be to create towers that could provide a burst of weaponized chi strong enough and fast enough to give a nascent soul pause. It would be idiotic, obviously, to place those structures outside the protection of the wall, which meant that the shield had to be designed to let those chi bursts through from the inside. Which would be easy if he wanted his shields to only protect against non-aspected chi in general, or if he wanted his bursts to only use a single type of chi. Neither of those conditions was true. Ideally, he'd have one chi shield for each of the primary chi elements, and all the most widely used secondary elements, along with one that protected from just chi.
and he wanted his turrets to fire whichever chi type would be most effective against the enemy. Meaning, if he were building multiple arrays, he'd have to individually program the gap for the tower bursts into each of them, instead of doing it only once for the multi-shield formation. That aspect of his plan clearly indicated another clear win for the correct way of designing the shield. Even if none of those positives were present, Benton probably would have gone with the correct method anyway, for one simple reason. The thought of inscribing 20 or more arrays into more than a third of a mile of wall was a much more daunting prospect than doing the same for a single array, no matter how complicated. Which brought him to the huge downside of the correct method. It was complex, intricate, difficult, tricky, sophisticated.
The design process wasn't, okay, let's figure out all the shields and combine them into one formation and I'm done. No, the process was iterative, involving much trial and error. Many iterations, much trial and error. By the end of the day, he was about ready to tear his hair out, and he didn't feel like he'd made much progress at all. He did, mainly as a way of taking a break, arrange for a woodworker to create 2 heating plates, and boy, did they come out looking much better than Benton ever would have been able to produce. The coin slot integrated perfectly with the plate, and the worker had even included a small pull-out drawer to store spirit coins. It was a device Benton was proud to bestow upon his disciples. Both Wan Ai and Bai Xinyi loved them. Benton also assigned Peng Han Ying to the Trials Pagoda, and the little guy had no trouble advancing his weapon technique. Good for him. The next day saw Benton still working hard on designing his master shielding formation. By noon, he'd actually started making a little progress, mainly due to his Myriad Realm mind cultivation technique that allowed him to split his focus. Being able to think about 2 things at once was a huge boon. Still, though, it was difficult to keep his concentration centered on such a complex subject, so he took frequent breaks. During one of those, he happened to start fooling around with the sect portion of his system menu. Benton was initially curious about how the system assigned sect members to pavilions, so he did an experiment. He considered one of the newest sect members from the last batch inducted from the village, Shen Rong. The kid was definitely suited for the martial pavilion, as he liked to fight more than anyone Benton had ever met. He already knew that if he told the system to assign Shen Rong to the martial pavilion, he would show up on the list under that pavilion. Instead, Benton wanted to see what happened if he messaged one of the pavilion co-leaders, Yang Xu, to evaluate Shen Rong and extend an invitation to join if she found him acceptable. So Benton sent off a message to Yang Xu, asking her to consider Shen Rong for the position. As soon as the origami dragon departed, Benton pulled up the martial pavilion list to make sure Shen Rong hadn't automatically been added just from Benton considering adding him as a member. The kid's name wasn't on the list. Something else stood out to Benton when he looked at it, though. Name, age, cultivation, SP/B/M/SO. Main weapon, secondary weapon. Yang Xu, L, 16. F, E1/B, R, 9/-MA1. Bow, -M. Spear, -SS. Yang Ru, L, 16. FE1/B, R9/-MA1. Spear, -M. Bow, -SS.
There was a change to the status of his pavilion co-leaders. A big change.
The last time he'd examined either of them, they'd been only 15 years old, not 16. The twins had a birthday.
Chapter 214. Party Prep. Yang Xu waited until her brother stepped heavily forward on his right foot. That was his biggest flaw in using his technique.
He always triggered it after one certain movement with that foot. She dodged right. He transferred all his gathered momentum into his strike, but it was too late. She'd already moved too far away. And with his momentum depleted, he was too slow to avoid her reprisal. In one smooth movement, she knocked an arrow, charged it with as much chi as she could in the fraction of a second she could afford to spend, and loosed. It flew true, straight to the center of his chest, where it explosively impacted with the heavy force of sharpened ice. Young Rue staggered and let out a loud oof. She prepared another arrow, but knew she wouldn't have to use it. He was done. "Stop!" he yelled, holding up his hand. "You win!" It was nice to be able to fight using all their strength. If they hadn't been sparring inside one of the rooms in the new pavilion, that arrow might have killed him. With the arrays on, it only felt like it should have. She grinned at the thought. "Good job, brother. You almost had me." He really hadn't, but the longer he thought he was on the verge of beating her, the longer it would take him to figure out he was tipping her off to the exact timing of his use of the technique. Young Rue winced, rubbing at his chest. "We should set the pain lower." Yeah, right. He hadn't thought that way when he was the one pummeling her. "We agreed to use the 100% setting, remember?" she said. "We want to get used to being hit hard, so we can overcome pain in a real fight." "I changed my mind." She stuck her tongue out at him. "Too bad, so sad." Brat. Young Shu just laughed at him. "Again," he sighed. "Fine." They each moved to an opposite corner of the training room, but just as she was about to trigger a rune to start their match, Master appeared. "Why didn't you tell me?" he said.
"Tell you what, Master?" Yang Shu said.
"That you had a birthday." "What is a birthday, Master?" She had never seen him look so surprised as he did upon hearing her response. "A birthday? The day you were born? The day you turn a year older?" Oh. She and her brother were birthed in the early winter months, so around the time of year it currently was. Knowing when one turned 14 was important to sects, so all the villagers kept rough track of their ages, not to the extent of knowing the exact day, though. She told him as much. You don't celebrate birthdays? No cake, no presents?" Master looked disappointed. "Sorry, Master." He stared very intently at her for a moment, before shifting his gaze to Yang Rue. "Well, that lack ends today. We're going to have a party. I'll take care of everything. Just have everyone meet at the amphitheater right after dinner." She cupped her hands. "Of course, Master." He used his quick step to disappear, and she shook her head. "I wonder what that was all about," she said. "Don't know," Yang Rue said. "Let's fight." Yang Shu grinned. "Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Benton was flabbergasted. He hadn't even thought to check Sue's memories. Celebrating birthdays was a universal thing, wasn't it? Apparently not. Sue definitely hadn't been acquainted with the concept, and the twins were completely oblivious. They had no idea what he was talking about. Well, no matter. Of all the kids in the sect, the twins, Lier and Zhou Tian, really felt like his own grandkids. Which meant they were Evelyn's grandkids too. And she would have been horribly, horribly disappointed in him if he let a birthday slip by for any of them without some kind of party. He smiled, remembering all the events she'd put together. There was a memorable one where a bunch of preschool girls were running around the house wearing tulle fairy dresses with store-bought wings, carrying small nets attached to sticks and swinging them at paper that was cut in the shape of butterflies, sent flying through the air by a means of a fan. So cute. Benton was no Evelyn, though, and there were no party stores nearby for supplies.
He was, however, a superhuman cultivator with magic powers. There had to be something that he could do. First, a cake. That was easy enough. Flour, eggs, sugar, butter, something for flavoring, a pinch of salt. He could gather all those things. In fact, he had most of those things in his spatial ring. Of course, getting the quantities of the ingredients right and figuring out temperature and cook time was going to be time-consuming. And he was an important man doing important work. Honestly, there were other things that should take priority. But then he heard Evelyn's voice in his head. "What is more important than family?" she said. Nothing. Nothing was more important than family. And he'd do well to remember that. After gathering sufficient quantities of the ingredients he needed from the village, he thought about where to go next. The cafeteria was obviously an option, as it had everything he needed for cooking, including ovens. But those facilities were also in use. The workers there cooked and served 3 meals a day for the close to 300 people living on the sect grounds. Benton really didn't want to get in their way. He'd feel awful if meals got delayed because his sect members were too polite to tell him that he was interfering with their routine. Better would probably be the alchemy pavilion. There were those big labs that each had 10 heating plates, and no one was really using them. The pavilion had so few members that all of them tended to use the smaller rooms. With a little work, he could craft rudimentary ovens out of orange vigor spirit wood, using the plates to provide heat, and 10 of them should give him plenty of space to experiment. He quick-stepped to one of the big labs and began work. Benton wasn't actually much of a cook, as he simply was never patient enough. He tended to blast everything on high heat, preferring to spend less time waiting over making the food taste better by cooking it slower. Baking was something that he somewhat enjoyed, though. For one thing, he had a bit of a sweet tooth. For another, he and Evelyn had taken a cake decorating class when they'd first married, and it had been fun. She had kept up with it longer than him, and eventually became a much better decorator. But up until the day she died, he could still do a better shell border than her. The orange vigor spirit wood, which he had plenty of stored in his ring, was a great crafting material. It was tougher and more resilient than normal wood, and it supported arrays just about as well as any earth-grade material. By projecting a thin edge of void chi from the blade of a knife and using gravity to manipulate a tree trunk and the pieces he was cutting from it, Benton quickly made a variety of tools and dishes, including cake pans, spatulas, spoons, and mixing bowls. Having access to chi techniques was almost better than living near a Walmart. Though he had enjoyed baking back on Earth, he'd always had recipes to follow. And cake mixes. Cake mixes were super freaking convenient. Trying to come up with his own recipes was an exercise in frustration and futility. He was just about to pull the trigger on buying a technique to tell him what he needed to know when he realized that there were probably women in the village who knew a lot more about it than he did. Neither he nor Sue remembered tasting any cakes that were exactly like the American version that he wanted. But various bakers produced a variety of breads and pastries. He was sure that if he gathered some of the ladies together and told them what he wanted, they'd be able to give him advice. Yeah, worth a shot. Even though he had a ton of points, it was better not to spend them unless he had to. It turned out that he was right. There were 2 ladies in the village that had forgotten more about baking than he had ever learned. With their guidance, he was able to put together a recipe that sounded right to him, and after a bit of testing and tweaking, it worked. The icing was a bit easier to create as he remembered how to make it. Combine a pound of butter, 32 ounces of powdered sugar, and 1 can of sweetened condensed milk, which he had to make from scratch also with the advice of the ladies. He loved that icing, though. It was sweet and rich. The only issue was that its consistency tended to vary greatly with temperature. Heat from his hand when piping it would make it runny.
Stick it in the refrigerator overnight, and it was like cutting through concrete. If only he had a way to precisely control the temperature. Oh, wait, he did. His area temperature control technique was apparently useful for more stuff than just killing people. Who knew? He ended up making a ginormous cake, enough to feed the entire village. The thing ended up being 12 feet in diameter, way too big for an oven.
Once he thought about using his temperature technique to help in decorating, it wasn't much of a leap to figure out that he didn't actually need an oven. Of course, creating a cake that big so quickly and moving it around and decorating it would have been impossible if he were back on Earth. But on the cultivation planet, he possessed superhuman abilities, and that strength and agility and speed all came in really handy. With the main piece taken care of, Benton had to figure out what else was needed. He really wasn't Evelyn, and he was pressed for time. Coming up with a theme simply wouldn't work. Besides, there were going to be 1,000 people there. It wasn't like he could come up with party favors for everyone. He'd need to stick with the basics: balloons and gifts. So, balloons first. The cultivation world hadn't come up with a substitute for latex, but paper lanterns were relatively common. But that was the problem. Everyone used paper lanterns for celebrations. His sect members expected more from their sect leader. What was a balloon? A roughly spherical, more teardrop-shaped really, piece of colored latex that floated. The key things were a teardrop/spherical shape, colored, and floating. He had a concept for light chi at Mastery, so he could do just about anything he wanted with it, including creating any color on the spectrum that he could imagine. Something would need to hold the light, though, and with it being colored, that holder being clear would be best. Glass? Yeah, that would work. The village was too small to have a glassmaker. Even Vermilion Incomparable Raintown didn't have one, so he'd have to go all the way to 6th Flawless Flowing City, which he didn't want to do. There was no guarantee even an expert artisan could make what he wanted, in the quantity he desired, in the time frame he needed. On the other hand, 4 sect points for a technique giving him all the knowledge he needed to understand what materials and conditions he needed to make glass, and another 8 to use his chi in the manner required, would let him make as many as he wanted, quickly. Benton really liked the idea of decorating the amphitheater with hundreds of glowing orbs of colored light. Even Evelyn would have been impressed by that. Seeing no other way to get the glass made, he purchased the 2 techniques from the system. Using his enhanced speed and system-bought abilities, he had 200 balls floating over the party area. The use of gravity on so many targets strained him a bit, but overall he was well pleased with his efforts. There was only one problem, though it was quite a big one. People were already on their way to the venue, and he hadn't figured out what to give the twins for gifts yet. Crap. Chapter 215. The Green Goblin, the Nature of Teenagers, and a 67 Stang. Benton threw all the orbs and the cake into his spatial ring and quick-stepped into the amphitheater, ready to start decorating. Just after he distributed all the colored lights in the air and readied the cake on a giant slab of wood that he fashioned into a table, he realized he hadn't got the kids' gifts yet, and he was running out of time. He panicked, trying to think of what to do. As his eyes darted about, seeking something to give him inspiration, he noticed the windows of the Marshall Pavilion not far away. If he knew young Shu, and by that point he thought that he did, she would definitely use her vantage point to peek at what he was doing, the little scamp. He couldn't have that, could he? Benton quick-stepped to the top of the stadium wall and began inscribing. The formation was only a rank 1, so even considering the large size of the circumference of the building, It didn't take him long to complete it, mere minutes. And as soon as he did, he activated it. There. If her perception could somehow penetrate a wall of light absorption, she deserved the early glimpse. He felt satisfied that he'd solved one problem, but that solution had, unfortunately, only taken up more of his very limited time. Focus. Gifts. What should he get the twins? The easy route for grandparents was the envelope of cash, or, in this case, spirit coins. That was such a cop-out, though. Unavoidable when the grandkids lived far away, and they got older, of course. It was almost impossible to know their ever-shifting likes and dislikes at that point. And cash was always welcome for a teenager. On the other hand, there were generic gifts that were always appreciated as well. The latest iPhone or iPad, whatever gaming system they were into. Headphones were really big for a while. The cultivation world was sadly lacking in consumer electronics, however, and he didn't have time to invent anything.
Well, not anything as complicated as a phone or gaming device, anyway.
There had to be something he could make. Weapons were an obvious choice. Too obvious. Anyone could get them a new weapon. He wanted to stand out. And it wasn't like they needed new ones. They had better gear than he did at Foundation establishment. Besides, he didn't want to get them something they needed. They worked hard. Really, really hard. They never did anything just for fun. Though he appreciated the work ethic, he was a little concerned that they took it too far. His gift should encourage them to play a bit. But what? His decision was further complicated by the fact that he definitely didn't have time to invent two things. So, ideally, he'd make one thing and replicate it. Okay, so what could he make that both kids would really enjoy? To satisfy both of them, the object would have to have almost universal appeal. So what did everyone want to do? The answer popped into his head. Fly. They were years away from Golden Core and being able to take to the sky on their own power. What if he could invent something that would let them do that? An airplane was a hard no, too complicated. Magic carpet? He had no idea where to even begin. An image came to him. Willem Dafoe in a green costume, flying on a glider. Well, it was a bit physics-defying for Earth, but here Benton basically had magic. Chi would do just about anything he wanted it to do. A little bit of gravity chi to give the thing lift, and some wind chi to give it forward thrust. Yeah. The arrays would be easy peasy, and the materials only needed to be mortal grade. Shun Wu could whip up what he needed in a short time, probably. Of course, maneuvering such a thing would be tricky, requiring supernatural reflexes. Luckily, both the intended recipients did, in fact, possess such abilities. But that thought brought Evelyn's voice to Benton's head again. "Dear, you can do it." "But should you?" she said.
Benton had gotten his driver's license at 15, and his dad had given him a '67 Mustang, one with a small block 302. A light car, a big engine, a 15-year-old boy. He'd been a good kid, never got into trouble, made good grades, relatively responsible for his age. But that car had nearly been the death of him several times. The temptation to go fast was too great. That decision was not one he replicated for any of his kids, and not just because Evelyn would have put her foot down. The only way any of their cars were getting from 0 to 60 in under 10 seconds was if they pushed it off a cliff. As a parent, one had to ask oneself, if I give my kid this gift, am I spoiling him or her? As a grandparent, that question went out the window. In fact, if anything, a yes answer to that question was a positive.
Another question any parent had to ask about a potential gift was, is this gift dangerous? That question still applied even as a grandparent. Giving a fast car to a teenager was obviously a problem. One wrong move could end in disaster. And at first glance, giving a teenager a glider was just as dangerous. Actually, it seemed more dangerous. Of course, there were things he could do to make it safer, like controlling the maximum altitude and velocity by throttling back both chi outputs, which would have the bonus effect of making the device more efficient. The real difference, though, was in the kids. And no, he wasn't thinking that they were more responsible than teenagers on Earth. He was positive they'd do stuff on the glider just as stupid as he would have at that age. Those kids, in contrast to their earthly counterparts, could get in a crash going over 100 miles per hour while not wearing seatbelts and walk away with only scratches. Yang Shu and Yang Ru were in the Foundation establishment realm and at the peak of bronze body cultivation. They were, in a word, tough.
As long as they didn't fly much faster than they could run and were limited to a few 100 feet above the ground, they would be fine. Probably. Hopefully. Well, that analysis might not have been enough for Evelyn to vote yes, but it was more than adequate for Benton. He quick-stepped to the blacksmithing pavilion and found Shunwu.
You want what? Shunwu said. The sect leader had appeared out of nowhere, nearly causing him to drop a piece of red-hot steel, and started spouting nonsense. A piece of metal strong enough to hold a cultivator's weight, Benton said. And the purpose of the piece of metal is what again? Flying. Shunwu didn't even know what to do with that. Back in the village, people had mainly come to him for tools, horseshoes, and nails. Since joining the sect, he'd made a lot of weapons. And arrowheads. So many arrowheads. He wouldn't doubt that after the last little while, he'd made more arrowheads in his lifetime than nails and horseshoes combined. A flying piece of metal was a new one for him, though. The sect leader pulled out a piece of parchment and sketched a rough triangle. See, he said, pointing, you put your feet here, so you'll need something akin to the bottom of a stirrup. Other than that, it's pretty basic. Speed is more important than looks, though if you can jazz it up a bit, I'd appreciate it. Maybe add some little design elements or a cool color or something. Shunwu grimaced. Why not just use a sword like everyone else? If you can get this contraption to fly for the kids, you can get a sword to do it just as easily. Because this will be much cooler. If anyone else had come to Shunwu asking for something so harebrained, he'd have refused on general principle. But it was the sect leader asking, the man who had provided an amazing forge and magical skills. Shunwu was also very fortunate to have a happy wife, the one who had previously been miserable in their declining village and who absolutely loved their new circumstances. If he owed anyone anything, it was the sect leader. Come back in an hour, Shunwu said. Yang Shu ate from her lukewarm bowl of stewed spirit beast meat over rice. Her master could put a meal fresh off the fire in his spatial ring and pull it out months later, still steaming hot. Neither her nor her brother's storage devices were quite that good. Food and other items wouldn't stay fresh forever, but their rings did provide a stasis effect, just not as strong as Master's. She'd placed the rice dish in there 3 days prior, and while not as hot as she'd prefer, it was still decently warm. The convenience of not having to leave the Marshall Pavilion to get food every day made up for any shortcomings in the food freshness. Her new practice was to stock up when she visited the cafeteria every few days. Is it time to go yet? She said. Young Ru grunted. I know, she said, but I'm excited.